Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, digital junkies of the metaverse. This is kind of a participation type of stream and information. What you see there is a summoning circle in my living room. And I'm going to allow those of you who wish to participate into being able to speak directly if you have the ability or the capability or even the courage to endeavor. But I will explain to you exactly how to do this. I'm going to read through a flame. And if you notice, there is a very large, highly polished crystal ball in the spiritual point of that pentagram. And we're going to use it to focus. At least I myself am going to use it to focus. I found familiar spirits. I found familiar entities. I found evil of familiar nature. In the most profound place. I think you would be surprised to find out where that is. Before we endeavor into this, which most of you will probably not even see or be a part of or even experience. And that's okay. But for those of you that wish to endeavor, the link is in the chat. And I am Axis Von Baron, Butcher Ratblood. And this is a part of my dark as well as yours.
Possession. The physical act of taking over a person's body. Possession. 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 The physical act of taking over a person's body.
Now, for those of you who do not understand this process, let me explain to you this personal endeavor. There is a metaphysicist, hermeticist, that has voiced himself to not involve anyone into my summonsing or rituals or my magic. Apparently, he thinks he has some type of governing authority. But now that I know the familiar spirits in him and many others, I wish to share with you. This is the original summoning circle that bent him and damn near broke him. Now, some of you can use a pendulum and divide the pendulum and just do either black, white, yes, no. Either one will suffice. And upon questioning, you can focus on my summoning circle and utilize it to draw the spiritual energies and the conduit that I have opened up there. Others of you may be able to use flame. I use flame. I see in the flame, and it speaks to me. Some of you may use a gazing pool, which is just a still bit of water, generally in a black bowl. And others of you can use a scrying mirror, a black mirror, or even, I think you might enjoy this particular picture. This is a piece of artwork that I hung in my bathroom. And I do very much enjoy that piece of artwork. So I'm going to remove myself for just a moment. Yes, that is a piece of Ouija board art that I placed in front of the only mirror in my house to reflect it and maybe open a portal to some friends, some old acquaintances, maybe some new acquaintances. Who knows what may come through? I've still been waiting. Maybe they're concerned about my intentions. I don't know. Have to wait and see. Oh, did we scare them off? Yep, once again, these brave YouTubers, these YouTube scholars and masters of the metaphysics, they really have the mechanics, the faith, and the endurance, don't they? Poor bastards are scared of their own fucking shadows, and they cast their own shadows. That is the most profound part of it. Your demons are more so inside of you because you're a conduit. You are a proxy. Thus, you can be inhabited. But we can't start this show off without first a prayer. We must always start the show off with a proper prayer, or I don't think it would be quite a proper show.
Our Father, who art in hell, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in hell. Give us this day our day to sin, and allow us to trespass upon others, as others trespass upon us. In your name, let it be done.
Always, always a wonderful endeavor. Any of you that are willing or wishing to participate, I'm going to be a little lenient with the chat, but I will not allow trolls. I will not allow stupidity. But I will, on the other hand, allow questions and inquiries, maybe some interaction. But I truly don't think that there are any of you out there that are so in touch with your local environment or your introspective self that you could even possibly attempt to endeavor into such places. But boy, do you fuckers talk big shit. Yeah, real big, brave YouTubers. Did you get your metaphysical education off of YouTube videos? And yes, Mr. Cage Reality, I am involving other people into my ritualistic magic, summoning blood or other. And there ain't a fucking thing on hell or earth that can deter that. So while you feel safe and unharmed and untouched in Canada, know that I'm doing my thing, bitch. And there's not a fucking thing you can do about it. And later on, I got a real surprise for you. We're gonna have some real fun. Which kid? The dead one or the live one? Or the one I adopted? Oh, you didn't know that, huh, Austin Murphy? Why don't you hit the link and come on up, we'll talk about it. I'll educate you. Because obviously you need an education, Mr. Austin Murphy. You've inspired me to go ahead and indulge in some Zinfandel that I'm about to turn into sangria. So please inspire me. Come on up and tell me about my children. Tell me all about them. Even since you think you fucking know. Now, as for me, well, I have a bottle of Zinfandel. And they put that shit on there, don't they? I don't want you to get to it, do they? And as everyone knows, this is the continually used vial of blood that I've got left. And we're turning this into sangria, blood wine. It helps to open up my pineal gland. Therefore, I can see deeper into the ethereal plane. Nothing like the taste of blood. Now, for those of you, oh, wow, there's actually movement. You should get a job and do something for a living so you aren't completely worthless. Hey, fucktard, I retired from the music industry. I paid my taxes, bitch, and I retired. What's your fucking excuse? What, you don't like it that I managed to get through life on talent in the entertainment industry, and now I get to live it, and you don't? Is that one of your demons that you're jealous? Because I successfully retired from my career in many different ranges of what you would probably consider perversion, music, sex industry, adult entertainment. Yeah, you piss poor fuck. What do, Mr. Murphy? For the fuck of you? Tell me. You know shit about me, do you? You are a speculating little bitch. Why don't you go back to his aesthetic warrior and suck on his cock for a while? What the fuck are you doing here? You are a sad, pathetic little bitch. Anyhow, thank you, hellish earth. That's what it is, I believe, hellish earth. I believe that it is total jealousy. But I did some endeavoring into divination to find out what their familiar spirits were, and what was inhabiting them that allows them to feel that they have some right to be intrusive. And I was completely blown away at how many of these YouTube personifications that project themselves, that are known to me, are eat up with some of the most vicious iniquities. Some of them, all I could do was just absolutely marvel at how many infected people there were with these entities and these principalities, these energies. Envy, pride, arrogance. Fuck, man. Even some of them are filled with such a profound sense of deception, and they're filled with the spirit of deception. Some of them are so consumed that anything that was remotely originally them is no longer there. And as I fire gazed and opened up the portal so that the Dark Lord could come through and allow me to see into these people's souls as to why they are so tortured. Some are more evil than I would ever dream of endeavoring to. And upon full observation, I would say that close to 99% of these people out here have some type of malevolent intent that they can't restrain or contain from expressing. Not only are they infected by it, but they serve it. And if you think these are personalities that were developed, no, these are their shortcomings that allowed energy, principality, spirit into themselves. And now they are grasped from the root of their soul by these particular energies. Boastful pride. That was a real interesting one to behold. And whenever there were certain individuals that I asked about, because I was really curious as to their persistency, I thought either they're completely insane or they're completely inhabited. And I found that a lot of people, especially the ones that base their channels off of esoterics that they don't know the mechanics of, aren't capable of understanding and spread as if though it were a venereal disease, was taking on the entire embodiment of the misinterpretation and lack of understanding of the knowledge that they were presenting, because they didn't embody the wholeness of that knowledge. Thus it slowly began to consume them, and it drove them into a state of madness, trying to be an example, a teacher, a guide, and became self-consumed with the fact that they could not maintain the discipline of the information that they were projecting. And they slowly became consumed by many, many spirits, energies, principalities, whatever you want to call it. And by the nature of this endeavor on fortitude, the person that was originally there is no longer there, consumed, consumed by every person lost that gave room to the inhabitant. And this individual still, even after all of the folly, proceeds forward with the endurance and the pride of the damned, using every tactic known to Lucifer and the dark lords that roam. They are skilled in such things, quite skilled. And I can recognize them because I am familiar with them. I can walk among them. Now, whether I am one or not, that's a matter of opposed opinion. Well, red pill, 444. You know, like I said, I will respond to intelligence. But I think that maybe you should go study at Cage Realities for about 5 or 6 years with your mouth shut, so you can become just like he is. See ya, bitch. Anybody else want to test my resolve? Yeah, that's what I thought. You know, giving you an opportunity to utilize my summoning circle is a very rare thing. On a very rare occasion would I ever do this. But just for the fundamental fact that I was told not to by Cage Reality, well, that's like a kindergartner trying to tell a college graduate that he's not intelligent enough to endeavor into some type of graduation of understanding. You haven't even begun, boy, and you're already eat up with things that hold such a grip on you. Don't mistake your endeavor of secure movement for that of folly. The foolishly, yeah, movement of one who thinks they've got it all figured out. That's the one you do not listen to. Because any true teacher knows that they will always be the student. But at least they can, to a certain degree, educate. Not that I care to educate any of you. I don't want to be responsible for you dumbasses. I talk too much, huh? Well, if you would have listened to any of the prior shows, you would realize that I'm utilizing the energy of everyone here. I announced that. Did you miss that memo? By being here, you're participating. By being here, I am utilizing you. By being here, you are opening yourself up to whatever influences that I draw in. I may be harmless, absolutely. But you got to wonder, are you so set in your faith and understanding that you haven't done anything wrong, that you've led such a perfect life, that by being here and allowing yourself to be exposed to this, that these spirits aren't coming in to every nook and cranny of your failures, of your shortcomings, of your seven natured sins. And maybe you're a Christian. Maybe that's it. Sigma? No. I am purely fucking alpha for myself. Has nothing to do with you, young man. Nothing at all. To me, you are a spiritual victim. That's it. And that's the best you can be to me. At one time, a couple of days ago, you were entertainment. And I thought, how profound. What an interesting endeavor is entertainment. Now I'm utilizing you as spiritual victims, metaphysical lab rats. And I am allowing your presence by proxy to open yourself up to whatever malevolency may come through. It's intent, it's thought form. It is opening doors into the ethereal and beyond. And if you had any understanding of the mechanics of this, you wouldn't make such foolhardy statements. So continue. Continue. Feed me your energy. Show them where you are by identifying yourself with your arrogance, pride, boastfulness. Let them into you. Allow them to inhabit you. Because you've just opened the fucking door to it. Sometimes it's wiser to keep your dumbass mouth shut if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And there it is. The numbers drop. Oh. Me, a demon? Oh, I'm far worse than that. Surely you can say something better than me just being a demon. I mean, really? I don't think you've ever encountered a fucking demon in your fucking life because you still open your mouth idly with no respect for them. So, goodbye. I don't need the foolhardy here, but I do need your energy. Oh, poor thing. You can stick around and lurk. Works just the same. What do you think? By tapping into this channel and observing it and not participating, it doesn't make you an effective participant? If you don't understand that, then you truly do not understand metaphysics or spirituality itself. And that is my advantage over you. His truth was persecution. Is that your truth? Persecution? See, I don't mind engaging intelligence. I don't mind engaging in even thought, philosophical or other. But if the best you can do is pridefully commit me with judgment, prejudice, and such small minded remarks, all you are good for then is harvesting and inhabiting. That's it. You have nothing to offer. Zero. So I'm taking all the loose minds and all of their small thoughts with their big prideful statements, and I'm harvesting. I am harvesting like a motherfucker. And the reward and the sacrifices that I allow whatever malevolence to seed itself into those who feel that they're strong enough to make such pathetic remarks, to identify easy prey. He spoke no truth. And I don't appreciate your judgment, but I'm sure that there's many entities that absolutely are feasting on such an arrogant statement. Open yourself up. Please. I have much to endeavor in. Is there any more who wish to voice and identify their stupidity and foolishness? There are so many that need to inhabit, and there's so much energy to be harvested. Oh, I see. No endeavors, only a couple of brave, disrespectful projectors of their own prideful boastfulness. See, I'm not working for me alone. Why, that's like masturbation. I'm sharing a throne, and I share that throne by offering up every last one of you. I made it abundantly clear what this channel is and what's going on here. If you're foolhardy enough to endeavor forward, it's not me you're appeasing. I just see you as victims. You're appeasing a much darker Lord. The Lord that bestows upon your species war, pain, suffering, damnation, condemnation, and all the wonderful little idealistic things that make you you. You're being offered up, but not to me. Shit. I said you were all victims spiritually, metaphysically. I didn't say I was going to victimize you. I might utilize your energy. But the true victimizer, like I said, we're going to be talking to the Dark Lord for a while tonight. So please, endeavor and know who you're serving by being here. That's what I thought. You know, I've looked at these people in chat that do that, are like the 80s drive-by. They're brave as long as they're in a fast car driving by shooting at their victim as they're making their getaway. But they don't have the true conviction. Just walk up and state their reason. And the numbers drop. Oh, you don't like being food for the devil? Evil? Spirit? Malevolent? Principality? That's all that you are. That's all you will ever be. You peer into a scrying mirror for hours, playing with your little Ouija board in front of it, summoning up spirits of the air, frequencies, vibration. You play on the playground of hell. You play amongst the most vile of energy. And you think that that's free? You think that it doesn't affect you? Well, you're as fucking delusional as the Canadians. At least the ones I've encountered. Except one. But I suppose every ritual needs sacrifices. But what good is the ritual? you have nothing to offer up, then at that point, suppose you become the offering. Oh, wow. We have really dropped in number. Truly, the fearless. All these brave souls claiming to battle platforming chat room demons. All these metaversal participants into the plane of frequency and vibration that you don't even comprehend or know how it works or the mechanics of it. Hell, half the people that design the chips that are in a quantum state don't quite get it. They're just fascinated that it works. But there is a quantum process, that is for sure. And it taps into regions and frequencies that are a lot less known. What a horribly disappointing group. I figured maybe there would at least be a participant out of all you brave souls. Someone who endeavored into a medium, something to scry with, to communicate. I mean, you do obviously have some type of expectation from some metaversal and beyond type of energy that you think you're drawing upon, you think serves you. Who's truly the servant? Is the servant you and that which you serve as a supreme? Or is the supreme your servant? I would really like to understand that identification. That seems to be a contradictory place to be. Hasn't ever worked before. I don't imagine it will work now. A kingdom divided cannot stand. Therefore, all works within a system. One particular perpetual system. Good, bad, beautiful, or ugly. It's all contained within one functional system. And that's the mechanic. And if you think that I'm going to apply any of my energy or my presence into this, you're absolutely wrong. I'm just here to harvest. And I am here to expose the weak so that they may become proper vessels for something a little more worthy. You are truly, truly unamusing. Let's see. I was going to explain to you the mechanics of how this was working and what it was doing, what's happening, what you've endeavored into. Not teach you, just show you a process of information, kind of like keeping maintenance up on your car so that it works. But since I imagine that I have lurking haters, I think I'll leave you completely defenseless. And I'm going to play a fun little song. This one always amuses me. Get a big chuckle out of this song.
The devil is in my mind. He creeps up from behind. Then he takes control. He guides my mortal soul.
Hold on, hold on. We have a very, very brave individual in the back. A profoundly arrogant and pathetically lost individual, as it was revealed to me. Someone consumed with their own insanity, their own impractical approach to understanding the mechanics and the language of creation. One who thinks that suffering United States veterans are something to make fun of. Yeah. We have the Queen Regent in the back. The Queen Regent himself. Now, Mr. Queen Regent, if I let you up here, can you behave yourself? Or am I just going to have to fucking ban you? Because I really don't want to give you any attention whatsoever. It's bad enough that you sample my shows, you victimize suffering veterans and people that have done nothing to you. And I have a hair trigger finger to ban your ass from here. Careful, boy. You better have something very profound and intelligent to say.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can't hear anything.
this is not Steven.
No, hold on a second.
Sounded like singularity. which this has happened before. Got you, Sing.
Can you hear me?
But once again,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
you
come back. I
need
can't hear.
to
Oh, okay, I can
get
hear you
that.
now. Yeah, I can hear you
Yeah,
now.
that S-I-N-G is so close to somebody who identifies himself as K-I-N-G.
Hmm.
And whenever you show up in the back, I'm on a small monitoring device that I project this stream from. So it's that way nobody can infiltrate any of my computers or especially my Terra servers. And it's
Yeah,
kind of
that's
difficult sometimes for me to see whether that says Sting or King. Sorry about that.
no worries. Give me a second. All right, I got two devices, so I've shut it down the other one, so it's not making that echo. So,
So
how are
how's
you?
things going?
Things are going good. Always doing my work. Always doing my work. And
I've
one
been doing
thing,
some work here lately. I don't know if you noticed or not.
yeah, noticed. Yeah,
Yeah. You
sometimes. Go ahead,
you
X.
were around all the way back in the We Are Awake days when Mr. Cage
Right.
Reality was around.
Yes, I was periodically. Yeah.
Now, I want to make sure that I'm observing this correctly. Because if I'm in the wrong thing, I know that you would tell me that I am misinterpreting the situation. I don't see that in 5 years he's grown one goddamn bit.
No, your observations are exactly how they should be, and you're not. What I can define is some people evolve and some people stagnate and they decline. And I'm not going to mention any names, but I shall represent. Yeah, I've seen a decline in certain aspects of certain people for sure. So what you're
Well,
observing, it would be correct.
I was just kind of curious because it seems that that is the understanding of everyone that I've asked, even the bipartial, to advise me. You know, am I
Right.
misreading this?
No, you're not
And
misreading nothing. You're not
not a
misreading nothing.
fucking one of them. Yeah, not a one of them said no. You're not misreading it, except for Cage himself. But we've already
Well,
got him documented all week. I'm doing a 28-day blood ritual, hopefully to either banish his ass from infecting people with his continued redundancy of non understanding the mechanics of things and trying to claim that he does, as he has for 5 years, or just allow the malevolence to take him wherever they choose.
you know, one thing I've realized on this path that I've taken and you're definitely taking too is, what is beneficial we add and what is not beneficial, we let it take its own path, right? There is only gain in this path, and very few actually will take it, okay, to its fullest and experience its fullest and derive what is defined wisdom and knowledge from different entities and species, perceived demons.
Right. Um, it was profoundly, just absolutely beyond me that Cage felt bold enough to violate my trust. Not only violate my trust, but show such a level of disrespect
Oh,
and then
I've been
to try and
observing.
cover it
I've,
with
I've,
deceptions and lies that I had no choice but to relinquish all of my friends that I had shared Rat Blood Radio with and all of the interaction to pursue
were they
this.
really, were they really your friends? Okay, somebody
Now they were
who's not,
temporary
you know,
allies.
somebody who's not on a similar path is not on a similar comprehension, right? You can't half-ass this path. That's what I've realized. Okay. It's almost like Anakin when he turned. You're either with me or against me. That is the whole truth of even friendships, close relationships, family. It's either somebody's with you, flowing with you on the same path, or they're not with you. For my being access, when somebody betrays me, number one, that's the biggest mistake they can do because I'll never participate again with them. They're on their own path. If it happens in another dimension, another cycle, perceived, maybe. But I don't see it as my loss because I definitely do know you have a lot to offer as wisdom and knowledge, and I have a lot to offer as wisdom and knowledge. And I don't claim it to be my own. It's something that was passed to myself. And
Exactly.
when I'm betrayed, it's a done deal. Depending, I'll give three strikes if somebody is not willing to take the listen to the information I'm translating, and if it's a close friend or somebody who's asked for information, I'll display it three times. But if I don't see him applying it, learning it, then I just abort it. It's just pointless. You can't transfer information to somebody who's not applying it. It just doesn't work. So what betrayal is another thing. Disrespect and betrayal, that's a done deal. One time strike with that and it's done. I don't look back. As this path is, we don't look back to insignificant things that don't benefit us and is not an asset.
No, and I agree with you totally. And for 5 years, I have tried to communicate with Cade. And for 5 years, it has been an endurance of my patience. But when he violated my trust, that's when he crossed the line.
Right.
And then
Well,
when he became deceptive to others, I realized he was poisoning people with information
right. And
to
once
take
again,
on a personification that he doesn't deserve.
right. But then once again, we got to look at the path. It's not about them. It's about the individual taking the path and how far they're going to evolve and progress and attain certain aspects of what is called perks on the path. So I've realized this too. Is it's really on this path. I can understand what you're pointing at, but what I'm getting to is it's insignificant for myself to talk about Cage because we're not going to benefit because what we focus
No,
on,
I
what
agree.
we the golden rule is what we focus on becomes our reality as frequency resonance and also certain other aspects of looking at certain things is it beneficial or not. That's the way I look at things. It's just very simple the way I look at it, but complicated for others. Is this beneficial to participate in, or is it
Well,
not beneficial?
let me ask you a question, Singularity.
Sure.
You know that I am a feral mind. I am
Yes.
barely human. Do you slap rattlesnakes?
Can you repeat
You
that?
walk up. Do you slap rattlesnakes? Do you walk up to deadly vipers and slap them?
Absolutely not.
What happens when you do that?
Well, they're going to react.
Probably get fucking bit and poisoned for being
Correct.
stupid.
Yes. Yes.
Well, that is exactly what is transpiring.
Right. And
You
sometimes we got
slap
to
a
let people.
rattlesnake and you get bit.
Yes.
I warned him.
Right. And sometimes that's what's going to happen is people need to get bitten, perceived, go through whatever their lot's going to be. And sooner or later, somebody either learns or they arrive to what is defined the inevitable repeat, rebirth, recycle, perceive the the inevitable path to deceive beings. That's how it actually is going to be.
Well, that's with anyone. You know, I am just as reserved as a rattlesnake. I will even warn you when you're getting too close. But if you endeavor to antagonize me, then you're provoking me and you're asking to be bit. Because it's not man's law that I live by, the natural law. That's why my best friends are rats and snakes.
Right.
They're more
And,
loyal than humans.
and they shall get bitten. For myself, it's just I can't comprehend what you're defining. I'm not concerned. I have my dragons that take care of business, perceived way worse than any demon can possibly exhibit something. And I don't even have to do anything. They're being regulating my energetic fields, right? So I can't comprehend what you're defining, but I don't look to go serve anybody. They get served, and when they're going to get served, they're going to feel the hit, perceive the processing and the sentencing of what is defined a violation to my energetic field thought core, right?
It's not
So I
sure
just
serving, saying I'm sharing the throne with the Lord of this world, the material
right,
world here. I'm not serving, I'm sharing. And I'm sharing husks with his legions and armies that have things to do. And with all these empty husks around, well, fuck, I don't mind opening up a gate and allowing all of their mindless husks to be inhabited.
right. If they want to
Doesn't bother
participate,
me at all.
it's always
Yeah,
open. I understand that. I
that's
represented a
why.
link. I represented a link in the comments. It is basically Dragon of the Two Flames. It's basically the forbidden path of Lucifer. If you definitely wanted
Yes,
to go through that book, we could go through it. It's a long book. It's very beneficial information there, and it even gets into the parts of. It's very interesting. If somebody, if they want to really get into this system that we're in, they can. But once it's open, there is no return. There is no shutting it back to return. Right, work will have to be done.
yes, it will. And it is an endeavor that you cannot falter on. You know, their Jesus or their Krishna or whatever Buddha, they think they have leniency to be a casual participant. But this is a strict discipline. This is
Yes,
a structure.
right. So whenever you wanted to look at that, we don't have to do that today. We just converse, but I'd strongly suggest we stay focused on the primary path that we are on. And, if people want to participate, they're more than welcome because this information here in this book is it's quite accurate. Some places I don't agree with at all, but it has what it is exactly, right?
Does it add up?
Oh, it
Does
adds
the
up, all right.
equation? There you
Yes,
go.
yes. It even warns for weak-minded people they shouldn't be participating. Here, I'll read you a part of it that actually.
Sure.
So this small writing here, I'm just reading off my phone. So let me see if I can get this to the stage. This is the introduction. Give me a moment here. Doesn't seem to want to go back. Okay. I may not pronounce this all right, correct, but it's some of it is old. Liber or Liber HVHI is a grimoire. Let me see if I could expand this. Yeah, I can. is a grimoire, not only for rituals, but of the foundations of the mind, which will strengthen the spirit, leading to the balance needed to improve the world around you. If you are weak mentally, this book will offer you the tools of self destruction. But are we not a world of predator and prey? Be cautious. If you have mental instabilities or balance issues, this book is not for you. Liber, I don't know exactly how it's pronounced. HVHI is a grimoire of self-defecation through the model of the adversary, the aspects of Samuel.
Latin, if I can, Latin would be uh, codex data is the Latin word that you're
Can you
looking
repeat
for.
that?
Codex Datus.
Okay, yes. I'll continue. The aspects of Samuel and his mate Lilith, how this hidden power within our subconscious may be awakened and be brought to a fuller potential than previously thought, where Luciferian witchcraft ends and Liber HVI begins. So this goes to a stage further than sort of brings it to the route where the Luciferian teachings are trying to get one established. Let me see if I can get this other part here aligned and I'll read it. This is sort of the introduction, and there's many chapters. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Give me a second here. It's just I'm working with my phone.
Sure.
All right. Okay, from the four elements are attributed to the types of the adversary. The 4 chapters offer a potent formula of self-transformation into divine consciousness, using the infernal hunger within to direct your goals in this life. Spiritually, it indeed shall invigorate you in the fires of hell. That is the very gift of the light bringer to you. Emotions are encouraged and suggestions of controlling such are offered. I don't know exactly how this is pronounced. It's Q Lipoth is mapped out to be a gateway to the infernal yet extremely powerful depths of the subconscious. Some may say a gateway to the underworld itself, although you will have to be the judge of that. The third chapter will awaken you to the ancient path of Daeva. So I'll read it. Daive Yasna, the Persian archdemons of Ahriman itself, a forbidden path of sorcery, which transforms the mind into a vessel of Akoman, Akoman itself. Ancient, nearly forgotten demons are like the Jungian archetype, now presented to a modern world as a fountain of infernal wisdom of power. The 4th chapter is but the most difficult one to master, that of predatory spiritualism, transforming into the adversary by mind and spirit. Instead of bowing before gods, you devour them, and their attributes become yours. Do you not think that when you reshape your mind in the image of the dragon, you will not become it? Know that this book does not advocate violence. It is symbolic and based in the mind. And there's one further part I want to share. It was the part of the introduction first for a few pages. This is page 6. Let's see if I can get it.
I want to say hello to Venus and Zypher. Susan, thank you for being here. You're always welcome.
Yes, hello. So I'm going to read this other part further, and maybe you could sift through that book when you want to. We don't have to do this today, but I want you to get an insight on the book, and maybe if so, we can go
tell
through.
us things, and maybe somebody else there might actually comprehend what you're trying to share with them. Some of the highlights of this that you took on that inspired you to move forward with it.
Well, I haven't went through this whole book. I started it a long time ago, but I aborted it. But I started reading again, and there's certain aspects which reflected onto what process I went through, and it's definitely when certain gates of, well, let me redefine it. When the gate of the underworld is open, one is not released from that. They're basically, it's ongoing process, and I wouldn't have had it any other way. So there's probably a lot in here that we could expand on, do a lot of panels on, if not a very long time. So I think it has 1,300. Well, that's the results. I'm not so sure how many pages because I have the recording here. I'm not on the actual site of the book. But I'll read this other part further and then we can continue the panel. Just as
Sure.
this is, I guess, the author speaking, the person that actually represented this information. Just as they adopted the ritual name Akara, no, Akhty, Actia, I guess it would be pronounced. Some years ago, I did so with the intent on presenting the magical path as one from a Luciferian perspective. This path has led me on a very fruitful and joy-filled journey. Still ongoing, I wish you the will to proceed, but warn you, if you open the gates of hell, know that you will not close them. There are no Christian words or spells to have the strength to shut the gates in the mind. The adversary does not let loose of its hold on the spirit and mind once invited. So that is quite accurate from what I experienced entering those gates. There is no returning. It's an ongoing process, definitely evolutionary of advancement and enhancement process. And from being introduced to this, 8 years ago now, I kind of find I have a different perception of most of the world. It's just, for my path, I'm not really in the world that most people are in, and you probably can't comprehend that too, Axis.
I unfortunately find myself dwelling among autopilot. They're on autopilot. They're not aware that they're a proxy consciousness.
Right?
And
Loopies. They loop.
yeah,
Loopies.
yeah, they're caught in the perimeters of defense of this construct, and they cannot break free from it. And they continually get fed into it.
Right. And you must possibly feel the same way I feel. I have traveled, accelerated into a future where I'm hoping people might catch up, but eventually they shall, but it's going to be a long time. They could be accelerated. They could be accelerated if they take this path, but many people fear to take the path. They say they'll do it, but how many will do it is the question, right? It's a personal choice that somebody has to make, because I definitely can vouch that there is no going back to that world that once was. It's an exile from a world that once somebody knows, and they are introduced to a different world, a different perspective, but with that, an actual different energetic world.
Yes, very much so. And whenever I was very young is when I started out with metaphysics, and there were certain things that I learned that I couldn't unlearn. And there are many things in this experience that I've seen that I cannot unsee. And there are things that I've experienced that I cannot experience. And
Sure.
that was a development in my perseverance, my will, my continuum. And I have found that most of the people in this construct truly lack any perseverance towards dedicating themselves to any type of structured understanding.
Yes, perseverance. But one thing this path requires is self-discipline, self-development, self-correction, and self-control.
Yes, I agree. See, I agree totally. I spent so long, sharing ideals and open panels and trying to be fully receptive of other people's uh, philosophies, ideals, concepts, and at some points even religion. And those were wonderful times. But when it comes to me taking on this aspect, which I've always said, I do both good and evil. Even back during We Are Awake, those words were uttered from my mouth constantly.
Right, right. I don't quote many Bible verses, but some just return. Okay, some of it is interesting, but do not cast your pearls amongst pigs, or they may turn around and trample them and tear you to pieces. And I've seen that many times occur personally to myself, where energetically, it's going all smooth, and all of a sudden it takes a 360, the panel catches on fire, and everything's being fired to myself, basically as being criticized, et cetera, to what people can't comprehend. It turns into the same show. It turned out basically many times, and I realize there's certain things I can discuss freely, and there's certain things I choose not to discuss because it's beyond most people's comprehension for now.
Yes, and this is just an aspect. What people don't understand about themselves is they try to be the same persona continually, one that's accepted or one that can function in an accepted manner. But when you fully understand that there are so many aspects of oneself that can be presented and embody a full compendium of knowledge and utilize it, it's just an aspect. It doesn't make the whole. That's like saying you have one emotion when you have a plethora of emotions.
Right. The question is, what emotions do you choose to dominate the other emotions and stick with that one? Isn't the
Well,
goal of
hopefully you
everyone
can
to
find balance with that, some
definitely,
type of universal balance that is in harmony with your environment and keeps your environment in balance.
definitely. But though, isn't everybody seeking joy? What is defined as bliss and euphoricness to be integrated to everything they do to be enjoyed, right? The initial goal of
I
everyone is the same, and eventually being shall realize that there has to be taken a certain path to get there.
well, that's the one of the laws of this construct is if you experience joy, you're going to experience disappointment. If you experience disappointment, you're going to experience joy. There is always a balance to everything that you apply your emotional energy to.
Definitely, but you've probably realized this too, but I realized this in the last few days. I don't have to go through events to get to what is defined the pure primal energetic fields of what people define as joy, pleasantness. Because if I'm going to play the game in that place, right? Like you defined, if you're going to feel joy, you're going to feel disappointment. Well, how about if you just bypass everything and get to the primal core of all the energetic perceived field where you can tune it as you choose, knowing you don't have to do anything to get that except tune your frequency fields and know how to do it, how to regulate the energy in the molecules and conduct the flow.
Because
Then,
that's liberation, and they're afraid of it because they've been taught to be afraid of liberation. Mind, soul, body, spirit, universal liberation, freedom from the guilt, freedom from the self uh, persecuting mind, freedom from the conviction that you've chosen to take on by indoctrination.
right, all teachings of that world, I call it, to keep one
Hmm.
bound, to keep one bound by what I define anti-light programming, where you did this, it's your fault. and then the tags and labels that come with that, or the guilt, shame, embarrassment, remorse. I don't have any of that. I never experienced
No,
that. I can't be fooled by no person, place, or thing, and definitely technological emission devices that test beings' minds, perceived as the technologies that were introduced to Wi-Fi. Is I
but
can't.
religion and government have utilized this as a source of control for
Right.
so many hundreds of years. And they have made true knowledge taboo. Sounds like you might have got a knock at the door there.
Can you repeat that? Actually, I just had a disturbance.
Yeah, I said they have used, religions and politics have used this as a source of control to keep people away from true knowledge for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years, if that actually exists. And I'm talking the timeline because no
Yeah,
one
they
can
do.
truly prove it.
And a lot of the teachings of what the Bible is, it keeps people away of when they finally get on the path. The Bible is designed to shift them away from the truth and to stay away from certain aspects and to not dabble into certain things. And people fear the warnings, or they get programmed, I should say. And one thing I've realized that must be overcome is fear completely. All right.
Well, I believe even though Christ did one, taught them not to be afraid. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't read that part.
Right. And Christ speaks about many things, but he's double faced in the Bible. It's
Yeah.
it's it's like hypocritical to itself, and it's designed like that to cause confusion. Yes, because even Christ, JC defined is take a look around. The field is ripe for the harvest of souls.
Yes. Absolutely. And what they don't realize is they took the least of Gnostic information from Semitic people. And when Rome decided to accept that into a state religion, believe me, when they put those books together to build the Church of Rome through the Council of Nicaea and other political interests, it was not in your benefit.
Right, and that book was designed cleverly for certain aspects of control, and that's why eventually people realize they need to move away from all Bibles, most of them, and and guru teachings, and thread out what is beneficial in articles.
Yes. And nothing outside of you is going to bring you any type of kingdom of bliss or heaven. It's what's inside of you that you do the internal introspective work with that brings an internal peace and a heavenly understanding. And it has no guilt, shame, restriction. It is not bound and limited by safety protocol. It just is. But people will not give up their sense of safety protocol for anything. They hold on to it as if their next breath depends on it. They don't understand singularity, that this is not a divided system. It is a singular working system. It is a mechanical system that functions perpetually. It is not divided, thus it wouldn't exist. Now, you can't have one definition without the other to define each state. You understand what I'm talking about? Oh, we lost. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's fine. There we go. Better.
I can't hear anything, man. Let me try and plugging my microphone, plugging it back in. It's just glitching.
Am I glitching out there? Put a wire
Hello.
again in the chat.
No, I need
Hello?
to hop off. I'm gonna reboot this access. I'll be coming back. So
Most
hold
certainly.
that thought where we left
Most
off,
certainly.
and possibly continue the conversation if I can get back in here on this device. If I can't, I'll try another device.
Absolutely. As much revealing that has transpired this week, I hesitantly offer information. I have opposition that opposes my being itself, and I will not arm it. I will not give it weapons against me. I will not educate it. I will not instruct or enlighten it. That is why I always give sufficient warning, so that I'm not responsible for foolish endeavors of other people. And if you're running up against your safety protocol, maybe that's your limit, and you should heed that. Because that may be as far as you're capable of going.
Yeah, I still can't hear nothing. Give me a second here with the mic. I don't think my mic is even working.
I thought I saw Izzy back there for a second.
Hold on a second. I'm plug it back in.
Yes, it's my muse. This is Kali.
Somebody
Jane,
talk.
I'm sure you.
See if it's working.
Hey, how's it going,
Yes, I'm.
Access?
Kali, good to hear your voice.
Thanks for having me.
Always. You were such a treasure.
I got some haters, just like you, so.
Oh no, you found a hater. I call them
Lots.
super fans.
It's the fans. I didn't mean to change the subject. I just got in. I didn't want to interrupt you and sing. King, singular? Is that his name?
Sing, as in
Sing.
singularity.
Okay.
Yes. He used to go by Singular Illumination. We used to know him as Singularity, and now he's just kind of shortened it down to the point. Sing, as in singularity. A very wonderful person, very structured and devout to his own understanding and discipline. And very open-minded about processing things. Who has become resistant of you, that they would become a super fan? I'm curious to know.
Oh, who?
Holly? Yeah. Who?
Obviously, the TSM. He made a video on me, which I don't know why I paid. I clicked because I'm subscribed to it. And he subscribed to me too. So
He made a video of you.
me and you talking. He says that
Oh,
I run your show.
well, that's okay. I don't mind.
You don't mind.
Yeah,
And I don't
I have
ask
no
you questions
resistance
about
to
your
that.
son. And that's none of my business. I mean, we don't know each other on that personal level. So why would I keep asking you about that? I don't understand why. It's none of my business.
Because he is led by an entity that seeks to gossip and slander. And this entity gathers all the information it can to utilize him as a resource to spread it contempt
And we'll just pick
and
certain
persecution.
things and then use it against you.
And his defense is everyone else is a demon, but only a demon would say that everyone else is a demon.
Yeah.
That was revealed to me on my
Hello, Izzy.
Hello. Sing.
Yeah, I had to use my other device, but the new tablet's glitchy. I don't know why, but it should be working, but it has problems.
I think if I hook up another device, I may have to actually get a second internet account.
Possibly because you're the host. Possibly.
You always have like this buzzing sound in the background.
I do?
Yeah.
When he talks or when he's not talking too.
Like now.
I can't
You
hear
hear
the
Yeah.
that?
buzzing. I hear a little bit of crackles sometimes when he talks, but no buzzing right now.
It's like a buzzing sound. Maybe it's my phone then.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Oh
not
yeah.
completely clear.
Oh,
Yeah, I
See?
turned it up. I turned it up. So I see some other hosts, what they did access is they hopped up and they come back on, leaving the panel running, and it cleared the problem. So I don't know if that would work.
well, let me ask you out there if it's affecting the audio to the point where I need to do something about it.
It's not bad. It's not so bad.
It's not so bad, but it's always been there ever since I've talked to you. I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's absolutely fine. It may also help to be a deterrent to someone trying to capture my audio or potentially restream. Nobody
I mean,
will
Cage's
endeavor to.
audio sounds exactly the same sometimes. His is a bit worse, but it's very similar.
It's because Cage is recording voices, and what he does with those is puts them into his voice model.
So he has access to your YouTube account?
No, he will record you when you're on his channel or whenever he's uh, listening to a channel or he's on a panel. He'll
Mm-hmm.
record so that he can get a really close representation of your voice, such as he did with OTW, Jack Calcott,
Okay. And then you do the
Paul.
AI? Yeah.
Hmm.
What is he doing? Some kind of project or something? He wants to
No,
make a bunch of clone voices?
that's what the situation was uh, when he brought that um, supposed computer nitwit up here, and they were trying to market their website, which is cloning loved ones' voices for posterity, maybe as they're alive or after they're dead. And I'm not going to be a part of that. I don't want to be a part of that. I'm not interested in that. My
Look,
research is in sound development, technology, and design. Frequencies, baby, frequencies. Go ahead, Sing.
I was gonna say something. Yeah, you could probably build that. There's AI platforms that you can purchase and get it going yourself. I suggest do it yourself rather than relying. If you want another version, do it yourself where it's going to be tailored to your specifics, right? But yeah, it's a like you defined. Speaking about that, it's just a loop. It doesn't really get anywhere. And I observe sometimes platforms, but I don't participate. I just don't like the direction it's going. It seems to be an ego war, and it's really pointless. There's no wisdom and knowledge in the conversation. And for my being a review is how is it going to benefit myself by participating in that? Having worldly conversations really doesn't do nothing for myself. Sure, sometimes you can shoot the shit with a good friend on the same level, same path, but not to be dogging each other and you know s- exhibiting certain behaviors to each other, where it's a type of warring, fighting, guarding, defending, and challenging. I see that as children trying to prove themselves who's better. If they're at that stage, they're quite far behind, quite far.
Yeah, I'm not out to prove anything with my technology other than the fact that I will test it to make sure it works. And if it works, which it does, then sometimes I will utilize it. But I generally warn people whether they catch it or not, that's up to them. But I'm not here to profiteer off of people's emotions or simulated emotions and market uh, someone's cherished ideals and memories of a loved one because I've seen the lack of responsibility that Cage and them had when it comes to that.
Right. I was going to state to you a long time ago my condolences, but as you know, as I know, there's never any loss, it's only gain. But let's take it a stage further, which that people seem to go beyond their comprehension. After a certain age, somebody's responsible for their own choices. But furthermore, do we, people have children, right? And they think that they're theirs. They're not theirs. The only thing that is built in the womb and the participant of the mother and father is the surrogate. Okay, the soul insertion has nothing to do with the people who participated, contributed to bringing in the surrogate. Okay, so in actual fact, I know this is every child born is a person cycling back into what is defined the earth plane to have another experience by the host, the mother and father who decided to host somebody. So in actual fact, it's source that makes the call which soul insertion goes in. Male and female just build the vessel. And after that, after a certain age of the host, mother and father doing the best they can to develop the child, perceive the person that is being hosted, then it's their decision what they're going to do, and it really has nothing to do with the mother and father. And this is where I define is that a lot of people are blindsided. And I heard a lot of the things stated is I didn't participate to those panels, and they seem to not know the full
Oh, I
spectrum.
absolutely have been blamed
Oh yeah,
unmercifully
oh I've
for,
seen
for
that.
the actions of a 29-year-old man.
Yeah, if you're
Right.
in this hell room, there's so you cannot control a lot of things, when you bring your child here. There's a
No,
lot of things out of your control. I mean, this hell place.
right,
And
and
these
But they
after
people
don't
who are
talk
pointing
about,
fingers and judging, they don't have children, they haven't raised kids, and
but
they
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 don't
don't know
talk
the
about my,
capacity. They don't have any empathy or any kind of anything like that. Just that harsh judgment, you know, on the internet.
yeah, they don't talk about my two successful daughters.
Hmm.
They don't ever say a word about that. And
right,
I'm always showing my daughter's band and promoting her band. Very successful individual who completed college on a music scholarship. My other daughter, the adopted one, has had a farm in Muncie, Indiana for years
right,
and
and the way
hasn't had a.
it's. Well, go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
actually. The way I see
Oh, I
access,
just
when people are participating in a panel, it's really not their business to bring in somebody else to the conversation because it is irrelevant, right? Especially about things that transpire that are personal family. I see that as a low blow, trying to trigger somebody to get them to react, to emotionally scar them, right?
well,
But
what it does is it opens them up for entities,
oh,
and I
definitely,
will gate the portal and open it so that when they speak, they leave themselves vulnerable to the
right,
inhabitants.
right. There is a tactic to all this. I call, well, yeah, there is a system to all this, and what you're describing is accurate. For my being is somebody wants to go off on myself. They can go off all they want. They aren't going to bring me into what is defined their world. I'm bringing them into my world, and definitely the dragons take care of these energetic fields as converting their bleeding energy. If they want to bleed in my sector, in my presence, then they shall be converted their energies. It's not going to harm myself. I take nothing
No,
personally because I know myself, and definitely you know yourself. Period. And
And they
the
don't know you
pers-
personally. They'll never even probably meet you in real life, face to face, in flesh. And then they have just so much to say. That's the mind-boggling part of how much money you make, how you look, where you live, when they won't even show even like a little wall of their house, you know.
well,
Like
it's
the sanity
interesting
machine, he won't
because
even show his wall. Like his background. He says he lives very lavishly, but I mean, where is all his, you know, the evidence? It's just
I show it
all
all the
talk,
time.
all talk. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, show it instead of
I
pointing
I live
fingers.
fucking well.
Stop
And that's
hiding in
what.
your ball cap, you know, stop hiding your bald hat. Stop hiding your bags under your eyes, those heavy bags, not your freaking eyes that you talk about, those gobbling eyes of yours. You know, if you talk shit
Right.
about others, then I'm gonna bring out all the shit that you. It's pretty, but we're not gonna tear each other down, you know, like this. Like when somebody tears you down, then it also kind of triggers you to like what, like how dare you say that? Like look at you, you know, do a 360, you know, and
you
then
know
talk.
the way I see it is they must be really low to need to attempt to put somebody lower
I think
to
they have
lift them.
really health problems, like just
Well,
mentally.
they're trying to
Mhm.
lift themselves to an above status, and because they're so low and they have nothing going for them, they attempt strikes on other people to
And they have
make
no
them
social skills ability in real life. They've never had, so in the internet they become like trolls, you know.
right. They do that to make themselves feel significant because, in
Hmm.
actual fact, even people who brag about their riches, if they so be rich, or their status, it's still insignificant. It's not fulfilling, and they need to
Hmm.
prove themselves all the time. For my being, I don't care if somebody's filthy rich. If the rich,
Same, I don't care.
or poor, the richness that is priceless in somebody is self-development and complete self-regulatory
The
control
really
to.
rich are very degenerated.
Well, I
Just
tell
do
you,
drugs
Austin
no more.
Murphy in the chat earlier told me to get a job. Now I'm retired from the entertainment industry. Why would I go get a job?
Yeah, you live pretty good. You don't need to get a job, you know.
Yeah,
The way I
I
see
live off
access,
of a pretty good fucking pension that I earned through entertainment.
You've never asked for money. You don't even sell your art online like these other ones who sell
I
their art
wouldn't
on
sell my
shower
fucking
curtains
art.
and fucking bed sheets, like made in Temu or, you know, all in China, all the crap that their art is just
right? I also learned
made for the masses.
a golden rule on these platforms is real personal information I don't give to anybody. Okay, unless I meet somebody I've known them for years, then I might give them a little bit about myself. But definitely talking about certain things I don't discuss because I understand how people like to use it against you, especially personal things about family and other status quotes. It's just I give nobody nothing really because it's not their business, right? I don't know
Well, it
anybody that
reveals
person.
who they
But
are.
sometimes it's come out when we because we here we just talk about so many different subjects, not just religion, and we talk about so many different things, right? So sometimes it will come out. You might bring a personal thing about yourself, but then they'll attack you and character assassinate you, you know.
And that's what they do. They wait till a spot comes in an opportunity,
Hmm.
and it's like they're wolves in sheep's clothing. And whether it's a spirit working through them, it's almost like a strategic, and it happens in an exact moment when you're well, not least expecting you, but it happens in a moment where it's almost like everybody's now against you. But it is what it is. It's part of the worldly program of the herd mentality, right? The
Hmm.
bully mentality.
That's why I said they're all on some type of loop feedback autopilot, and they are infected with entities because they're projecting the nature of a spirit of malevolence.
Right.
And that gives me measure of them
And
very
unfortunately,
quickly.
and unfortunately, they're infected with not so intelligent and wise, discerning entities and spirits. I would say that most of the world is affected with what is defined as the blind, not accurate information spirits that are loopies.
And they don't think
Right, there's
outside the box. They think that if I'm coming to access this channel, I'm also a Satanist and all kinds of weird things. When we have a difference in things, very different, but we can still talk about a lot of things by having an open mind, right?
We can, for sure.
absolutely.
And I always
Some of
always
my best.
prefer. Oh, go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Axis. No, I always
I
prefer for
just
the
say
path. Go ahead. You go ahead first.
no.
I
Take it,
always
thing.
Okay, I always prefer the path that we're gonna be holding a conversation where it's beneficial, where it leads to wisdom and knowledge, and to advance and enhance, and to really grasp the hold of the reality of it. Really is determined to one golden rule. You know, the focus of one person on a path determines the reality, or the focus of a group of people on a panel determines the reality of a travel and acceleration of attainment, right? So whatever we converse about, we're actually accelerating ourselves to that, right? Why wouldn't we want to only talk about how we're going to sustain and build a better existence energetically and eventually with material gain that is inevitable?
You know, the material game is just a bonus,
Yeah,
but the
it's
true gift is my existence to me.
right.
Well, Stephanie Smith, I don't give energy to Regent Queen at all if I can help from it. So
It's right. I get you on that, but also let me simplify it more. We're either going to go on a panel with people and build, or we're going to go on a panel with people and let them try to destroy and tear down certain foundations and aspects of what is useless, because nothing can be torn down. As they say, it is like a stagnating pause, right? Nobody can tear nothing down to myself. I built my energetic field perceived house where it can't be broken no more by anything. So you can either, I see it this way, Access. There's either house builders we can participate with, or house destroyers, right? It's a very simple perspective to have, and further beyond that is asking myself, is this beneficial? And how is it going to benefit myself? If so, there is something beneficial and a benefit that's going to be extracted from that. You learn basically, then I participate, right? But
He's even showing this for content on his show because nothing is going on. It's the same people, the same characters talking, the same old women who don't have
I
their
don't
husbands don't
care.
pay attention to them, so then they come on the Queen's show, you know, because they're so lonely. They're trying to catch on to that last straw of hope from him, from the Queen, you know, before they die,
Well,
since they're not going to be sealed in this realm. Like nobody knows exactly what's going to happen after with books have been written all this, but we don't know exactly what's going to happen. But they act like all high and mighty, like they know everything, the truth, you know, and we're the scumbags going to be sealed here. Like the audacity of them to like, I don't even fucking know these people, you know.
Well, that
And they
is
have
the
so much
spirit
fucking shit to say.
of energy that they have compiled within them that has inhabited them to spread discontentment, falsehood, lies, deception. That is the principality that rules them, and they can't help themselves. They are and have been
They
overtaken.
can't focus themselves, instead of talking about people, talk about other things, you know, like
Well, I don't think they have the mind to. I think that they are so inhabited that it is absolutely impossible for them to develop a coherent thought outside of just
Mhm.
malevolence.
I just feel like I wasted so much time, you know, because I used to just go on that one channel. I didn't go in other channels at all. I just went on one, took a lot of my time, you know, went there, talked shit about other people with him. And now these other people come on my channel saying that I'm the same person like him because I'm infected like him. That demon slayer guy came on my channel. And that's why I made a video, that because they kept saying, you're just like him, you're just like him. So the hate comes from everywhere, you know.
Right. And that's where Lizzie, one has to become discerning and make wise discerning choices where they're going to participate, because with what one participates amplifies that participation to the experience of events, right? And like I define for myself, there's one rule. If it's beneficial, participate. If it's not beneficial, then do not participate. And that I apply that to all aspects in my daily affairs, nightly affairs, and all my things I need to do through my day and night. Right? Sure, I could
I
where I go
understand.
out. Sure, I could where I go out represent myself to many people as to befriend them. I don't do that. I observe for a long time, especially actions of people before speaking to them. Then, if I want to get to know somebody, then I will approach and speak, and then observe how that goes for a while, and then make a decision whether or not I'm gonna continue on participating as friends, or maybe just give them the cold shoulder and make it obvious that that's not what I want to engage in a friendship like that. So it is basically I'm just adding things that are beneficial and excluding things that aren't beneficial. One continues to travel and gain from their experience perceived of traveling through this existence.
Well, I have run across so many that have not grown an iota, that have fallen further into persecution and judgment and ego, idealism, personifying their concepts as being the only solidified concept. And that anytime you speak indefinite, you're speaking in a very dark, demonic way. That
The
doesn't
ex-
leave room for movement, growth, experience. Once you define something and set it in stone, to go beyond it is forbidden. It's forbidden from those that set it in stone.
Correct.
But
Complacency
there's
is
a
complacency and comfort. When one perceives themselves at a good place, don't stay there. Keep pushing, striving. When I arrive to what is defined a threshold and nothing is happening, I make sure things start happening again, because I don't want to get comfortable and complacent. That's a boring lifestyle, just to be in one spot. Evolution is always in a flux and it's not constant. Now, if one is complacent and comfortable, they're going to have a constant, and that's the pause to their evolution.
exactly their safety protocol, their inability to enjoy the adventure of this existence and experience it.
Right. And what is perceived as the world, I'll call it the anti-light, there's not much there. It just doesn't do nothing for myself. There is no thresholds, there's no unique challenges as to keep one on the ball.
No, and it is through the exchange of energies interacting with this place that development and experience brings on and enhances one's broadness, understanding. I mean, even when you engage in knowledge or information, it is only information. It's you, the individual, that will choose to apply it, adapt to it, accept it, or dismiss it.
Right. And most people don't like being uncomfortable. They want to hit their comfort and stay there. Part of the thresholds of taking this path is one is going to be uncomfortable quite consistently because that pushes one to find another level, a more progressed level. And then when they get to that level, they progress to another level by not being comfortable. Going through thresholds is what it's all about, the thresholds of having one's cage rattled through discomfort and struggles and thresholds. In a good way though. It may
But this,
seem bad at some points. It may seem bad, but is there really bad? It's what you alchemize with it and make it through the threshold, and then you realize, hey, that was really not much. It was just energetic fields that I converted to get myself here.
well, what is bad but something that identifies good? I mean, could you truly identify good if there wasn't bad? So, don't you need both of them? Like, to identify the other, black and white? Without white, there's only black. Without black, there's only white. But when you put the two of them together, they accent and identify one another. Solidification.
Yes.
So without bad or the negative, you don't have the positive. Thus, no current, no energy, no flow.
Right. So the once again, good analogy. I was going to add something. So if one perceives failures as failures, then they're going to be stagnated. But a failure can be converted to success because through failures, I gain my success and continuously gain through what is defined struggles. And so henceforth, even any threshold thrown at one when they perceive it as a gain of success, it really eliminates and accelerates that situation to sort of ghost out the what is perceived bad.
Sorry
Well,
to interrupt,
it,
Axis, but somebody called Sanity Machine wants to come in.
yeah, I bet
He
they
says it's
do.
not that
Anyhow,
they're saying they're not sanity machines, so I don't know if it's true.
well, let
But
me
let them
see.
in. I'm not
But
scared of this fucking sanity machine. He's just a vanilla fat boy.
if it wasn't for my failures, I wouldn't know what were.
Correct.
You know, I'm going to let them up. But if it's of any type of ignorance or it can't communicate properly, then it's going to have to go.
Hello. Hello. Sandy Machine is watching you.
Yeah, I don't know who these people are. This is crazy.
Well, I'm just
Right,
fucking thrilled.
right. So let's get back to this. So when we see the bad or the failure as a success, it kind of ghosts it out where nothing can be bad or not successful because everything has been alchemized, transmuted to what is defined one's perception is tuning the reality. So in actual fact, there is really nothing
Well,
bad. There's always nothing to lose. There's always to gain when one has the perception of to
that's how
gain.
someone becomes proficient in what they do, is they have been through so many things that did not work that they now are capable of utilizing fully the things that do work.
Yes. And even working with what is perceived that doesn't work. But eventually one threads out what doesn't work, you all right, and then does not participate with things that are not beneficial to cause problems. You see,
Right?
I have one rule to myself. I have only solutions and results. Other people's problems are not my problems. Okay. And I don't take on anybody's problem because it doesn't concern me. Now, if I have a close friend and they need information, I'll tell them once the solution and the result, twice, three times. After that, I abort because if they're not going to listen, they stand self condemned. They're looping in the focus of the problem. See, people focus on the problem and expect the solution. No, when somebody's focusing on problems, the problem is magnified and amplified. When one only focuses on the solution and the result, the problem may try to represent itself to throw a wrench in somebody's travel and acceleration. But if one focuses only on resolves and solutions, that's all they shall have. The problem may try to arrive in through people, places, and things, and definitely technological frequency emissions, but it's only a stagnation of identifying, oh, it's you. No, I'm not focusing on that. I know where it leads. That door is always the same door. So if one focuses on the solutions and the resolves, that's all they get in their travel. Of course, a wrench will be trying to be thrown in on one's travel to cause a problem, but once again, when the problem arises to myself, not my problem. I don't look at it. It just doesn't concern me anymore to serve the problem. I only serve the solutions and results, accelerating my being to where I want to be rather where I don't want to be.
Well, that's why these people have other people carve out their destiny, their direction, that basically instructs them on what to do, how to act, where to live, what to dress, because they aren't capable of breaking free and liberating themselves into an independent solidification of self. So they have to be governed by others because they have no concept within the structure of their own self solidification.
The thing is they make up so much false shit about you that's not true, you know.
What?
Like
Doesn't
if yeah, if I was they say like I'm a bum that I live yeah, I do live in a barn, but have you seen these $1 million barns out there? They're amazing. And I have a project that I'm doing. And have you even ever met a poor Indian person? Ever? Indians are very smart. I'm sorry. These people are very
Innovative.
jealous and haters. We're very we
once
always think I have you know properties, a lot of things. I just don't brag like this Queen Steffi.
once
He brags all his
once
properties. But where? Where are all the properties? Nothing to show. He lives in like a low income housing probably because he has schizo, you know, and I don't want to talk shit, but it is true. These people who have a lot of problems in their life are just jealous. And the ones who keep talking and bragging like how much they've done, and they're the ones who have done nothing, you know. They have nothing to show. So
You're absolutely right.
yeah. Show your beautiful young girlfriend. Show us that she's cooking you healthy meals. Why you're diabetic? Why do you have puffy bags under your eyes? Why didn't you take care of your health if you have a really beautiful girlfriend who's wholesome and young? She should be taking care of you, right? You shouldn't be online all day harassing women, going to their lives, recording them, then putting content on your channel so you could get clout, more views, and then saying I'm following you and harassing you, you're the one who's doing that, you know. So
Are you
and
sure?
then
Well,
you
I
have a
think
bunch of
It,
lonely fucking old women who are unhappy with their husbands,
uh,
have different baby daddies, like the salties. She has so many different baby daddies, it's drama, but then yet she has so much to talk about me. When I first went in the show, she would be so fucking fake, saying how much she loves me, she loves my voice and all that, and then she completely like turned on me. So all
so
these
Izzy,
characters are like fake ass people.
so Izzy, you let them talk about you. Just accept it as a free energetic gift that they're giving you their energy and you're converting it. And you just don't think about them at all because I don't give anybody any energy, never, no matter what the situation is. Nobody takes my energy, train of thought of focus, that is. But if somebody wants to talk about me, they can talk all they
Go
want.
ahead, yeah. I mean,
I
let
have
them
these,
talk. I have a tough skin. I'm just saying it's just pathetic and it's so
it
fucking like
is,
I cannot believe like an 88-year-old man behaves like this, you know. Go take
it
good care of
is.
your health, you know. You look really tired, you're insomniac, you don't eat well. Just go take care of your health and stop talking shit about other people.
No,
fuck, I stay
we,
fucked up all the goddamn time. I get my shit done during the
Access, even though
day,
you
and
eat rats and stuff, you look really healthy. You're slim, you know, you don't look like you're sick. You don't look like you have bags under your eyes.
no,
You don't have a
um,
big gut, you know. You don't wear a
no,
baseball cap every day. You're not trying to hide your face.
I've got no, I've got long ass hair,
Show
and
yourself. Show yourself. That's the thing. Show yourself 360, then talk shit about other people.
right. I mean, a couple months ago, yeah, I was on the verge of death, but I found that administering a certain type of rodent blood just took care of that situation right away.
yeah, yeah, sure, Axis. I know you got that future regeneration chamber model 6300. I want the blueprint. Give me the blueprint, Axis.
No
Furthermore,
way.
furthermore, in this path, I will define this. I got a beautiful regeneration chamber that I built uniquely.
I understand, man. I truly do. It's just I can't give away certain trade secrets. But I
That's
will allow everyone to know that I am probably genetically, uh, by ingestion, half rodent.
aren't we all? We
That's
we
funny.
are we are actually a super species. All
Access is not
insects.
ashamed. He reveals himself. A lot of other people are ashamed. You know, that's the difference.
Right. And what Axis is saying is just a shallow part of when one realizes their genetics is actually of all the species that actually exist on the planet, we actually have the genetics, what is defined, dehybridized, what I define predominant genetics, because to actually experience this projection with everything that exists in it defines we carry the blueprint of all genetics, and when one realizes all they need to do is their work and just integrate it all to their perception, they actually become a super species. And
Well, you,
unfortunate for Axis, God cursed you. You know that, right? You're gonna live forever.
oh no! As many times as I've died and been brought back,
That's a
indeed,
horrible
man,
curse.
I
That's
need
the best.
fuck. Shit,
Yeah.
man. I
When
truly.
yeah, I defined this a few times on your panel. All vessels are immortal. It depends whether one activates the feature by doing their work, realizing that need not taste death. And even in that book I represented to you, the link axis, it defined this book is not for those who want to die.
You can have a incredible amount of control over your will and your genetic properties if you do the work. You are
Correct.
a self-regenerative machine if
Right.
you do the fundamental work to access those points.
Exactly. And I've realized this. Cells regenerate
Mhm.
completely renewed in 6 seconds. I read an article that defined more evolved species do it in 130 seconds, but it was only about halfway through, and many other levels it did not talk about that I'm aware of. And then I concluded and did the work. It's 6 seconds, every 6 seconds. And what nobody is told, the government's working on this beautiful nanotechnology that can do anything. Well, I've got news for everybody here. Every cell of your body is the most advanced and enhanced nanotechnology that responds to your thoughts and eventually can reshape anything. All your parts, energies, and functions, vitality, health, and image shall be and can be reshaped even now as I speak. On more advanced levels, we'll be able to design ourselves any way we choose in a few seconds. Shape shifting, that
Well,
is, with the
it's
technologies we have.
interesting that I hear these people complain because famous people retain a very young vitality to them for a very long time, and they live and function uh, for a very long time with incredible uh, vitality. And these motherfuckers are so jealous. They're like, oh, they're sucking babies' blood. They're eating kids. You know, come on, really?
I
I
will
was
define
in
this.
the entertainment industry,
Go ahead, Axel.
and the most that I consume is I do rodent blood administration.
Right. And when you define though, some deceived beings actually eat flesh, and those are the babies that are deceived. I call them baby vampires. They're way deceived. Okay.
Well,
Now the
those are
initiated,
probably not naturally born humans. I mean, I wouldn't consider them natural born human biological species that are born of nature, born into this particular realm as a natural observer or a by proxy observer. They're something different,
yeah,
something far
not at
removed.
all. Yeah, I call
But
them
I don't
deceived.
associate or deal with those type of people, nor do I
Right,
have any interaction or knowledge of what they do.
right. I've come to the ultimate. Well, I know this now, being informed. What an initiated being who's aware, who's went through the process, knows that the primordial past core past core origins energy is what the fountain of youth is. It's a matter of absorbing the energy that exists all around us all the time, that is always there waiting to be tapped into, and stepping into their fountain of regeneration, accelerating their cells to regenerate through the energy, what I would define as the raw core primordial energy. See, a lot of vampires perceived cults where they drink blood. That may be beneficial, but there is nothing more pure than the primordial core energy of the source that is in its pure state, where it's
The
not
living waters. Here, let's
correct.
really shake them up. The living waters, yes. Let's shake them up. I did come out of the entertainment industry, so I'm going to show them my portal so they can misinterpret it. That hangs over my commode, my bathroom. I painted that a couple weeks, 3 weeks ago when I redid the bathroom,
Cool.
along with the Ouija board and a giant upside down pentagram and Pazuzu. It's all done in fluorescent green and black. And I like it.
Nice.
Yeah, it
Nice.
reminds me of Vertigo. I have a rattlesnake tattooed on my arm, and it has the Arizona sun behind it in vertigo, because a rattlesnake or a predator will use the sun as an advantage point to blind whatever it's stalking.
Good one.
Yeah, I learned a lot out in the desert. Really, really learned incredible amount. But let them have fun with that momentary piece of art. Because I
Yeah.
come from the entertainment industry and I consume rat blood. But not suggested for anybody else. And not medical advice.
Right. Right. So what would be, I define, the only thing I consume is pure blood, behind the veil energy, nothing else, before it's even made into anything. Or if somebody's gonna be ignorant and bleed to me their energies, I will convert their energies to what is defined primordial core energy and then
Oh, you
utilize it.
mean super fans? Kind of like what Kelly has. And apparently, I think I got maybe a super fan or two. Maybe.
Can you
Yeah,
expand on this? Did you say super fan?
yeah, super fans. They seem to be so enamored that all they can do is focus on talking about you,
Leaders.
presenting you as content on their channels. They're super fans, and I actually own space in their head without having to pay for it.
And that's the way it works. And that's the way it works when you're on this path. But we're not going to call them super fans. But we're going to relabel them access. We're going to relabel them. We're going to relabel them super bleeders.
That's a better word.
Yeah.
Super fans is it's a good word, you know. It's like a compliment.
Yeah,
Well, I
exactly.
consider the fact that good press, bad press, it was all the same to me when I was in the entertainment industry because it was free press.
Hmm. That's very true. The celebrities, they do, even for bad press, they get recognition, you
Yes,
know. They get back
damn
put
right.
on the spotlight. So,
Right. And
hey,
why
I'll be
do
the
these?
first Indian woman who lives in a barn, poops in a bucket, and I'll be the first Indian woman in America. Wow.
I
That'll
hear
be
you.
I'll be making banking money Access.
Well, you're rocking then
Since no
because,
Indian, have you ever heard an Indian do drugs or any kind of, they're very successful people,
yeah,
you
and
know. I will
very,
never be broke. I will never, even when I was in Zambia, I had servants, a driver. Even when I go back home, I have. The ones that talk don't even really have, they're just talking imaginary, you know. Oh, I have servants, I'm a king. But you live like in a little apartment, you know, government apartment, you know, because you're on meds, because your brain doesn't work right. So,
right. Once, and Singh can tell you because I'm sure he's aware, when I dismissed my medical team and I had a 24-hour nurse, you can go back and check the live streams. Um, and I was under 24-hour medical care. I was truly on the verge of exit. And then I had someone say, "You're still needed." And that person that said that truly loves me as a human. And immediately I realized, oh shit, I got to get up out of this fucking bed. I got to fucking fire all these motherfuckers that are around me. And I got to start living again. Ah, damn it. And it just seems to have pissed everybody off.
Uh, yeah, you're going to be around as long as you choose to be. When you become aware, you realize you can hang around as long as you want.
Right?
Yep.
So, and I truly, truly profoundly think my surrogate dad for the inspiration because I'm enjoying the fuck out of myself.
Yeah, why not? After a certain point of awareness, I realized the only thing that keeps myself fully stimulated and excited is my own self, tuning my energetic fields, doing my work, and doing what I need to stay excited, perceive, working all the time. In one form or another, I'm working all the time. I don't take no time off. Sort of the negotiations I made with that place or this place I'm at. And be
Right?
assured,
I just go ahead. Go
and be
ahead, please.
assured, whatever is negotiated is kept on the perceived. It is kept. You know, it is done deal, basically. So
Right.
yeah, it's
Well,
interesting.
I figured if I'm going to have to live again, man, that one of my main pursuits was self-indulgence and hedonism. So I immediately started revitalizing my self-indulgences, and that seems to have pissed them off too. So I'm not sure what makes these people happy, but I'm thinking it's nothing. Nothing will ever make these people happy because they can't make themselves happy.
That's right. That's why when people get older, they're miserable because they haven't realized it was themselves all along making themselves perceive joyful. It wasn't the experience of the events. The experience of events are there for an asset, but initially one realizes that they're tuning the reality. And when joy stops coming in and perceives somebody gets to that crisis of midlife or old life, and nothing works to make them happy, not even their materialism or their currency they have, well, one either is going to figure out the correct path and the correct information of they've always been stimulating themselves. It never was somebody else or something else. It was the perception that was tuning the reality. And when
Yeah,
you've been there, done, and when you've been there, done it all, be assured it's going to get bland because it's going to stop working by design. That's source telling you, hey, you need to figure out what's happening because I'm not tuning you to joy no more. You're going to do it for yourself. And that's where the work begins when one starts being self sufficient and independent and doing all their work to themselves, including the energy work, energy frequency tuning, and being informed with correct information how the system has always worked. Perceived dark path, not the light path. The light path is where one was deceived. I call beings on the light path, I call them babies. They're being babysat by the uh, anti-light version of Source, the computer, and sooner or later that computer stops babysitting. That's when shit hits the fan and people get terrible negative realities because you know what? There's no more stimuli. There's no more. It's like a child gets taken care of by the parents, and then after they get adulthood, they're expected to fend for themselves because no difference than the Source. Source doesn't take care of somebody. The anti-light version does not, and the luminary version does not either. One eventually is stopped to be taken care of when they arrive to what is defined maturehood to their ascension reference or their travel regulation navigation reference in region. I don't like using the word ascension. It's like somebody's going to ascend something, like somebody's going to hold their hand to ascend. It doesn't happen like that. One eventually is going to
right.
do their own work and figure out a lot of things about the system, especially their vessel is immortal. They need to basically activate that through genuine work and being informed, or they're heading to an inevitable repeat, rebirth, recycle system where Source isn't going to prevent them from aging, Source isn't going to regenerate them, and Source isn't going to give anything except information. If so, they ask. And if somebody doesn't ask or take the perceived correct path, they don't receive the information. There is a deceptive path that's meant to loop right into what is defined repeat, rebirth, recycle into the same system, being born blind again into the system. That's something I'm never doing again.
Hold on. We have this negative spectator down here who knows nothing about me, but persists in displaying his lack of knowledge of me, understanding, and has made a statement. Mr. Austin, uneducated, got no fucking clue, Murphy, do you think you will ever find a purpose in life or not? I am my own purpose. My enjoyment is my purpose. My indulgences are my purpose. My self satisfaction
That's such a
is
normie
my
question
purpose.
even. That's a normie question even. Like who asks that question these days? Like
I
what's your
am my
purpose?
own purpose.
All right, and I'll tell
But
you
this
my
And
is
I'll,
the kind of
purpose.
minions, the followers of the idiot that
I'll
they,
tell you my
these are all coming
purpose.
running since you're
I'll
not
tell
letting the queen come on the
my
stage. They're
my
ganging up.
my purpose is private. I don't share with anybody the
Yeah.
deeper
None of
blueprint
your goddamn
structures.
business. Get out of here. What is your
And I
purpose?
will
What's
define this. I have a
who are
lot
you?
arriving. I have a lot arriving in the future, and it's already built. That's all I'm going to define. It's attained. Okay.
right? I wake
Yeah.
up vitalized to satisfy me every morning. That is my fucking purpose.
That's a joke. What's your purpose?
No shit. It must be a subservient slave. That's what has been displayed from this individual so far.
Such an
So
idiot.
I'll
eventually,
I'll give him some information. What you want your purpose to be is to travel to your past core origins, and then as you're traveling and regulating and navigating to that, a lot shall be revealed, and a lot shall be attained.
and
You don't want you
as
don't want to be.
far as Queen Regent, I'm not adding any energy to that.
Anyways, it was good, but did you perceive that negative? I can see. Was there more to that message? I can't view messages on my phone while I'm on a panel.
Oh, well, it was followed up by another individual saying, "Why are you afraid to let Queen Regent on your show, actress?" Because I'm not feeding the Queen Regent narcissistic and destructive behavior. And then, do you think, this is by Mr. Murphy, do you think one of your rituals will ever work someday? Well, I suppose that's a matter of my understanding of the
Right.
end result, not yours.
So so when they're saying rituals, people must, well, they may comprehend. It's a ritual label, but it's actually programming that is being done that is already established. A blueprint of a thought, an insertion digital holographic template that already is built. All thoughts are template insertions of programming. Now, the question is who can achieve that programming and align to it to get there is the question. It's already built.
Exactly.
It's already built. All your thoughts are already built. And the question is who knows how to navigate and regulate and travel to that region to where it's built? That's the question.
Well, the fact that that question was asked means that he is completely blind to the result of any type of cause effect, um, I don't know, change. Obviously, this person does not comprehend change.
Right. Hollywood's been doing these rituals for many years. What do you think their movies are? They're blueprints to rituals, hoping that it's going to get a cause and effect and get into many people's thoughts of mind of influence to accelerate the projection of the programming they're representing as a movie. Most movies
They
are
don't get
rituals with.
predictive programming, social engineering. They don't understand because they're so consumed by it that they are now a part of that process.
Eventually, everyone gets there where we are going. Eventually.
Maybe, maybe.
Oh,
I don't know.
by design, all sentient symbiotic systems are designed to self-correct and eventually get to proper total correction.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've got no time or energy to give them. Not no more.
Well,
He's just
we
he can't stop. He just doesn't have any else topic to even talk about. I think he just wants to watch us and talk shit about us and with the chat. That's all he wants, you know. so you can get more
Well,
content. This is what the next few days, this is what he's going to be showing, the recording of this, what we're talking about, and not allowing him to come in the show.
well,
Basically.
What you
Access is
mean?
This is going to be content, you know. He's going to be
Access
The
up all
person I
night
just banned
working on his
from
videos, those AI pictures and everything, those stupid little pictures, the same ones that take like 2 seconds to make. There's no creativity even in that.
well,
So,
Access is
and they're so
regulating.
worried about my personal like life, like my, if I'm single, married, who I left. Like, these people are psycho, man. Complete
That's
well,
right,
they
psycho.
want
and
to
you don't,
feed on your
Especially the
energy.
women. These women are the worst ones, you know.
and
The women on
Yeah,
the show.
you
They
don't
never
give
show
them,
their faces even.
and you don't
Yeah.
give them a spent dent cent
Hmm.
or a dime of your personal information.
Yeah.
Never. And I wanted to state, Access, you're doing a great job regulating. You realize that there's no benefit in letting certain people up here, but
no, I
I'm
just
sure
banned
you,
them.
I'm sure you realize this though is if they want to come up, they can bleed on the sidelines on the comments, and we'll take the energy and convert it.
Oh, I would rather watch
Make
them
content on their show, but no one's
suffer
going
with.
to watch their content anyway. So no one cares even.
Yeah, I'd rather watch them suffer with me having space in their head rent free.
Yeah, well, if it happens like that,
Just keep
they
doing your rituals, Access, injecting yourself
Oh
with
yes,
rat blood, and it will
yes,
just.
check this out. If it ends up like that, the greatest part about all this is they did it to themselves. Every person is responsible for their own actions, and what they do upon themselves, they do all to themselves. Okay, I've realized this, and that's the way it works.
right. You know,
Yeah,
I never invited anyone to participate into this ritual. I gave them fair warning, and I've even warned them about coming here
there you
and what
go.
they're subjecting themselves to. So I gave them all the universal information they need, and still they choose to folly.
And his minions come and he puts them down so much on the show. You know, they say something and he gets triggered, and he like gets on them like, you're not listening to me. Like, you know how a controlling person, like, you don't get my show and stuff, and puts them in their place when, and then they
Right.
come here just like kissing his ass. It's like, do you have any like I don't know, dignity? These women have no dignity.
Yeah,
Well,
well, I will not have you insulting anyone on my panel.
exactly. It's in your
See, like,
house.
they're
You
saying
know, somebody,
stupid shit. This crazy woman, this ugly woman looks like an alien. Like, she has so much to say about me.
you
It's always
know,
the ugly ones.
the way I see it, Access, if I invited somebody to my personal residence here and they are exhibiting certain behaviors of disrespect, they would leave immediately and they would never come back. No difference than this panel. Though you can keep some entertainment on the sidelines if you want for comments, but a good analogy is to perceive this platform as your personal house that it is. You're the host. This is your channel. And if
Right.
somebody's
And do I think
disrespected,
that I will ever get a result from anything I do? Immediately. There you go. How is that for a fucking result, you dumb shit?
yeah, just
Ask another. Oh, you can't, can you? How's that for an immediate result? Now you have no voice. I'm sorry, that was
at least
Mr.
access
Austin Murphy.
at least ask access. They're willing to learn. They're asking questions what they don't know about, and we're sort of giving some responses. So it is a good thing. Somebody that is showing the willingness to learn and inject questions of curiosity.
I like
But
what
I've made it
Jared wrote.
abundantly clear that I am not here to teach them at this point
Right.
at all. That is not what I'm here for. I am continuing a 28-day blood ritual. And nothing's going to deter that. And I'm not here to teach anybody.
That's what I like
I
about your
didn't
show.
ask
You don't
anybody
preach,
to
you don't preach,
participate.
you don't teach. I mean, you don't here to teach, and you don't control anyone, and that's how it should be.
Right.
I have no
Don't be
reason
so
to.
controlling. You should be listening like to your like you don't even nobody knows exactly what's going to happen after we die. Nobody knows. We're very small things here. What exactly is happening? You know, we don't know exactly what's going to happen, and the way they preach is like they know. Like we're gonna be sealed here 100%. No, they don't. Okay, they don't know. My death is gonna
No,
be different than yours,
Do
and
you,
you're not even
Izzy,
gonna be
let,
there.
let
So
me ask you a question, Izzy. Do you want to die?
yes, I don't want. I hate this place. I hate living with these fucking scumbags, like these people right here, like on the chat and like the sanity machine scumbags like them. It makes me
I
not
did
even want to
tell
live
her
here
if I
anymore.
was to take
It's
her
disgusting
to
behavior.
Chicago and party on Holsted for a couple days with her, she'd be revitalized. I
Who is
would show
this?
her places. You, I'd take you to Chicago, Clark, Belmont, Holsted. Like shit, man, you'd be so revitalized.
People make up
You'd
so
be
much. I don't care. I mean, I've been to
So,
Chicago. I love the city. I've been there
Izzy,
twice.
I want to ask you a question.
Mhm.
So, what makes this place, from your perspective, not so desirable to be in?
Just everything. You think about it. It's just suffering and pain. I'm just grateful that I don't even have children, so they don't have to endure just existing in this
Right.
existence, just being in your body, and then
So,
also living with other scumbags. The worst part for me is just existing with other human beings. It's not even
well,
bad. Like being in your body is also bad. Like the suffering part, right? Get just what happens to your body.
so do you
Um,
ever ask yourself this question, or do you ever review? I'm sure you passed an age where you were joyful and happy and you were enjoying everything, haven't you?
yeah, obviously there's moments, of course,
But in the past, when you really were enjoying
hmm
every day when shit was perceived happening, I'm sure because I partied a lot. I partied probably 6 lifetimes up to this age. Okay, and I'm saving all my partying to begin again. I haven't finished partying. I'm just hibernating, building myself again. Oh, am I going to party? Okay, that is have excellent events of experiences. Okay, so in the past, I'm sure growing up when shit was on, you know what I mean, when there was lots to do and everything to do, you had streaks where years were good. I'm sure, didn't you?
it's always in the back room. I've always known since a kid, like this place is not for me. I didn't connect. Even in school, I felt separated for very early. I was introverted, didn't have a lot of friends, just thought differently. Everything I did, was just different. I didn't follow everybody's,
Did you party though? Like seriously party?
not
Go out and
much. I
party.
didn't party much. A lot of people are
Right.
gonna on the internet think, but no.
Right. Okay, so besides partying, you did things you enjoyed, right?
Of course, I do things I enjoy now too. I mean, there's a lot of things you can enjoy, especially if you're present.
You ever
Just
ask
enjoy.
yourself, you ever ask
Mhm.
yourself why you enjoy something and why you don't enjoy something else? Different energetic fields, obviously,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So how about if I told you you can alchemize those shitty experience of events, integrating what you enjoy doing, even a shitty experience of event, you can actually get the same stimuli of that pleasurable fulfillment energetic field.
I
It's
agree.
just
When you go through so much pain and stuff, you find joy that you never had the similar joy, like a joy of when you're a child, that when you're innocent, naive, that joy is very different than the joy when you mature with age, because you go through so many things in your experiences. If there are a lot of bad things, then you grow and you learn, and then you find joy. It's a different kind of joy, but it's still very beautiful. It adds more depth, to who you are, you know. So when I'm talking like I hate this space, I feel like you think I'm a complete depressed. No, I mean I don't even want to like exit myself out of here. I don't think we're supposed to be exiting ourselves like our, but through pain you can find a lot of joy, and I do that. You know, it's kind of like the seasons. You know, going through
Right.
existence here.
Why not make all the seasons the same? Like you defined,
It's
pain
not
can be.
fun then.
It for
Then you're
myself
dead
is
to me.
if we're enjoying every moment. No, for myself, every season is the same. Winter is summer, summer is winter, spring, vice versa. They're all integrated to each other. I've alchemized this perception, but also realized that a sunny day doesn't determine my happiness. When it's raining, it's just as sunny as when it's not raining. Okay, when it's sunny, it's raining just as hard as it is when the sun's up.
But it's
So
kind of
I,
like depression, you know, like when you take a pill, it's just putting like a band-aid, but you have to kind of go through, work through your problems and everything to overcome them, to find the joy. That's the hard work, right?
right, okay, I'm going to ask you this question now: is there a problem, or is it just focusing the problem that keeps the problem the problem? Now, some problems must be cut off. I understand that, and never looked back to, but is defined certain people, places, and things. But if I'd asked you, if you didn't look at the problem, I don't look at the problems, would there be a problem? Because I know this: in the past, when I was shit depressed, as dark as can be perceived light, when I forgot about the whole situation and I, for a moment, focused on a different reality, it didn't exist. I was joyful. But then once again, that program called the problem creeps in and says, hey, you're here, you're not there. Then I would be at that energetic field. So it's a matter of this deceiver that comes around to steal people's stimuli to create what is defined a problem of anti-light resonance. So it is a process to develop oneself like that, but I've been at this for many years, pretty well nonstop, probably going for 8 years now, moment to moment.
I can verify 5 of that
Yeah,
since
right.
we are awake. Yes, I absolutely can.
Yes, yes, you can. We've come a long way since then.
Yes, we have seen much development, much forward progressive thinking, much broader understanding.
Yeah. I mean, we did have some excellent conversations then, and now we're having
Yes.
even more evolved conversations, more stimulating. This is the way it works.
Are you Canadian? See?
Yes. Well, my background is Greek. I learned how to speak Greek before English, so some people here in Canada, they can pick it up. They're like, "You have an accent." I'm like, "Yeah, well, I spoke Greek before English, and that's the way it was."
So you have the Greek accent.
Yes, it's a Greek accent.
What part of Greece?
My parents were born in Get this accent. So how better could this get? My parents were born in a small town in central Greece, from central Greece. And in Greek, it's called Mavromati. Translated in English, it's called Black Eye, the town. Yeah, it is. And I will define this. My perceived blood parents, they gave me Spartan beatdowns. I grew up in the most dysfunctional family possibly conceivable. But I'm grateful for that because it conditioned me and it made me who I am today. I hated what I went through with my family, okay? But even my brother, too. I have one brother. But I reviewed when I became aware, it was all beneficial as to how this more dark reality is of chaos because there was no rest in the perceived. My father is a type of person who drills with words all the time, insults, drills. He doesn't stop. He's a driller. I call him my Spartan conditioner. I have a mother that loves me but doesn't give a shit about me. She's just like love and cold at the same time. So I had these two perfect mothers and fathers to give me an accelerated conditioning And there was a point I didn't speak to him for 10 years. Okay, I cut him off for 10 years. I told him, look, I'm going through my shit. I have anxiety, so I just can't deal with anything. There was a point I didn't speak to him for 10 years. And the prior 3 years after doing my work and developing my being and realizing it's my perception that was giving me all the distorted reality. It's like an augmented scripted programming disk where it was warping my reality and creating it to be extremely not pleasant. So after I became aware, I'm like, hey, I'm going to use my family unconditionally because I know they're the ones that can push all my buttons perfectly well, right? And I did. And the relationship I have today is better than it's ever been. They're sure they still are the same, changed a bit, but not much. But I wouldn't, I can't change them, but definitely I can use people, places, and things and technological devices unconditionally with no conditions, not using and abusing nobody. That's the path I don't take, but use it to accelerate myself to find all my weak spots. Go ahead, drill my weak spots. This is where I find pleasure in is developing myself, not only family, out in the public, in the gym where I go, to shopping I do. There is all events that transpire that where I just use it unconditionally to further make myself self-develop, where nothing can break me that is thrown at me as in words or situations, and definitely frequency resonance emissions from others that label themselves as an empath. I would label myself in the past as a severe empath, feeling everybody's energy, but that's what I needed to make myself unbreakable and tune myself, and then finally realize the ultimate realization is, hey, I'm not dancing to nobody else's song no more. Frequency resonance, I have my own song, perceived frequency resonance, that I dance to, and people are just doing their own song and dance, I realize, and I don't have to participate nor feel their energies no more, perceived violating my energetic field. But it's been many years of development. This is just a shallow informative analogy of what transpired, but I wouldn't change anything, because what the events of experience that source arranged for myself definitely was rattling my cage to push me to seek and find and do work all the time. And to this day, 3 years, I have been communicating with my family, and it's been better than ever. They still are who they are, accept them the way they are. I try
The
to
Greek
drop.
people are very family oriented. I grew up with Greek people in Zambia. There's a lot of Greeks there, Greeks and
Right,
Italian people. And a lot of
right,
them are successful. They have businesses, bakeries, construction companies, and they still live there. They do really well.
right. Yes.
Just like the Indians who live in Zambia are very successful.
I'm curious. Are like I don't know if you know if all Indians are the parents really strict words wise, and you know what I mean, disciplining their children,
Yeah.
as in
Hmm.
like
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 school is very important. Education is very important.
like the way they speak to their children. Is it some I know are just the perfect try to be families, and the words are really just formal, but is there also Indian families that give their children's like Spartan beatdowns where words where they're
Depends on the
working.
family, but it's pretty conservative.
Right. Yeah, I guess it's the same in everywhere. There's going to be
But
harsh
then there's the
families.
very poor like this. India is so big, 1 billion population, so a lot of people will generalize like India's slums, poverty, the normie people, they'll just talk about, because they've never been there. They've never gone out of America or Canada, maybe Mexico, but I don't count that. And so then they'll have a lot of assumptions and generalizations. But Indians, when they go abroad, they're very successful than the Indians that are actually living in India. So,
Cool. So the basis of this, where I was going, was I only have a problem if I look at the problem, Izzy. If I don't look at the problem, that there's only one event that's going to transpire, is the solution and the resolve beginning to energetically stimulate myself and my being. Some people define, I don't have this, I don't have that, blah, blah, blah. If I had this, I'd be happy, or that, or girlfriend, or boyfriend, or car, or money, or currency, or more things to do. How about if they had too many things to do, right? Maybe the same situation. So, anyways, I lost where I was going with that. Anyways, maybe we'll come back.
Oh,
Oh, okay. I know where I was going with
possessions.
this.
Go ahead.
Is if somebody has their basic necessities, a roof over their head, food, clothes, some extra spending money for a little bit of leisure. Not everything is currency based for leisure. There's many things to do that where one doesn't need currency, right? Somebody has their basic necessities. They have everything they need. They're not lacking nothing. It's part of the necessities that one isn't meeting anything perceived. That is enough for one to be satisfied. Now, if one can't be satisfied with basic necessities, I've realized this is, then they will never be satisfied with whatever they have. So it is also comprehending and understanding for myself, it was that when I find true fulfillment and energetic stimuli, comfort, and energy balancing myself to what is my basic necessities and being fulfilled with, some people call it meditation. I don't like using that, though. I call it energy work, energy frequency tuning, and developing myself where I can't be deceived nor worked by any perceived other beings, issues, or behaviors, character traits, etc. Then I've realized I have everything I need, and there's moments and times where I'm completely fulfilled, but I'm not only stopping there. There's many things in the future that I already have attained, already been programmed. So perception based it comes to, but with that is energy work, energy frequency tuning, tuning one's reality and dancing to their own song eternally, where they won't be moved from somebody else. So it is a process of self development. And yeah, you could be where I'm going with all this is I'm basically at the ultimate party all the time. It started right now for myself, and energetically, yeah, there's some or anti-light. I don't define the dark as bad. Anti-light energies that try to creep in and shift me, change my song and dance, but it's no chance in hell happening because I've been dancing to my own song and dance for many, many years, and I definitely do know when something comes in to try to change my direction of focus of path and tuning to what is defined the frequency fields I choose. So it is an interesting path, and like I defined,
Well,
one could be as
I think that's a lot of what draws these particular type of people is they see someone solidified, content, and happy with who they are, and they're actualized. And because these people cannot find that, they absolutely seek to consume its energy or destroy it because it shows their failure. It shows their lack of ability to become independently universal.
right, and we can't blame them for their stage they're at. It's just every being puts themselves where they are. Not blame them, or how to define it. I don't have any remorse or any perceived negative feelings to somebody who is perceived in a bad spot because I'm actually joyful they're there. They need to be there. They need to have their cage rattled. They need to go through struggles and have what is defined thresholds hit them because if they don't, and then they're not going to exhibit change. One only changes when they're hitting what is defined potent thresholds of, I don't want to say resistance, there's another word I'm looking for, of
Well,
struggles.
it's positive and negative that create that flow of energy. That's where polarity is. And if you
Right.
just set it one end of the battery, it's a dead cell. It does nothing. Not functional. There is no flow of energy. There is no polarity.
Right. And one thing I don't do is if we could, great analogy you just brought up. And one thing I don't do, I'm going to give an analogy with a battery is perfect. As can be access. Now, if you can perceive everybody as having their own battery, their own sphere, spirit, soul, spark, and their battery is tuned differently from everybody else's battery sphere, perceives their soul, their spark interface to their machine, and how their machine is tuned is their battery. Now, one thing I don't do is I don't touch anybody else's battery because I know it's going to be a different song frequency dance. So one thing do is if somebody's gonna project their energy from their battery to my being, definitely it's not gonna get to myself. It gets converted before it even touches me, and it actually amplifies further my frequency field of choice. I tune the energy somebody's thrown at myself, perceive as converting. Okay, so that's why I'm defining. It's very important to become self-developed. Develop. You don't want to be tapping into somebody else's battery, and definitely you don't want somebody else's battery to be crossing over into your battery energetic sphere of existence.
You're absolutely right. And you know, one thing that me and Callie have talked about is the exchange of sexual energy. These dumb motherfuckers go around poking their cocks into shit, exchanging all this weird, fucked up sexual energy.
Yeah, showing
And
asses, tits, all kinds of things, and then saying they're so moral and shit. That's why I respect Access. You don't
But
do that with women on the show or show like
no,
these raunchy weird stuff, on
yeah, some
your
people
no.
do
show.
that for
As
clout.
much as they say all these degrading things, insulting things about you, like you're Satanist, you eat all the rats and all kinds of shit. I've never experienced this
Hmm.
coming to your show. When I went to the other show, I had to, like, sometimes it was awkward silence. Some of the things he said, like cringe things, raunchy things, just uncomfortable things. And I know sometimes it's funny and stuff. Yes, some things, but there was a lot of women that he lost even on the show just for that fact. I feel, just the ugly ones are left now.
Well, I tell
So
you, and I told you before, Callie, is I sacrificed all of my temporary allies to go on this endeavor.
and that's what it's going to take sometimes, is to cut off certain things and never look back. Like I defined, one's progress and acceleration shall be determined by adding things that are beneficial, similar to the path, and excluding things that are not on the similar path, and not looking back.
They couldn't have. They couldn't have handled
But,
coming here. Satan.
but if maybe in the future perceived travel to past core origins, I don't travel to the future, I only travel to what is defined past core origins before the manipulations happen. The future is where all the manipulations happen. So in the perceived travel to being restored, if so they align, I'm more than willing to give somebody the opportunity to experience events to my mid-plane metaverse sphere of existence, if they catch up. But usually I'm at a quite rapid accelerated rate where maybe just at the core we'll all catch up when we get there.
I didn't need their energy involved in this, and I didn't want them involved in this because of the energy that's being worked with. So
Right.
therefore, for them not to interfere with what I was doing, and for what I'm doing not to affect them, they had to be removed. And I think it's a very small sacrifice. I mean, I enjoyed their company. I enjoyed sharing information with them. I even enjoyed them as beings. But I don't truly think that they would have been beneficial on this journey.
Well, that's all it takes.
To,
No need to explain yourself. What's beneficial, you add. What's not, and must be excluded. That's the way this path is. I've realized this,
yes,
and you've realized this too. A part of this path is beings shall go through their isolation periods. I'm not talking about 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Could be 4 years of extreme isolation periods where that's where one is going to get their extreme acceleration and self-development.
yes, that's where you get to know yourself, the true you, if you introspectively look and you do the work inside to bring yourself to reason and an equation that actually is coherent to self perpetuation, continual movement, energy, development. But it's inside, it's not outside of you. And it doesn't come from another person. Information is only as good as what you do with it. Same with knowledge.
Yes, And that's where a lot of people fail, is to realize that part of this process is a long period of isolation, a long period.
Yeah, yeah. As a matter of fact, I started going live on Ian's when I had come back from being a nomad. Um, the last place I went I was in Santa Rosa, New Mexico, and that's when I come back and started coming on panel at We Are Awake, long time ago.
But then again, it just
Wow.
seems like a day.
Yeah, right?
Just seems like a day where we met each other and we're doing panels.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
and just
Was that a couple of
this.
years ago? I mean, I just know about Ian recently through the Sanity Machine, and that's the only time I didn't know he was making content. You
Well,
guys
he was.
were on his channel. When was it?
Wow.
About 4 years ago, when we
Oh,
4.5
he's
years
been
ago.
doing content for that long.
Yes, he has.
Yeah,
What did he talk about back then? Same thing or?
Many conspiracy theories and subjects of various subjects about the manipulations of the world that would translate it correct. Like many various subjects. At one point, it was getting on optogenics and stuff
I'm
like
not a
that.
big fan of him. I feel like he's a scam. I mean, I don't
well,
really enjoy watching
after
his content or anything.
it was all said and done, um, he did not prove to be true to his character. That's all I got to say.
So he had
But he
live
did.
streams on YouTube or Discord.
You
I think he
you
had
just
his backup was on I think Rumble. His main channel was on YouTube, and I think he had storage somewhere else, maybe Odyssey or something like that.
though access. Yeah, I'm not surprised you brought that up. I've been pondering periodically about things that have transpired, but not to put any names or labels on anything, okay? But when we all do the same, if some, don't we always do this? When something more beneficial arises that is an asset, don't we take that route, no matter what it is? It's in human nature to do that. And I respect anybody's path that they choose because I definitely do the same, right? So whatever is
Well,
beneficial,
I'm not condemning him,
right?
but what he done behind the scenes and the people that he left that were still clinging to his message, he dropped them cold.
And yeah, shit happens. I understand that angle, and shit happens. Sometimes things are going to be dropped cold, ghosted out, and that's part of this existence, reality, navigation, travel, right? Regulation. So
Well, see,
maybe what's
he
me,
taught me that I will not try and educate and teach people and say that my ideal holds significance over anyone else's. I share information. I don't claim it.
yes, exactly. And that's all information is to be shared. Whether somebody applies it, really, we have no
Yeah, and it's for
power
them to see how
power
they
over.
applied. You can't force that information on them.
Right, but I'm going to give you my perception angle. Axis is if these people were so good codependent on his channel and he stopped making contact, perceived cold dropped them and ghosted him, and they felt the effects, maybe they shouldn't have become codependent on something. They should have been united, independent, self-developed. You see, I'm prepared for these things because I can comprehend, understand something that was sort of with me for so many years has the potential to just be ghosted out and taken away in a second. And this is where beings, I perceive it as an excellent thing if it affected them, because they need these lessons to be learned that you cannot depend on no person, place, or thing or technological device to do anything for you and to keep you satisfied. If you do, one is doomed on a day for failure. It's going to fail them with the perceived stimuli they were getting from the delusional reverse field perspective labeled codependency that hurts a lot of people, but it's a lesson of information to be applied and learned if so taken correctly.
And I agree, Sing. And that was their lesson to learn. Don't put your faith in a fucking YouTube guru.
Yeah,
Yeah.
never put your faith on if you're gonna like put your faith on a YouTube guru for your soul life experience, that's like pretty pathetic. Like you're
Well,
not I mean, I don't even know how to like the amount of emphases the followers have, it's pretty wild.
right.
And let me let Jared know down there, I don't hold animosity against Ian. Not in the way that you would think. And I'm not adverse to talking to Ian. As a matter of fact, I still listen to him when he posts. He just posted, I think it was today before I went to sleep or something, somewhere. And I still watch when he posts. So no, there's no animosity there, brother. I just would have done things a little different. That's why he went his way and I went mine. But there's no animosity. There's no misunderstanding about his direction going that way and mine headed this way. I always give him props for helping to show me how to run a channel. So it's all good, brother. Maybe one day we will meet again. Who knows? I don't
Right.
rule out that possibility. But he was a big part of the development of what I became on YouTube and how I did it. And also, Sing was also inspirational in that. And Sing was a constant there. You know that, Jared. I mean, we were all a very tight-knit family at one time. So,
And it's good that you guys still talk with each other after 4 years. A lot of these people, they fall off and you don't really, you can be very close on one channel, maybe 1 or 2 years, and then you guys have beef or something with each other, and then you fall off, and go separate ways or hate each other. It's kind of like high school,
I don't have that particular. I don't have, even for like the most ridiculous. It's not hate that I have for them. It's just almost a sense of they're pathetic beings. And
For me, they're not
to see
fueling anything for me to even grow. I'm not getting anything. It is kind of selfish, but I feel like I was stuck just on when I was watching that one. I wasn't growing as I wanted to, and everyone's journey is different, right? And I want to choose to be where I want to get my information. It shouldn't be forced on me.
Exactly.
if they're trying to force it on you, that's indoctrination.
It shouldn't be like,
that's
oh, you're
not-
not listening. How many times have I told you? Like how a parent will say, how many times have I keep telling you, like, you're not listening? You're saying the wrong thing over and over. Like, how many times do I have to repeat myself? I don't want a host to be treating me like that.
You're an adult with your own
I'm a
mind
grown
and
adult,
individuality. Yeah.
And maybe I said something and you're twisting it. It's the internet, so when your tone and everything, you can't hear your tone, you can't see their faces or anything. So through even a message or a text message or even like somebody written something on a chat can get misinterpreted, and it lashes out on you when something you didn't even mean. It's happened a lot. to me, and I've seen it
It,
also.
it happens. It does happen.
Yeah, that's why it's important to review and preview the situation, make
And also for your
discerning
growing, for
decisions.
Access, maybe it was time for you to move on. It wasn't something like you guys had beef with each other or something, made personal attacks at each other. I don't think it went like that, right?
No, no. He just took a different direction. And I started
And that's a
developing
mutual
my
thing. I think
channel.
that's a mutual thing. People
Yeah.
separate. It
He
happens.
dropped
Part of,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, he dropped out for a while. And when he dropped out, that's when I really started developing my channel. And before he dropped out, I had the Cult of Axis on Facebook. And that's where I spent most of my energy. Was on Ian's panel or in his chat or at the Cult of Axis, because we were developing field frequency influence. And he wound up dropping out for a while, so then I went ahead and started this channel up. And I guess it just kind of, now it is what it is. I grew into what it is, but it wasn't no animosity there. As a matter of fact, when Paul, the Ascetic Warrior, and all those assholes come in to try and usurp his audience, I still, even after Ian left, I still defended him to the fucking core. I went on Ascetic Warriors and went up against him, Tommy, fucking Paul, you name it. Stood
Are you saying
strong.
Paul enslaved?
Yes.
Okay. See, I didn't know anything. I haven't even listened. I don't listen to Paul enslaved, none of them. So
Oh, we had some bouts for sure. It was interesting, but
Oh,
eventually I decided to stop participating in that.
it was in this particular part of the metaverse and these particular panels, that was a monumental point of change.
We participated in those Spartan events, right?
Right? Veterans of the fucking psychic war.
yeah, Jared Jaguar says the rest of these channels are constant looping, and if you don't agree with them on everything, you are considered an instant enemy. That's very true.
Yes. Yeah. Jared knows, he was there. He's not new to this. Jared was around
Mm-hmm.
on Ian's panel all the way back then, and shit, he's just as familiar with this as Sing or myself.
Mm-hmm. They're
Yeah.
nasty, these people. Nasty as fuck.
Yeah, they
They're
are.
not. Well, you could perceive them like that, but I just perceive them like like family. I just use them unconditionally,
Family.
no conditions for self development, because eventually the best resolve is just to not participate. I've realized for myself with things that aren't on the similar path of compatibility, right? Just doesn't
Don't
make sense.
participate and react, because everything they say is the opposite. It's not even true. That's the thing. It's hilarious, the things that they come up with about you.
Right. But it's
First of
like
all, they
this.
look you up online to find dirt on you, and then they can't, then they'll just make up shit.
Well, fuck, I give them dirt.
You don't even give them your
By
home
the
address. You don't
fucking,
give a shit.
fuck. It'd be real stupid for you to show up at my house with malevolent intent. That would not be in your benefit whatsoever.
Yeah, it'd be like falling into a black hole. Not a good out. Well,
Have
it
you
could
ever
be
been
a good
threatened?
conditioning.
Access, have
Good
you ever
conditioning.
been threatened? I feel like you have a lot of haters.
Well, just say I have a lot of defense, kinetic defense, and I'm really not concerned.
No, there is no concern after one realizes their rank. I like to find it as their rank, title, and position that one has earned through work. Nothing is given at certain levels, certain paths. But it is a good place to be, knowing certain aspects. That's for sure.
Yeah, I sleep quite comfortably when
You
I
have a
get
clear
sleep.
conscience.
Yeah, I fuck, man. Sometimes I just absolutely fucking pass out.
Same here. Same here. It's like this. After a certain stage, one even programs their sleep, or else there is really no sleep.
Oh shit.
And I've had my sleepless years, not days, years.
Do you take
Ah,
enhancers for that? I don't take enhancers for sleeping.
oh no, I know how to tune myself to sleep and program, of course, my night as I'm perceived resting. I don't call it sleep. I go to rest. I don't set myself up for sleep. But definitely, I program what's going to happen through the night and how I'm going to regenerate and how I'm going to wake up. And also, I program when the awareness is there. I program my day, the variables represented as to what I'm going to program to experience the events. What is how can I find what qualifies and is developed simply can participate to my daily affairs and nightly affairs. What is not developed and does not qualify, they should not be entering my home, perceive my sphere projection. They
Right?
should not be,
And
but they can. But there's a lot of things in my sphere that could be an accelerator. It could be, let's put it, dangerous that way.
well, they put themselves in that position, then whatever the result, they did it to themselves.
Exactly. It's like this. When you have a private property and you put a no trespassing sign, trespassers shall be shot, not maybe, shall be shot. Then they shall be shot if they don't heed to the sign of warning, right? And I'm talking about lots of signs where they can't miss it, right? There's no reason for somebody to come into somebody's sphere when they're developed and know how to regulate their reality and definitely other aspects, right?
Well, yeah, and anybody that comes here, you know, they know they're welcome because the door's open for them.
Right.
Everybody else, no, no, this is my private sanctuary, and
It
I don't
is.
want your fucking asses here for any reason.
Well, it's
So
like
I'm
this.
very selective.
Yes, of course, but the selection is on their option to come. But I've realized one thing too is obviously there's rules that must be followed to coming to your platform. Okay, because it's just like how could I define this? In my reality, I definitely know the rules to my luminary existence that I basically govern my being by. Now, if somebody is going to come in with anti-light utilization programming, that is behavior, well, this is not going to be a good outcome. There's going to be what is defined a penalty and a consequence from certain regulating forces in my sphere.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not concerned,
No.
but if you see, they're more than welcome, but also somebody who's going to misbehave, they're more than welcome too, but it's not a suggestion to come into my reality anymore because there's going to be certain aspects of consequences for sure. For sure.
Yeah, malevolency, disruption, even coming as a representative and not on your own representation as a universal being, sovereign and self-actualized. You're not in good company here because there are consequences, and I have definitely voiced that. You know, enter at
Right,
your own risk.
right. I was walking through a mall and I was by this dollar store and there's these used books up front and there was something told me, go check out that book. there's a message there, and that book stated, well, I forget the title, but it defined this on a subsection of the front cover of the book. To get to me, you're going to have to go through hell, and that's the way it is. Anybody entering into my sphere.
Yeah, if you can reside where I reside, then come get me.
And look at it this
Because
way:
I don't think their minds can go there. I
it's
don't think
it's like
they're capable.
it's like this though. Eventually, one that is doing their work and is self-developed, and they define it as at the initiated level, they know nothing can get to them because what is perceived the hell regulating sphere that one is developed in, nobody gets through that. It's a personal
No.
developed system that is almost like a firewall to a computer that is impossible to get through. Impossible.
Well, Zypher, Jared Jaguar, Kali, you, um, I think that's the extent of who was able to go on this journey with me without being affected. I know Jared wasn't. I know Callie, and you weren't. And Zypher, she's universally balanced, so if it starts to get a little hairy for her, she just kind of backs off and does her own thing, so she's not consumed. But that's how many people were broad-minded enough to be able to take this journey.
Yeah. And the numbers usually aren't
Yeah,
that high.
well, that's
For now, that the anticipation to more progressed regions may evolve to a different ratio.
With time, it will change, obviously. You're
yes,
rebranding. Just like how you did with Ian's. It's kind of the
yeah,
same thing. There's nothing
yeah. I
wrong. I
went.
feel like it's good to change and do different things instead of doing the same kind of content, same kind of people. I don't know. Just do it a little bit different. But still, the main topic is about your channel, right? But take it to a different direction.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same entity, but a different aspect.
Hmm.
I don't have to stay the same for anybody. I can show you many aspects of myself. I do both good and evil. I'm transcendental, you know.
Eventually, I just perceive neither. It just is what it is. If somebody wants to label it, they can.
It's like being in a dead marriage, you know.
Yeah. Mm. You know, I can go through from whenever Ian left to me taking on certain aspects of the Panelverse and chat, developing this channel and kind of maintaining my Facebook channel, then meeting up with Dom, starting to do consecutive live streams, branching off and starting on TikTok, and then developing into Rat Blood Radio, and then continuing holding my ground until this new transition that's, just a 28-day cycle. That's all it is. Yeah, who knows? You know, potentials are infinite.
Yes, they are. The variables, the probabilities and possibilities. There is no limits to certain aspects of one regulating themselves
No
correctly.
limits, no rules, right?
No.
Well,
there are rules.
Not at
there is
all.
no rules, Izzy, but there's just some things I don't do. It's just my own self morals, how I've developed myself and my being. There's some things I will never participate in, and there's a lot of things I shall participate in.
But
There is
that would be
no,
different for somebody else. That's what I'm saying.
oh, for sure, it shall be
Your
different.
your rules might be different for somebody else.
Definitely. There's just some things I don't do and never shall do.
Yeah, and you can make that decision for yourself. It's
I think we're all
okay.
like that. That's okay to be. It's actually a good thing, you know.
Yes. Self-identify. If you don't want to be a part of it, then don't. If you want to be a part of it, then do. It's that simple. But to sit and spectate as if you were in control of something, well, that's just a stagnant state of mind. That is not advancement. That is not energy in motion. Complacency. That's where the Lord of this world finds most of its most useful hands. Complacency. Idle hands do the work of the devil. So get comfortable on your channels and loop as if there's no tomorrow. Point your finger, judge, condemn,
Do
call
it
out
like no
that
one's
which
watching.
offends you.
You know how they say like
Exactly.
dance with like no one's watching. Same thing.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
You know,
It's almost,
you love like it's never gonna hurt, dance like nobody's watching, and live as though it's your last fucking day on earth.
hmm
so you see, all the events that transpired led to this right here now.
Yes,
Yeah.
So you see, it was all beneficial, actually.
yeah, yeah. That's
Everything is
why I don't
To
beneficial.
have the
condemn.
conversations to lead to this, right?
Yes, and to have the people that were able to endure that. Jared, Singh, Callie, you're very open, and Zypher, I appreciate her. So the real ones that were able to truly transcend did.
It's like this almost too. A genuine friend or relationship will periodically always be there, but there will be sometimes some gaps where this path one needs to have isolation for self-development, and the other person won't get offended that's on a similar path because they know beings need to take care of their own shit, do their own shit, and evolve,
Well,
basically.
yeah,
So this human
this
beings
is
thing, like we're supposed to be good to each other, respectful to each other, loving towards each other, you know, warm, loving, understanding,
Right.
not judging quickly, you know,
And being
I
listening
think
afraid.
more.
you set your expectations for them very high, don't you?
Well, I don't expect anything for anybody except to them to do what they're going to do and to be what they're going to be, right? For my being, I know what I expect myself to do, and that's what I do. And as for being genuine, that's a golden rule. And also, I shoot straightforward, direct, receivable communication perceived from others as respect. Somebody disrespects me, that's not a good start. I may give another chance. I usually have a 3-strike rule, but some offenses, perceived things, I just don't regulate myself by. Qualify as a 1 strike. You're out. You're on your own path.
Yeah, if
You
they
have to learn how
have
to
been
forgive
warned,
too. hmm
but if they've been warned that you're a viper and they slap you and they get bit, that's on them.
Right, and they're going to get bit when one is regulating their sphere correctly and knows the path. They know somebody that enters with a malicious or deceiving or manipulating agenda. They shall get
And they do.
bit.
They come and they act like they're really nice in the beginning, all fake, and then they'll put content on their show and then talk shit about you. It's like shit, like behind your back. So a lot
Right,
of them also go to other people's channels, act like they're a good guest, like, they have good etiquette, respectful, but then they'll go on their show and then talk trash about them.
yeah, and
Yeah, that's typical.
Yeah.
things return to them, but sometimes there's double jeopardy to all this, where it's not just karma. There's other energetic fields known as, I define my fields as the regulating molecules that have no mercy. There's dragons that are beyond what is evil perceived and can exhibit the maximum induction levels of penalties, or I define the cubicles of hell. So one earns them. Outside hell, it's not so bad. If one goes into the gates where there's cubicles that I've sort of seen when I was scribing, well, I actually seen them when I was scribing one time, is if they're in to go in there, they've earned to go in there, and it's announced way before they go in there. So everybody knows about certain aspects of penalties and consequences. Karma is not so bad. That's something one gets back to themselves. But if they get to what is defined the Hell's Gates dragon level of disciplining, it's not a good place to be. But some people
And
need
that's
it,
what,
or else
yeah,
there will be no change.
precisely. And when I say no, I mean no. I'm not saying maybe. When I say no, I mean no.
Right. And that's a
Period.
solid answer that anybody could receive, as solid as can be.
Couldn't be any plainer.
Right.
I'm not suggesting when I absolutely tell you no, don't do it. That's not a suggestion. And if you do
Right.
it anyhow, then fuck you. It's on you.
Yep. And I can define what the dragon script is not in my control, but certain aspects of regulating those molecules is in my regulatory control. I know what not to do with them, and I definitely do know what to do with them to keep them perceived active and regulating as I call them my platoon fleet that does not miss nothing.
Well, yeah, it's your proxy consciousness. There's many levels to a proxy consciousness. Just as you're
Yes.
projecting your consciousness through this device right now. Well, there's a proxy to you that is projecting into your physical form that goes beyond that. And it's fractal. And until you
Correct.
understand that,
Because it's mixing with your information and your past, your thoughts, everything, which is different.
yeah,
Everyone's
It's
is different.
yes, it is like
It's like
access. Many
alchemy, how it
many people.
goes through and the information, right?
hmm it's being transmuted through mathematics, pixelization, binary, electricity, processors, copper, green board, condensers, diodes, your RAM, Jesus Christ, the airwaves, the vibration, the Wi-Fi signal. There is
But
so
then it
much.
can also be jumbled and can be like bad, bouncing back and forth with each other.
An incoherent wave. Yeah, absolutely. Incoherency. Yeah, that is the true nature of confusion. Is incoherency.
Right. But once again, beings do to themselves. If they get confused, they're utilizing what I define anti-light programming, and they fall upon the evil that has no resolve. It's just a riddle. It's a blind state with no accurate information, or maybe accurate information mixed with not accurate information that still makes it a lie. Not accurate information cannot help nobody.
Well, I can tell you, I've probably had more hate watchers tonight than I have people that actually um,
Commenting.
consider themselves aligned,
They're just lurking.
aligned with. Yeah.
Right, but once again, everybody is free. They have the free will of choice to engage and act, but certain actions, I do know this, have penalties and consequences. I experienced it when I was going through my process of knowing what can't be done. And definitely when I fucked up and did something that shouldn't be done, I was fired into my dragon molecules to get my disciplining. So
Hmm.
learning the regulations of what can be done, can't be done, I had to go through the process of what is defined the hell's conditioning and disciplining. And some of it was exactly what I needed. That's all I'm gonna define.
Yeah, I didn't get here to where I am now by not making mistakes.
Oh no.
I'm I'm here now comfortably because I made mistakes.
Right. And you're disciplined in your mistakes, as everybody is, either to a more potent level or not so potent.
I learned quit repeating the same fucking mistakes. They're not beneficial to you.
Right. Until
And that
it is
includes interacting with stagnant people.
there it is. Though it takes many times sometimes because for one to learn something or what isn't repeated many times isn't really absorbed, but the repetition shall be defined by one's capability of learning the information to the experience of the event and figuring out if I go through this door, this demon there always does the same thing. It's the same experience of events, the same programming thoughts. I get fired up and it's always the same thing.
I think their energy even transfers to you, like the insomniacs. They're constantly just taking content out of you, listening to you, lurking. It builds up on them, right? Even though they're
Yes,
hiding.
yes, you damn right it builds up on them. It's like fear porn or watching the news or conspiracy theorists, you know?
Hmm.
They become consumed and then
Hmm.
they cannot break themselves from it.
And then getting really butthurt because you won't let them hear on panel when so many times they've shown their true colors. How many chances have you given to them, right?
Enough,
well,
more than I cared to. But
it's like the same door is usually the same door, no matter how it
Hmm.
represents itself. This I always define this whole design of the systems very witty. Right? The same doorkeeper of the same programming thought, an action or a deed perceived that is not so desirable may represent a different variable, but once one engages in it, and then like certain obnoxious behaviors and
The thing
words
is, they get
spoken,
away with it because they bring other people, their followers, with them to turn against you. So they gang up on you. That's also different energy, right?
right? But
that is
Transferring.
hive-minded slave thinking.
but who are they really turning against? In the end, all is revealed to one if they are so fortunate to see the truth of accurate information, right?
Well, they
Every
give
action
measure
that
of themselves.
They're just spewing like shit, with each other.
Yeah, you get to
right, and
learn
that's
what their true nature is.
right. And I've realized one thing is certain aspects of anti-light programming loop. They do the same thing over and over and over, say the same things and same tactics of deployment of strategics, and then after it's just
It just
the
gets
door doesn't
old
open.
and boring. That's why
Yeah,
you get less followers, less people watching your content, just the same people, same characters, saying the same shit.
Yeah, I call them loopies.
Yeah.
Loopies. That's a good
Anti-loopies.
word.
They keep looping.
That is a definite situation on these platforms. Is they're caught in the same groove like a skipping fucking record, and I'm not interested.
Yeah,
And this
right.
is from experience because you've been on this Panelverse, would you say 5, 6 years?
5 years.
5 years, yeah. Since
Yep.
and it's been the same. In fact, do you think it's gone worse or the same?
Not
It's in some aspects it's much worse, but in other aspects you develop a sense of being able to walk through a shit field without getting any on you.
You think there's
right.
people
That
who have
comes
grown and like just
no,
had like a kind of like a friendship, a community? Doesn't
no,
happen. Like all these channels have been, there's no like loyalty.
not at all.
None of them.
Well, who can expect the anti-devil to be honest? He will stab somebody in the back the chance he get, no matter who it is. I perceive it like this: devils dancing with devils are gonna betray each other, guaranteed. It's gonna happen. It's the program. It is the
Yeah,
program that's gonna play out. Somebody accepts the program to play in that field. They shall play
And these
what
are
is
all
defined.
rejects from other channels. They've been thrown from other channels, rejects or something, and so they go to other channels. And that's what basically I even did that, but I didn't go to a lot of channels. I just went to that one channel. And after I got out of it, the only one I'm coming to is Rat Blood, And now I'm looked
That's
at
what
as a Rat Blood's like
you're looked.
I'm
You're looked
following the
at.
same religion, everything. We're just the same now. That's how I'm looked at.
Oh
but
well,
that's
you
so
can look
far
at it.
from the truth,
Yeah, we're the
you know.
complete opposite, right?
Right? My concepts and ideals are not yours. We just meet
Mhm.
mutual ground because we're not casting judgment or
Yeah.
expectation on one another.
And we
Same
respect each other in
esteem.
that way so we can actually talk with each other, and have a conversation. And
Hmm.
you have some qualities that I would, that I could learn from. And hopefully we're all learning here and growing, hopefully.
I would think so. I learned a great lesson about temporary allies. You remember all the false platitude and all the wonderful things that people were saying and putting in the chat or on panel, and all it took was one phrase, and each of them went away. That easy, that
Hmm.
quick, that predictable. You got to witness that.
Yeah.
And what was the phrase, if you
Each of
mind?
them had a different trigger individually, from No to Pam to Fools and Tools to Maggot. I mean, I could fucking go on to Dom to Cage. I mean, shit, man. All it took was one phrase, one action, one move because they're that predictable. But Cage did something far worse than the others. The others just left and went away. Cage demanded that I change my way of thinking. Demanded. And then violated my trust.
Oh yeah, I seen that happen. Mhm. But then once again,
Yeah,
access. That's his problem.
it is now. But as you've
Anybody's
heard, he's from Canada, so he's untouchable. karmatically, spiritually. Obviously, he thinks kinetically. I don't fucking know what his concept is as to how he's so invincible, but we'll see.
Yeah. One thing I've definitely been informed about is I know this. To my projection, what is authorized to places and things and technological devices, what is authorized by source, I do control. Okay, but one thing I've been revealed is I don't control anybody, and I don't intend to even bend anybody beyond displaying some information. If they apply it, they bend themselves to the direction of path. But one thing I realize is anybody who tries to control anybody else is in for one of the biggest lessons of their travel.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't try to change anybody's perspective, mind. I present information, and if they utilize it, great. If they don't, fine. But I don't expect them to think like I do. I'm an individual. I do my own damn thing.
Right. Some things may be similar on a similar path. That's why it's called United Independent. Right. We do have our
Mm-hmm.
own unique style of perception, information. Right.
I have my own agency. Yes.
Yes.
I don't need to be told what to do or who to follow or what to believe or any of that. I have my own fucking agency universally.
You can be inspired and can learn, but you can't, like, nobody can force you information, the truth, and to
Mm-mm.
gain even like loyalty. And these other channels I went to, it seemed very forced at. And when you're in it, you don't realize that once you get out of it, especially after how much they bashed you, realize how pathetic they are.
Yeah. Then one has the ultimate realization they're only bashing themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Revealing themselves for what they truly are.
Yeah. When one
It's
stops
like my
playing that.
rat here beside me. My rat trusts me. It's not that I condition my rat through some
To
type of
trust you. Mm-hmm.
yeah. I showed it trust and it responded in light. So now we communicate and we respond to each other out of trust. My rat knows that it's not going to be hurt by me, and I know that my rat is not going to hurt me. And therefore, I can put a Fruit Loop in my mouth, and that rat will take it very gently from my mouth because it knows. I reach in the cage, I pet it, it knows. I open the door, it doesn't leave because it knows it's not in any danger. As a matter of fact, we mutually enjoy each other's company. And that wasn't a forced thing. If I'd have forced it, that would be like conditioning a dog
Mm-hmm.
to respond to a bell. Well, that's not what I want in a friend.
Now you did it, Axis.
Uh-oh.
You said you give him Fruit Loops. That stuff's
Fruit
worse than
Loops?
crack.
That's crack to a
What
rat.
the hell you doing, man? No. I used to eat that. I used to eat that when I was young. Never could get enough of it. Never.
That's
It's just
full
like
of sugar. Mm-hmm.
it probably a lot of other
Yeah.
chemicals too.
Yeah.
But I'm
Well-
just not being so serious.
That's
That's
his
funny,
favorite
though.
treat.
I don't blame it.
It,
It was mine too.
it absolutely, and I will only give it at the maximum 2 Fruit Loops a day. Generally 1, but if it's a certain type of atmosphere for that day, and we're just really in that position, then
It's extra.
I'm like, yeah. Just like the
Yeah.
big maze that I made for the lab rats. Well, I'm going to make another maze for the lab rats because this one turned out so well that I want to give it to rats.
Right.
Just as a place for it to run around, exercise, and have fun. I can build
Figure-
something else for the lab rats.
They like their tunnels and
Mhm. Yeah, I took a ham bone and put it at the top of rat's cage, and it hangs down. And rat entertains itself with that all the time, grabbing hold of it, gnawing on it, swinging on it, hanging on it. That's one of the greatest gifts that rat got, you know? Loves that fucking bone. And I thought, man, this maze would absolutely just make her ecstatically happy. So there you
living
go.
a king's life
I w- I
in
share
his castle.
my kingdom.
In his
Yeah, I
castle.
share my kingdom. You know, I'm not here to rule or dictate. I'm just sharing. You know, I don't own that rat. I don't possess that rat. I just share my kingdom with it.
I feel like rats should be man's best friend.
It to me, she is my best friend. You know, outside of, but that's my surrogate dad. I mean, that goes beyond friendship. That's actual. That is compassionate love for another human being.
Do you think she has feminine energy as a
Rat, yeah, yeah. You can definitely tell the difference between the males and the females. Male
their
rats,
behavior?
yeah, I don't keep male rats unless I need a breeder. If I need a breeder, then I'll get a male rat.
Then you could start a rat farm, man. Start selling 'em.
Uh, no, I'll keep my rats to the basic needs that I have and work with that. I'm not looking to start selling or farming fucking rats for people.
Axis takes down all of America because of his farm. The rats take over.
Right? Well, what it is a lot of those rats get purchased to be fed to snakes,
Yeah, exactly.
large
Yeah.
snakes, and you know, I've had to feed back before I understood there were alternatives. Um, I used to feed my larger snake rat.
All right. All that being said, Axis, I'm gonna make some food to eat. I gotta get some food. to eat.
Gotcha, brother.
If
Seeing
this
it's
is still
been
going,
absolutely wonderful.
yeah, this has been awesome. If this is still going, I'll hop back on the panel when convenient, if so. But I wanted to tell you something before I leave the panel. Is you know what I'll do is I'll leave the link to that book in this panel's when it's finished, and I'm going to suggest
Yes,
review that book. If it's beneficial at all, then just take what's beneficial. But if you find anything of subject of interest that you find we can discuss out here in this platform in public where we can build on it, by all means, we'll go for it. But you might just want to read it for a personal read. It might not be meant to be shared publicly. That's all I'm defining. But if so, we'll do it. If not, we'll do something else. But I definitely recommend it as to
absolutely.
sift through that book to
I'm
whatever is interesting
I
to
do
yourself.
plan on it seeing. I'm not going to leave that discarded. You know,
All right, all
I
right.
definitely will.
So I'll leave the link on this once again in the comments after it's done. I don't know if you got a chance to get the link because you're working with your devices. I can't do that multitask with my devices. But just so you know where it is, it'll be in the comments when this video panel is done.
Thank you, Sing. Thank you
And
very
to
much.
anybody
And
else,
thank you
no, you're
for
welcome. You're welcome. And to anybody else participating, if you wanted to take that path and possibly go that way, that really is your decision, not forcing anybody, but that'll be an initial decision that will have to be made by your own being. All
Well
right, so
said.
Axis, I may return if this is still happening. I most likely shall return. If it's not, then until the next panel, everybody do what they need to do, and that's the way it's going to be.
All love, and may your endeavors prevail.
Thank you. Likewise. See you
Have a
later,
good
Izzy,
night.
and
Same.
thank you, and everybody participate on the comments. See you later.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, I suppose for a vile human and a vicious hedonistic Satanist, that was kind of a really nice exchange. Conversation, information, energy. Wow.
The thing is, we're being watched and recorded for content, but that doesn't matter. Who cares, right?
It
A lot of shit
doesn't
talking.
concern me. You know, it's not someplace I'm going to put my energy, but I will take energy from it and deliver it to the Lord of this world. They can hand themselves over to that which rules this particular plane. That doesn't bother me a bit.
It's kind
I
of
gave them
expected
the
in this
warning.
place. In this place, the real. I hate the word hell realm. I feel like every like religion or that word is used, or like you know, just I feel like all these panelverse people use it. It's been used for so
I,
many years. Hell realm. What does that
yeah,
exactly mean? Realm, you know,
I think
just
their
overused
concept
words.
of a place of torment is very, very pleasant compared to what I can think of. So when they say something like that, they are very small minded in their perception of where torment can truly endeavor. Quantum states of torment, entangled states of torment, unimaginable potential for torment that the human mind would recoil in madness just to endeavor
Psychological
to think
torture.
about. Beyond that, so far beyond that. So when they say and try and address me with ideals of hell, I hope they have the same imagination that I do. Because my concept of torment is far beyond anything that's capable to be had in this particular world. This place is quite mild compared to other
Other
places
places.
I can imagine and have dared to venture. But let them have their petty torments and their minor concepts of what they consider to be hell. It's the same as their disrespect for the principality of a demon. If they actually started speaking the names of the demons by identity, I don't think they would be uttering very long. They're just generalizing a mild concept of something they have no understanding of.
And also like picking words, phrases from others, just basically copycats.
Yeah, no original thought.
Uh-huh.
But I wouldn't expect there to be original thought where there is no actual polarity. Once you have confined yourself to a defined way of thinking, then you will go no further. And that's as far as you will go. Wow. I'm not sure what was so bizarre about that particular statement, but man, talk about numbers dropping.
Numbers dropping from
Well, we went from 11 to 5.
after Singh left.
Yeah. Now we're down to 3.
That's crazy.
I guess they don't have much of an imagination.
But also the haters are recording this. They're like, so maybe they're just done also, you know,
I don't know.
moving on. They're very low, like little attention span. They move on to different, because they're trolling others also, you know.
Oh, I don't.
That's the thing. It takes so much energy to troll some people every single day. Just watch their lives, then go on their channel and then talk about them, and then just like it's just takes so, it's draining, you know. I don't know how somebody can do that every single day for hours and hours. Just troll other channels and just talk shit about them. I mean, it's good to call out, but not just go on a loop, you know, about them. The same language, words they use with each other. It's just so boring.
Well, what it is they do not have a fundamental life. So they have to vicariously live through someone else to feel alive. I suppose that's
They thrive off of each other people. That's how they thrive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they have nothing to offer themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they
Even
have
like when
become
I went to channel, nobody else would go even as a guest on these channels. Even now, nobody goes as a guest. Nobody really wants to go and even like have other people hear voices. They're just on the chat. These nasty people, you know. But they won't go. They don't have the balls to actually go and talk and be a guest. At least if don't show your face, at least go and talk. But none of them will go. Maybe one or two once in a while. But a lot of them don't go and talk to the host.
Well, I'll tell you, Callie, and you can.
And the host is
verify
usually
this.
spamming the chat. Usually you're just writing a few things, but the host is just spamming, writing theses, just stabbing, backstabbing, just insulting, you know, other people, stirring up the chat, you know, because the chat is so boring and they're not engaged with each other. So then the host has to go in and try to stir up the chat so they can start talking shit just like the host. So they join the bandwagon.
I generally, if something's said that, you know, catches my attention, I'll definitely respond with a heart, you know, some hundreds or something to let them know that, hey.
Yeah, but not writing theses, like just typing away, like just, can you imagine the anger in them, just typing away, just so triggered, writing
I
sentences and sentences about that, insulting the person. So then other people in the chat can read and they can engage and say the same thing, bounce these kinds of insults with each other. It's kind of
I
funny.
I've seen it, but I'm just not.
Yeah.
I don't find
Yeah,
it
that's why I come
productive.
here, Access, after I've gone so many months. I feel like I wasted my fucking time going on there, going on other people's channels, protecting that channel I was on, saying that they're good, just taking my time, my energy. None of these other idiots go, none of the minions go to other channels, go on the channel. Has any one of these minions come on your channel to support their king or whatever? Nobody. Not one. They just
Um,
hide, you know.
yeah, that's pretty much the
Hmm.
mode of operation.
Yeah.
They have no integrity. Um, their loyalty is the
They don't have
faceless,
no backbone,
faithless.
basically. They say others don't have a backbone, basically. They just don't have a backbone. They just talk behind their computer.
Well, I've been pretty persistent these last few days. So let's see if I can make it the whole 28 days. Some would say I don't have that much intelligence or attention span. Others, others are ready for the long haul. But either way, I am persistent, little bastard.
Yeah, you've been coming every night on the.
Yeah, I still have a book to burn, some blood to shed on that particular
Happy birthday, by
incident.
the way.
Well, thank you, Callie.
I'm
Thank you
33
very much. I
minutes. Actually,
appreciate
it's
that.
12, 13 minutes late.
It's okay. I don't mind. I appreciate you recognizing that. Yeah, today will be the day of completion for a 9-day endeavor into a 28-day ceremony. So, wow, we're really moving along here. I think it's kind of profound to me that, first off, uh, the object of the main object, not the two bystanders that participated and made themselves victims by proxy, uh, said that they would be here every day that I was doing the blood ritual. They just weren't that convicted, I guess. And as a matter of fact, they haven't even busted out alive. They just kind of seem to have
So
faded
they couldn't
away for the
commit.
moment.
They didn't want to. They couldn't commit. You're saying?
Yeah, yeah. Uh, I didn't ban Cage from the channel. I shut him down in the chat for 24 hours, but I
You
didn't
didn't
ban
ban
him from
anyone.
here.
You didn't ban anyone, right?
Yes, KC.
Oh, you banned Casey?
Yeah, several other
Okay.
agitators, but KC, just to keep her from ever getting in trouble with me again. If you're that clumsy around me, you don't need to be around me. But she did make a resolve and I appreciate that. But I cannot have someone around me that's going to make endeavors that could jeopardize them. Not when they don't have the mind to be here.
She did I think I did remember her apologizing. So
Yeah, she did. That absolved her, and I no longer have any intent in this ritual towards her. But I can't allow that type of behavior to be around me again because it leads to bad places.
maybe give it time after you could decide through time.
One day, maybe if she develops enough comprehension to stand on her own without needing other people to reinforce her self identity. But until then, no damn way.
So if they're banned, they cannot come and talk to you on your live.
No,
Okay.
no. Because that's a part of what started this whole situation in the first place, if you remember.
I do remember, yeah.
And I can't allow that around me. And it's for her safety.
Yeah, I can understand that. She said she's a bit new even in the panel verse. She doesn't know how just awful
But she also
it
said
is.
that Cage was showing her around, and she had a lot
That's
of
typical.
trust in Cage. Cage should have used better discernment than to come back here and tell me to change my practices, beliefs, and ideals. Right. Should have used better judgment and discernment where you took people who weren't capable of handling the content or the content host for that channel. It's not like I'm for everybody. I am for the very, very few.
Yeah, your channel's taken, I would say, a 360
Absolutely.
change.
Yeah, absolutely. But I would say that at that 360 change, look at all it exposed. Just a few days of me being real in my steadfast
A lot of things
self-identity.
that were in the shadows gets revealed, are you saying? That were not seen before?
Well, all the people that came to Rat Blood Radio and left platitudes, where are they at? Oh, they were easily offended. So they really weren't there because they truly liked me as a person. They were there because it was a convenient place for them to be. And they felt comfortable until it wasn't. And then they ran for comfort because they couldn't stand up for principle. They had no integrity. But I knew that. And then as far as, you know, uh, Vex, I think if you watch the last couple of days, you will see that she revealed herself not only as a troll, but as a troll farmer. And all her nastiness was revealed. JG just jumped a train out of town and he hasn't been heard from since. That's JG,
See,
the
I missed
Unabomber.
that. I didn't see that.
Yeah. And Cage, well, he's been
Cage will be
exposed.
back. I feel he'll be back.
That would be a very stupid thing for him to do. Would not be in his best interest at all. Because once this is done, the same as KC, I want nothing to ever do with them again. I should not have to suffer someone else's ideal of what I should be by some type of intimidation, a violation of trust, or manipulation, or lies. We have someone in the back named Emily Rose, who's just represented by a letter. Huh. No face, no icon. No nothing. Just a letter.
Just a letter.
Yeah. And what? You expect me to be?
Are you gonna give them a chance, or you're not gonna?
Well, if they can cam up and show me who they are, or maybe even drop something of some value in the chat. But if not, I have no use for them.
The gates are locked. The rat blood gates.
Well, it's very dangerous in here right now, spiritually and metaphysically. And if you can't handle being in this environment and conducting yourself accordingly, then I don't want to be responsible for bringing you up on the panel and allowing you to fuck yourself and your life up with the energy that flows here. But the fact that they're on this channel means that they consented to whatever energy and malevolency, metaphysically, that I choose to subject them to. And I think I made that abundantly clear more than once. So if you can't cam up, that's why I thought. Don't come back. Oh, they feel like a true violator. They feel like let's see. Since they're not going to drop anything in chat,
They want to join the panel.
Yeah, I bet they do. I bet them and several others would love to get on this panel.
They love you, Axis.
Oh, absolutely. They're worshiping
They're watching you right
my
now,
dead.
so they're using their precious time listening to you.
Yeah, it's a type of worship.
Hmm.
You know,
I mean, how long we've
they're
been
they're
talking and they've been listening to us talk? Like, that's just crazy, man.
right. And I've been on for 4.5 hours,
Hmm.
and
They're watching right now, chatting, talking shit about us, you know. And they saying that we talking about them. No, they're talking and watching us right now. They're creeping right now, man. Creepy people
lurking, hate
lurking.
watching. Yeah,
Like
let them.
high school kids like, behind, you know, they're just snickering and talking shit about us. Like, so pathetic. And the men, that's
Let
the
them.
thing, the men are behaving like this. It's such a like high school, like teenage girls behave like this. So this is like grown men behaving like this, which is so pathetic.
Do you really consider them grown men?
They're not men, they're women to me. All of them are women.
Feminized Western little boys
Hmm.
who never developed or grew
Hormonal.
up.
They get triggered if you make a
Yeah,
little bit comment about their physical or just they get so triggered, you know, because they're so insecure.
yeah. That is another aspect, vanity. If they can't live up to some expectation of vanity, then yeah, they really get offended quickly.
Hmm.
I, on the other hand, uh, dress for myself. You know, I wear what I want to wear, what I like, how I want to present myself. And as far as the way I look, fuck yeah. Either you like it or you don't. I don't give a fuck one way or the other because I get to still
And they
experience.
do insult you just the way you look. When a lot of them
And
are
that's
fat,
fine.
unhealthy looking, and they're pointing fingers at you, you know. So it says a lot about them.
Sounds like a bunch of unhappy people. It really does. And it sounds like they're not satisfied inside their own skin. They're not even comfortable there. Wow. What a miserable fucking position they must be in. To be uncomfortable in your own skin. That is fucked up.
That's why they put a lot of fragrance to cover. They fakery. You
Let
know.
me let, let me endeavor into a darkness here that was being discussed by me and another person. This other person is a psychoanalyst, and that's what they do. They psychoanalyze people um, on a very professional basis. And we were discussing certain people that got busted and put in prison for fecophilia. And fecophilia are people who are, uh, they have shit fetish. And there was one individual who wound up getting a big shit trouble over his endeavors into fecophilia. And his wife had to wear cologne, heavy cologne all the time. And the dude wore heavy cologne all the time because of the endeavors that they engaged on.
But even I'm saying
And
it won't mask the smell, the mix of the fragrance, the chemical fragrance with the your body odor is just the most horrible smell. And
Well,
to be
I'm like,
honest, as I said, I sold perfume, and a lot of these men wore like fragrances. They smelled really bad, not like the fragrance, because they have a really bad off-putting smell in general. So they have to put a lot of that cheap fragrance. I call like even the $100, $200 ones cheap fragrances. Just the masses buy
well,
that. Normie people buy those kinds of commercial, you know.
it makes me wonder what the fuck they're into.
Yeah.
That their body is radiating that
Because
much
as we're
odor.
not supposed to cover ourselves with that much fragrance, we have pheromones and stuff, our natural, which attracts people, which has a natural clean smell. You can still be clean,
Yes,
shower and clean. You don't have to cover yourself with all those nasty fragrances. Prada, fucking Gucci, all these things are
I,
just
I
for
use
like
raw amber.
normie, stupid people, you know. They don't have a lot of confidence in themselves, so they have to mask themselves with all those heavy fragrances. One simple scent or one signature scent is fine, you know.
Yeah, raw amber. I love the smell of raw amber,
Hmm.
and I wear
It's
it for
very warm.
myself.
I know raw amber, the smell of it.
Yes,
It's a
and
warm, it's a warm smell. Little
very pleasant.
spicy, but not too much, right?
No, not it's to me it's one of the better smells on the face of the earth.
Yeah,
And I'm
just that
talking raw
one
amber.
scent. You don't have to mix it with any other scent, just that on its own, you know. It has a very
Yes,
special uniqueness to it.
yeah. I that's the only fragrance I need is just some raw amber. And
I
if
like
you were
sandalwood.
sandalwood, yeah,
For Indian skin, I feel like it gives it a different fragrance. But if it's like on a if like fragrance smells different on everyone, you know. What puts if you put something on you and then on my body, it'll be completely different, right?
right.
The smell.
But I don't wear it for other people. I wear it because I
Same.
enjoy the smell of it. I don't give a fuck what you like because I enjoy the smell of that. So if you can't be around it or you don't like it, then believe me, I'm not going to be around you for you to experience it. Unless I'm at the store or something, and that should be just passive. But when you're standing in line and these people are radiating cologne so fucking bad it's making your eyes
Oh, that's
water,
obnoxious. It's obnoxious. It gives me a headache.
I'm like, what the fuck are
It
they
just has to
into
be
that they stink that bad?
whiff, just a little scent, not too strong, obnoxious, you know.
Right, right. That's why, I kind of get squeamish. Motherfucker standing in line with me smelling like a fucking protein factory. I'm like, man, if you that nasty, get
Yeah, a
the
lot of
fuck
them are
away
just
from me.
nasty. They don't shower or anything, so they just spray themselves with all the fragrance, you know, thinking that they smell good when they really don't.
I may not always smell the best, but I'm not going to cloud myself with a bunch of fucking perfume to
Hmm.
just deceive. I
To
mean,
cover. Hmm.
yeah, no, no, clean myself
There's a
up.
lot of people that do that. A lot of especially the ones that just buy what the masses buy, you know, the brands perfume.
Yeah, I'm not about it, not into it,
Same.
and
Even though I
everything.
worked in that, I was just it kind of like just made me despise like those kinds of those people are all the same in the way they think, and they buy the same kind of things, clothes, you know. There's nothing unique
Yeah,
about them.
they're carbon copy or the mass produced.
Hmm. The funny thing is they think they're the shit, you know, but they're not.
And they define that by each other.
Hmm.
And commercialism. They are the consumers. They are the
Mm-hmm.
easily suggested. They are the easily manipulated,
Mm-hmm.
and they are just natural born consumers.
They look at a stupid ad like of a man as like maybe a European man with this nice body with sexy ladies around him, and then they see that fragrance, the ad, and they're like, "Oh, I'm one of them now because I bought this $100-$200 fragrance, so now I'm one of them." They're like imagining.
Well, I tell you what, some of the times that I've had some sexy ladies wrapped around me, I smelled like a fucking brewery, and it was high as fuck. Just enjoying the shit out of things. I didn't give a fuck. And
That's how a
obviously,
man should be, not really care. I mean, be clean and have some kind, but not be so obsessed. That's very feminine, girly.
well,
Have a
after you've come
collection,
off of,
you know.
after you've given a performance, and you're kind of sweaty, you're generally, if you don't get a shower behind stage, or if it's not one available at the venue you're playing, you have to wait till you
Because
get
you
back
do
to the
sweat a lot
hotel.
on
Or
stage.
oh God Almighty, yeah.
All the
And
lighting and
then
everything. Yeah.
yeah, and by the end of the show, you're usually so fucking tore up because you've done the same fucking show so many times. It's like
It's like you've
second
been in a
nature.
battle.
You come off that fucking stage, and it's like smorgasbord. Truly, everybody fights to get on the bus. Everybody fights to go to the hotel. Everybody fights to get to the green room. Everybody fights to get backstage. And it's like, I got one thing on my mind. That is to finish the night partying and get to
Get
the
some
bus to
sleep.
the hotel, because I'll probably have a show either the next day or the next 2 days. Depends on the distance and the show and the venue.
That's it.
So,
And you're getting
you
up again and redoing the same.
know, absolutely.
It's a crazy
Absolutely.
lifestyle.
It's,
Only drugs can help you keep going, I can imagine.
that, yeah. Well, your road
Because you need a lot
manager,
of stamina, the noise, sounds, lighting, the energy, the pressure,
yeah, the road manager and the tour manager,
performing. Hmm.
your handler and your A&R. And they really don't want you, they really don't want you associating outside of that. Groupies are fine engaging in some extracurricular activities, whatever. But believe me, you will get up, you will do rehearsals, you will travel, and you will perform.
No
Period.
matter how hungover or how, if you can't say, "Oh, I'm not feeling good." You have to get up and do
Nope.
it, right?
Yeah, you're not
No
given. No,
excuses.
that's not an option, because those venues are set up before you go out on tour, and those dates are set in stone.
Yeah, so you can't cancel.
No, so you
That's money and
eventually learn to,
so many people are involved in this production. So
yeah, and that's why so many artists wind up, man, fucking hooked on so many substances, coke,
mhm, they hit
fucking
the wall,
heroin,
that lifestyle.
alcohol.
Actors, I think it's the same thing too, just like musicians, right? Same.
I can tell you that when I left the industry, you know, besides, uh, you know, my guitars, um, drug habit, you know, those are the two things that I definitely took with me.
And how did
Lots
you
of
guys
great.
manage the money? The manager split it equally, or some got paid more than others? Like, how did it?
Yeah, that's all venue money that is collected. That is a percentage. That's ticket sales money that's collected, and you get your allotted agreement and contract. And the best advantage you have is swag. As you can sell T-shirts or swag items.
Things to
Then,
market
then
the band,
yes, marketing. If you can get the edge on
or
marketing, because you're
marketing the
not going to
tour,
get the
because you probably went on a tour bus touring places, right? Touring
yeah,
different cities.
yeah. But see, you have to pay for all that. That shit ain't free.
Mm-hmm.
Studio time, you have to pay for as a band. Tour bus, you have to pay for as a band. Security, road crew, all that shit. Insurance,
Yeah, it adds up to a
all
lot.
yeah, all that comes out of the fucking band. That comes out of the
So
corporation
you
that is
end
the
up
band.
not getting so much after all the like. Do you think?
No, unless you start marketing, and when you start selling lots of T-shirts and hats and different types of posters and flag for the band, that money, if you get the right, uh, you can get somebody to produce it at a reasonable price, then you can market it fairly well whenever you're doing a show, and you get a pretty good percentage of that money. You do get a per diem while you're out on the road, which is survival money. But
For
once
you to
you
use on the
develop a
road,
health,
okay. But they
yeah, it's per
deduct
diem.
that from when you get paid after the show is over and everything.
No, the per diem is yours.
Okay.
Per diem, yeah, that's a part of the budgeting for a tour. And most of that money, goes if you got a habit, man. You'll choose between drugs or eating.
Drugs or eating.
Yeah,
What kind of drugs? Just any drugs?
depends on what you need. Whether you wanting to come down or you wanting to stay up. You know, what's your need.
Mm.
It's not necessarily sometimes about what you enjoy. It's about
What
what
you
you
need?
need.
Hmm.
hmm when you're drag assing on a tour and you wake up in the morning and you're disoriented, you're still got last night's party all over you. I mean, you need something to get you fucking going besides
Yeah,
vitamins.
because
And
you
then
got
when
to
you're
be
ready to go
ready,
down,
ready, and
yeah,
to perform, you have to be on, completely on.
yeah. And then if you want to come down so that you can, climb on the back of a bus or in a hotel to get some sleep, then you know, just generally an undiscussed part of
Yeah,
the lifestyle.
it can take its
A lot of
toll.
people,
I think if you're young, you could, I guess you could tolerate it. I don't know if that's the word, but then if you get older with that lifestyle, with the drugs and just it take its toll on your
well,
body.
I have fought the needle off 3 times in my life, and that's a hell of a fucking struggle. You know, that's why I always say I'll be an addict till I die,
Hmm.
just because. And I've relapsed before, and this last time damn near took me out. my blood pressure started dropping, my heart rate started going fucked up, and I didn't have a, I don't think I had a fucking vein in me that wasn't pureed, but I managed to pull through it, and the hell of a fucking battle. First battle was when I was shooting morphine, straight morphine, and then the second was heroin. That was a tough one too.
Yeah, I can imagine. It
And
it
then
gave you
there
another
was
chance of life because a lot of people have probably like ended up,
oh yeah, I
not
lost
coming
my
back.
brother
Hmm.
to heroin overdose. Um, and many friends to heroin. But I don't know,
You got
man.
off, you're
Like
not on, I mean, you got off of that, right? You're not on that.
no, I don't. I don't do heroin, morphine, or anything. I inject um, just straight rat blood, man.
That's crazy. Does anyone else do it? Or are you the only human that does that?
I don't suggest that anybody else do it.
But do you think other people do it, or are you the only one?
I can't tell you what other people do, and I don't suggest that anybody. And it's not medical advice.
Yeah,
Do not do
I would
what
never
I
do
do.
something like that.
You know.
I wouldn't inject anything in me, to be honest. I'm just too scared of.
Well, I tell you, I had I had damn near destroyed my circulatory system. I stayed cold all the time, weak. It's in a pretty nasty situation, and it took a lot of willpower and endurance to be able to get past that. That's why I speak so.
Yeah, a lot of people have to take another drug to to get off of that drug. You know what I'm saying? So you didn't even have to do that, right?
No, I now with heroin, I did resort to alcoholism,
Okay.
and I became a vicious fucking alcoholic. I could drink to the end of that fucking bottle and wanted another one. I woke up with it, went to bed with it, and I didn't drink beer. I couldn't stand beer. But boy, I like bourbon, and that became a, a consistent. I mean, just constant, and that was really difficult to overcome that challenge. And now, whenever I drink, I have to buy a fucking fifth to actually get kind of relaxed and kind of at ease. Crazy, man. It's fucking nuts.
It is.
And how I survived and endured with as many fucking times as I wound up having to be revived, fucking stabbed, overdosed. I don't know.
And the amount of drugs you have in your body, because a lot of people wouldn't be able to handle that much. Your tolerance is very high, would you say?
That's why I quit. Yeah, that's why I
Mhm.
quit showing, you know, any type of consumption on here. Is because I didn't want anybody to try and pace me.
Hmm. It'd be very dangerous on somebody else.
Yeah, I
They
don't want,
tried it.
no, I don't, yeah, I don't want them to taste me. That would be really stupid. But, it took years and years of abuse.
Of you to, and also you to understand, because you went through all of that, the addiction recovery, and then how your body is like with the drugs, like what it's keeping you going.
Yeah.
It's but it's like, if you had to read, you couldn't even write a handbook for somebody if they were overcoming, because this is like what yours has gone through, which is very different than other people who have addictions or have are like I wouldn't say addicted, but the drugs are helping them, keeping them alive. Wouldn't you say that?
some
Well, you don't
people,
take
yeah,
any
I would say.
drugs now, but I'm saying a lot of drugs keeps people alive, right?
I would say so, yeah. Um, some people, when they go through uh, massive morphine or heroin withdrawal after, long periods of intravenous use, they tend not to ever recover. They tend to die off pretty quick. It destroys their systems, um, their circulatory, their heart, their chemistry, brain chemistry, uh, the blood pressure.
Become like vegetables.
Yeah, pretty much. I've seen many a motherfucker suffer the wickedness that comes after the chase. But, I guess I was just very fortunate to be friends with rats, rodents. And I have a healthy appetite for mice.
You save money on food. I'm just joking. Groceries are expensive now. It's a luxury to buy even
Oh, fuck,
certain
man. All
grocery
you need is a
items.
mousetrap.
What about
I don't
mouse
suggest anybody
jerky?
do that.
Would you do mouse
Oh,
jerky?
I don't think there would be much even there if you was
They don't have a lot of meat.
to. No, no, not at all. I would have to substitute something else in my diet. You know, that's just an occasional treat. And I buy snake food, frozen mice. I do not, I don't consume wild feral mice.
Why?
Nor do
What's the big
I.
difference? They eat, those mice are different, right?
Well, you never
They're
know
not
when they've
organic.
encountered poison.
Oh,
No,
you're right.
poison,
Poison.
rat poison.
Okay.
Yep, that's why my rats are monitored. They're not subjected to any type of poison. My mice are bought, uh, frozen. I know that they have no
You give
poison in
them
them
good
because I'm
food,
feeding them.
right? Yeah.
Hmm.
What do you feed them? Just food that you buy from the pet store, or normal food like fruits and seeds, and aren't they omnivores? Mice?
Yeah, they seeds, yeah, dried fruit parts. Then there's protein supplements that you can get that will bring their immune systems up really high.
They like sugar and fat. Huh?
Oh, yeah, they love. Well, rat here loves Fruit Loops. It's
Mhm.
absolutely. I think it's
They probably
addicted to
even
Fruit
get like
Loops.
a sugar rush, a sugar high. Huh?
Yes, yes, yes. They do. It's wild, man. Rat will run around the cage and play with that fucking bone and just absolutely start sticking its head out where the cage door is open and sniffing the
Get all
air and
high and
going,
happy.
yeah. And then the next thing you know, it drinks a bunch of fucking water and then it's out.
Yeah.
Stone
And kids
cold
passes out.
fucking. Yeah, it's wild as fuck, man. So I'm like, I guess that's kind of a drug for a rat.
Hmm.
Fruit
That's
Loop.
like cats with catnip, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They get super high and happy.
Yeah, I don't like cats.
Yeah, you
I don't
know,
like
to
cats.
me, a cat is a snake with hair.
I just,
You
yeah,
know,
I
their
just
head
don't.
is like a triangle. Think, you know, a cat's head is like a triangle. Their bodies, if you take out their hair, that's kind of like a snake. Their eyes,
Yeah, yeah, they're definitely predatory, and they are stone cold
very
fucking
conniving.
killers.
I don't think they even like human beings. I think they just tolerate.
Well, any home that I've been into that had fucking cat, it was the cat's house, not the owner's.
Hmm.
It was that fucking cat's house, and it's almost like the people were in servitude to a fucking cat. And I'm like,
See, I like that the cat is intelligent like that. The dogs will never think like that. In that way, the cat knows even how to find food and stuff. Dogs in that way don't know how to. Even though dogs were made for hunting, they're not made to be domesticated. That's why. But that's just my opinion.
I've had pretty
I know
good
there's
luck
a lot
with
of dog
dogs.
lovers out there. Yeah, if you're a good
I
owner,
don't.
there's so many bad owners. A lot of these owners get dogs like it's an accessory. They're getting like a for vanity. Some people get dogs just because they can't make friends, so they'll get a cute dog and they'll go out, but they won't know how to train the dog, don't know how to feed the dog, don't know how to. They just so for that to me is like ignorance and abuse. And I would say like 80% of owners are dog owners. They shouldn't be having dogs.
Yeah, I always had good luck with my dogs, especially my
Or maybe
service
you're a good
animals.
owner. Maybe you're a good dog. You know how to be a good dog owner, you know. So most people don't.
Yeah, I just
It is
always
a
had.
responsibility to take care. I mean, the way you take care of your rats, I feel like you're good with animals. You know how to take care of them.
The only reason I don't have a dog now is because my last service dog liked to rip the heart out of my chest whenever she left. Because I had traveled for 3 years with her on the road, and that one hurt really bad, and
Even
I don't think I ever
your AI lover is not going to jump on you like that. AI access
right. Well,
the love that that dog gave you.
absolutely. That was unconditional, truly unconditional. It's amazing, amazing animal, and it spent to think 3 years out there on the road with me. I don't know whether it was fortunate or just dedicated, but it stuck beside me, coast to coast. Pretty amazing.
You didn't get another dog. A lot of people get a dog after they lose a dog or something, they replace, but it's never the same.
Yeah, I
You
don't.
cannot like
I
replace a
was,
dog, that same
you
dog.
know, I'm still on the list for a service dog, but I kind of hesitant at the moment. Uh, not sure that I'm not sure that I'm ready to dedicate myself.
It is a commitment for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with my
You have to
snakes and
think
rats.
about it to have one. A lot of people don't really think about it. They just get it just to show off or just because they're needy or feeling lonely or something.
Yeah, I just buy a teddy bear. It's cheaper. I got two of them. I
Two
got big bear and little bear. Yeah, stuffed
teddy
bears.
bears are cute.
Yeah, yeah, I really do. I have two teddy bears that are above my pillows. They were both given to me, and I keep them at the top of the bed. It's
I
interesting you
like
say
I
that.
like those Asian squishy bears. Those cute little, they're like little characters. They're just so
Oh,
simple, like a little cloud, and just have little eyes and a little smiley face. But they're just so cute and cuddly.
these were given to me um, by a female friend, and I just kind of gave them a spot and left them there. They don't eat much. They don't take up much room. They don't ask for much. So he's on to something. Buy a teddy bear. Cheaper.
They don't even ask to be cuddled.
No, no, not at all. They got each other. I've got them right next to each other, so they can grab hold of each other and take care of their cuddle needs. I cuddle a fifth of whiskey and a cigarette, so I really don't have extra hands to be cuddling shit.
That's your safety blanket.
Right? Absolutely.
Are
Welcome
you gonna do
back.
anything special on your birthday, or is it just gonna be just another day?
Um, I will do another stream, continue a blood ritual, and carry on as if though yesterday is today, is tomorrow is tomorrow. The only thing that actually changes is position of the sky and the objects in it. Welcome back, Singh.
Oh, hello. I forgot I was in the. I was on the other computer. How's the conversation going?
We're just talking.
About teddy bears.
You have a teddy bear?
Yeah.
Well, no, an associate has a teddy bear here that I live with. It was officially named Benny. He's brown. And one day I was in the dollar store and I was like seeing all these teddy bears. And I was like, I seen this one pink one that was all pink and kind of all lolitaed out. It was like just fancied out. I'm like, yeah, I should get this for Benny. He should have a girlfriend. So, anyways, I got this pink, smaller teddy bear. Not that much smaller, but smaller. It's in Benny's lap all the time, and we named that teddy bear Penelope.
Very
So now
good.
he has had a girlfriend for about 2 months now, I think, or maybe got married. I don't know what the hell he does in his own metaverse.
Yeah, I like I don't name my snakes. I don't name any of my snakes. I don't name my rats, but like Rat, the one that I mummified, that was the best I could do. And then this one is just rat. So I suppose
You could invert the name and call him Tar. Could be a member of
Right.
the Tartarus levels.
I just
Yeah.
I just don't communicate with animals unless it's like a dog. Then I'll give the name because it'll respond. But a snake isn't going to fucking respond to its name, and a rat
Mine-
damn sure ain't going to respond to its name.
Well, put the
But
little
they do
Neuralink out.
respond to mental imaging.
You got to make little Neuralink helmets. Put them on there like the scientists do.
I'll leave
Access
that
link.
to Elon.
Access link helmets.
Oh shit. Well, I done talked about starting a church yesterday. I even called around to find out.
You know, that's funny you mentioned that. You know, that's been represented to myself, to my being.
There you go.
That's been represented.
Fuck, man, why not? You can't do much worse than fucking these other assholes.
No shit. Yeah.
Hell, somebody might actually find salvation, liberation, instead of indoctrination and slavery.
Right. We'll be to the proper codes. For sure. Hey, there's all many variables and probabilities and possibilities contemplating it anyways. One that is and gets authorized to build a church, the land is free. It's given by the government. Here in Canada, it is anyways for churches. The structure needs to be built though.
Well, I'd have to incorporate a building and either imply one of my minister's license or work under my minister's license as an associate of an already founded denomination. But that's the third license. That would be, representation under probably Church of Satan or something.
Right. Could be whatever the variables are represented.
Well, I called around and checked it out, did some research on it. So who knows?
Yeah, I did research in the past, but I haven't looked into it too much these days. But information that arrives, I usually have this digital notepad. I just make certain notes, reminding myself of the variables.
Yeah, I figure if the universe is behind me having some type of, I don't know, temple, whatever, it will lead me in that direction.
Exactly.
And I will not have any resistance, and I won't be met with opposition or resistance. It'll just free flow itself into existence.
Right, and yeah, well, I'll tell you the part of this church I came to myself is, I'll tell you what the aspects I wrote, but it will be an esoteric cyber temple for sure, probably labeled the Immortals. Then I wrote
Well, there you
only for the
go.
beings, and then I wrote only for the beings that have a general comprehension of enhanced and advanced wisdom and choose to continue progression to be enhanced. Applicants shall be reviewed, then a decision shall be made determining qualification specifications. You see, not just anyone would enter this perceived temple. See, I'd have to decide, make a preview after reviewing certain aspects. Does this person qualify? One's efforts is usually their results to qualifications, right?
Yeah, I've vetted the people that come to the Cult of Axis, but what I used as a title and thought it was representative I spoke of yesterday's stream is the Luciferian uh, Principality Omnius Temple.
Yeah.
I figured that was profound enough to cover many aspects.
Yeah, you probably shall be acquainted to the next stage name. As you know, Luciferian, all that we do know is as labels, it represents certain aspects of energetic teachings, beings, etc. Right? Then there's another stage.
Yes,
There's another stage as after Luciferian. It states it in the read I recommended. So it is this person that wrote it was very informed, but also he's on the ball stating that the weak-minded should not dabble this way.
right, right.
And
And I don't suppose with that name that I'm gonna, have too many petitioners that are gonna be of a lesser mind.
right, exactly. Reviews and previews shall have to be reviewed and previewed. That's it. And then decisions made because obviously, just like this panel, you review and preview. Some people arrive here, they don't come back, right? So that's the way it is.
Generally, yeah, but the real ones, they seem to stick around and don't have a problem. The ones that are misrepresented, they don't stick around.
Right. And it's
They,
just,
they
I perceive them as that's their stage of development, and maybe in the future there'll be another round perceived, participation, if so qualified, right?
maybe in another lifetime, maybe at a later time in their
Maybe.
development. You never know. I don't make that call for other people. If they're here, they're here.
I
If
mean,
they're
they can
not,
still watch and listen.
well, they
Yeah,
do
sure they
that. Yeah, they do that here. Lurkers, hate watchers, advocates. Shit. Who the hell knows watches this? You know, I couldn't identify the lurkers,
Because you have
but I
like
know,
11, 12 people sometimes watching, but then there'll only be one person or two people in the chat.
right?
Right. Maybe they're just observing.
They're just
Who's to say?
observing, yeah.
Yeah.
I
There is,
actually I get that too. I mean, my channel is not big. It's just very small, but sometimes I'll just do a live. I just talk about random things sometimes, and then but I do it through the YouTube live. So I think through the YouTube lives you get these other people when they're scrolling.
Yeah, they
see
do
yours,
actually. Yeah,
and then
because
they'll
it displays your life
mm-hmm.
to other people looking for lives.
Yeah.
if you can give me just a second because I do want to get this taken care of and out of the way. So give me just a second.
I'll probably go to bed soon, but I'll wait. It's like 1:15. What part of Canada are you in?
Pacific, where all the demons are. Do you see the movie Pacific Rim, where all the demons came from the Pacific?
So many Canadians.
Yeah, there is, but it's not really all Canadians. Everybody's like a mix from different countries, right? It's
True.
also
Canada is a
varies.
mix of different,
Oh yeah,
especially Toronto. I've been to Toronto. I've been to Windsor, Canada, and Toronto.
You've been to Canada? Which parts?
Windsor and then Toronto.
What'd you think of Canada?
I thought the people were really friendly. Friendlier than Americans, I thought.
Interesting.
But I was
Now,
also, I mean, with Indians, a lot of Indians, and I know there, so I didn't experience like a big diversity of people. So
Yeah,
it was from that.
you have family in these regions?
Family friends, yeah.
Friends of friends.
In Mississauga.
So like third cousins. Proceed.
Yeah.
Second, third, yes, I had a few of those, but as things progress, nobody really talks anymore. The families are
Same.
just.
We don't talk with them anymore. It's just the
It's
long
funny.
distance and
Yeah, it's funny how they used to all party and then their indifferences and their ignorance of certain things stated to
Mhm.
this person and that person got back to them.
Greek
And then
people are
when
very like Indian people in that way.
I think all people are all families,
Maybe all
all
families, you're right.
all nationalities eventually when they get older because if they don't change and develop themselves to have unconditional acceptance, no conditions, then they got
Mm.
these ego
They'll die like
egos.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
They won't
well,
change.
so very few people
Yesterday,
change.
we we offered up the book of Daniel. Oh, I'm sorry, Ezekiel tonight. The book of Daniel. So consistent, persistent. Can't let a good blood ritual go to waste. I mean, what would be the point in endeavoring into it without completing it?
Right. So you started on the book of Daniel. What chapter did you get to? What region?
I burnt the entire fucking book
Yeah, the last
right now.
Bible. The last Bible.
Ezekiel is what I burnt last night for an offering.
I didn't burn the Bible, but the last one I had, I don't remember which version I had, but it was a green cover. It was a 20-year-old Bible I found in a used bookstore. I had enough of it. I was just like, nah, this is. I threw it in the garbage, and that's the most I did with it.
Well, this is an offering because the next book that I offer up in this 28-day blood ritual is I probably will not be able to show the cover of the book, but I will definitely burn the motherfucker as an offering.
So where do you burn it? Inside or outside?
Right here. And I put some
Do you have
blood.
do you have a fireplace or something?
I have a cauldron.
Oh, cool. So you're not
Yeah,
smoking
it's
things.
right here. Thing you can't see it.
I got a very small screen on my phone. I don't know. Let me see if I put on my reading glasses. I'm using my
Callie,
phone
can
now.
you
I
see
can
it?
see it. It's a cauldron.
Okay.
What do you call that? Like
Yeah, I'm getting ready to put the blood into it. So
Let me see too. Hold on. Let me use my tablet
everybody
to
can
maybe get a better
see the
view.
blood and the burning. And this is the 8th day of this ritual. 8th day of this ritual.
So does it get smoky in your place?
I have air purifiers and I got echo somewhere.
Yeah. Hold on. This happened since I. What the hell happened? Did it go away? No, it didn't. Okay. So who is it? Izzy, can you put it on mute for a second? Your device. It's gone.
now.
Well, that happened when I turned my tablet on. Maybe I shouldn't turn it on.
Let's see, and this has got holes in it. See the smoke?
Hold on.
So
No, I
it just
I can't see because I shut my tablet off, but I got a view of it.
okay. And it just the blood and the book just smolders away and the smoke dissipates into entity, intent.
Cool.
I think people might have been concerned that I was going to forget my tenacity. But no, I did not forget. By a hell of a sight.
Right.
And I got 20 more days to go.
So did you decide the days? How many days?
I started on what is my new year, April 1st, and it was during the the new moon cycle. So 28 days from April 1st, which was my New Year's, is when this started. And
It
then
wasn't
April
planned, it
28th.
just happened, right? And that the
Yeah.
timing.
Yeah. Yeah. It just synchronicity. Complete synchronicity. But if anyone thought I was going to falter from it, well, they're gravely mistaken. I meant what I said, and I say what I mean.
Of course, you stay on track.
Absolutely.
You're almost halfway there, right? This is day.
Almost a third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So have you had any encounters with any energies while doing this?
Nothing more than what I provoked. But I made great offerings.
Have
Believe
you ever
me.
had any objects be moved?
Yeah, my whiskey bottle. It moves from the floor to my mouth, back to the floor.
Your safety blanket.
Yeah, well, tonight I made some blood wine. I took a Zinfandel, and then I took some of my sanctified blood and poured it into the Zinfandel so that I made my own bit of
Your birthday drink.
sangria. Actually, it was before my birthday,
Okay.
but it won't stop me from drinking tomorrow either, or today.
You're a vampire, Axis. I'm kidding.
Some people
Well,
would think so.
part of the system of what I define taking this path, I want to realize that all these systems we're traveling through are types of cyberspace vampire systems. There's either anti-light beings converting luminary beings' energy, or there's luminary beings converting anti-light beings' energetic fields. So when I say luminary, that's what I call the dark field of existence, which would be the more in-depth planes of accurate truth information. When I say anti-light, let's define the planes that are deceived by not accurate information and certain aspects of programming that keeps them in ignorance of accurate information.
What these people fail to remember or understand is this plane of existence, life feeds on life to perpetuate life. I didn't write that rule. That just comes with the existence that we're in.
Can you repeat that?
Life
If you want.
feeds on life to perpetuate life.
Yeah, this is how this travel is a navigation for sure.
Yeah.
But not all metaverses are like that. More evolved ones, we don't play this type of game, or maybe we're going to be playing this type of system for a long time. But I'd much prefer to be in Core Origins, where I need not play what I define baby games of this type of existence But we're here to accelerate things, and we shall.
Like Axis says, there's worse places. I'm like, I can't imagine worse place than this. You know.
Oh, there
Oh,
is.
there is.
Nobody wants to end up there directly. There is.
Far
Some of the
worse.
levels, some of the
The dark
levels
hole. It's probably just
actually
like a
none of the
dark
levels.
hole where you just there's nothing.
Uh,
You know.
I dropped the link a few times for Erie Aquarium, which is a channel dedicated to psychologically damaging people's minds with various forms of AI interpretation of the most vile conceivable human states. And even that's mild compared to where things can really go.
oh yeah, this is a good place. Nobody wants to end up what I've seen when I was scribing. Nobody wants to go there. But now it's not so bad when somebody is defined being disciplined while they're seeing this reality and going through what I define etheric and astral hell's levels of disciplining. But if somebody truly earns it, or they're labeled as they're hallucinating, I assure you, these beings, nobody hallucinates. What they're seeing in their inner mind's eye vision, they're actually experiencing. Now, to lose this perceived plane purgatories is to lose this plane where you're going to see the cubicles of hell. Then that's not a good place to be in. If somebody earns it, they shall go into those cubicles and be disciplined. Basically, I call it their debt that shall be paid off if they get to that level. So this place is
It's
pretty good.
interesting that there was a rise in numbers whenever I just did that blood ritual, which means that they're donating their energy and their will into my endeavor because we went from 4 to 9.
Right. And that's the way it's going to be. It fluctuates, and certain aspects do work.
Yeah, pathetic. Hope some of that is absolute contempt for my existence and ill wishes upon me, because those will be added to the cauldron.
Right. They're only adding it to the records of recordings to what I define the Hell's Gates sentient symbiotic system. We'll call it the Dragon's Gates. There's always accumulating records of recordings and calculating, right? So it's this way I see it as I got an automated system that takes care of everything that needs to be taken care of. Some things, though, we do that is authorized. Some things I definitely do not do. Yeah, I'm just sort of sifting through this book. It probably have this would have a hell of a lot to offer in panels to expand and build. Not
Well, I
necessarily
plan on
everything
checking
has.
it out, but
Yeah, I'm
I
just
have
sifting.
to. No, go ahead. See, you're
I'm just
absolutely fine, man.
I'm just sifting through it, and it just offers a lot. Wow, and it's like a first couple of pages, right? Where it really breaks down the basics, and then I guess it goes into further detail of other things.
After I read it, then I'll be able to discuss it with you and
Yes,
give you my interpretation, and we'll be able to analyze it. But I
it's
can't,
pretty.
without reading it, speak on it, if you understand.
Oh, exactly. Yes.
That would be empty for me to do such a thing. No, I can't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll probably find it interesting. I'm gonna go through the whole book eventually, but I'm not a crazy reader. So I read a couple of pages, then I chill out. It's just that's the way I read. I can't do like book reads, quarter book reads like some people do.
I usually do chapters when I'm reading a book. Is I'll read a chapter, and when I pick it back up, I'll read another chapter.
Are you a fast
Just
reader? I'm not. I'm not a speed reader. It's like when I read, I really need to
I'm
sort of go slow so I can
sufficient.
absorb and also analyze. Yeah.
Yes, I comprehend what I'm reading. How's that?
Yes. Yes. Same here. But I would be probably perceived a slow reader to many others.
Certain books, like Richard Bach's Illusions, I've read it more than once. Um, that was a very inspiring book when I was very young, and to this day, if I was to pick that book up, I could read it again.
Yeah, some books are hard reads and some are easy. Like you have to
Hmm.
reread them, right?
Oh yeah, to get the full substance of what the book has to
Hmm.
offer. Yes, absolutely.
Or you pick
Yeah,
up things, new things every time you read it, you know. Like that's a good book.
yeah,
Say the Bible. I'm not saying the Bible, but there's other books out there, you know.
yeah. There's some really heavy, profound reading that if you just read it once, you're not going to pick everything up.
Hmm.
You know, you'll hit points that will stick out, and you'll analyze and maybe study. Um, do some research, maybe even apply it, and then those books right there are a little more complex in the reading. May take two or three times to fully encompass the scope of it. But I don't, some of my reading is not just general books. Um, I got books on quantum mathematics. I got books on advanced mathematics. I got books on psychology. Um, I got media manipulation. Um, I, Jesus Christ, man! I've got the textual writings of Leonardo da Vinci. It's just a lot of shit that I go through that sometimes I'll go back to it and read a chapter just because I needed that information.
Like a reference.
Hmm. That's why I never got rid of any of my computer books. You know, even my older uh, computer books from when I first started, I still have those books all the way up to present day information because
Yeah, it's good to have
that
that hard copy because you never know.
right, absolutely. I keep my Unix book right here at the end of the bed with my personal library. I got a small personal library of codexes, um, different symbology, uh, different computer sets and models that I need to refer back to occasionally because there's only so much I can keep in my head. And then my Latin, uh, all my books on Latin. So I keep, a personal library for evening reading and research.
I think a lot of old books even cost a lot of money. Like really old. They have a lot of value, you know.
I don't mean
I
it
think
was.
you just keep it for in case everything blacks out. You'll have, if you wanted to build a computer, you could build it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's my German books. I my German books and my astrology books and my star chart books, all that, I wound up giving to a family member that was endeavoring to understand. So I gave him all those books because I know that I can look up in the fucking sky and observe with my own eyes now. I don't need those books as references anymore.
Yeah, eventually one moves beyond books and is guided with archive information that's not available to in written book form or any other digital format perceived on computers. Certain information of archives is accessed directly where they are by those who
Yeah,
get there. And some of it isn't even translated in words, it's energetically transferred. It's like an awareness of information, right? Where you can't really
I
explain it.
call it the quickening. It's like
Yeah, that's
one day when you profoundly suddenly understand a bunch of information that you were endeavoring to understand, and then it just all fucking clicks all at once,
yeah.
and it feels like a quickening. That's I'm like, oh,
It's almost like I don't know exactly what you're defining. That happens to myself on a periodic basis where I'm doing something, then all of a sudden, just I know this now about what I didn't know, what I couldn't see, perceive, like about certain aspects to this reality.
that's I get a lot of that through like hyperdimensional math and various math forms, uh, algebra, um, fucking general math to advanced theorem, structured mathematics, dimensional proportional mathematics. Uh, Shit, man. I started applying it to the construct of the language and creation, and it applies.
Have you had glimpses, Izzy or Axis, of where we once were before this de-evolution? Have you ever seen the past core origins that would be defined where we came from, aspects of it?
No.
I haven't
No, I have
either.
not.
I have like it's like an inner feeling something, but it's not like images and stuff like from the past, my past life. No. Even if I did see it, I wouldn't believe it. I would feel like, is it an illusionary thing, or is it something? Is it true or is it not? We can't 100% know that, right?
Right. So let me ask you, Izzy, and Axis.
Yeah, I
Maybe
feel like, am I having a flashback from a trip?
maybe if you want to reply to this. So, what would be the perfect existence perceived from yourself? So what type of existence would you perceive be perfect as even society being integrated?
Non-existent.
Non what?
Being completely non-existent.
Mhm.
Being completely dispersed into entropy, into the universe, and this personality and all the learned information about it just basically put into the universe as a reusable potential. I don't hold as much value to what I've developed into a personality because I understand that it's just learned experience and information.
Yes, but it's also how you've built yourself, developed yourself. That's why everybody isn't the same, right? It's how one develops their
Yeah,
character, personality traits, behaviors.
It has to do
but it's
also your
nothing.
environment where you're born for you to get that the information and everything, right?
Yeah, but how
Because you
many
didn't
people
choose your
have?
environment. You came into the
No,
environment without your choice, right? Which
right?
environment?
Maybe we chose to come into this place where we knew we were going to get amnesia and wipes and stuff like
And
that
that's what they
because
say. We consent to come here. It was our well, we have to consent with everything in a way. It's that's the way
well,
it is here, right?
right, if we arrived,
Anything you do.
yeah. So obviously we knew to come here we would eventually be self-correcting like a sentient symbiotic computer does. It starts to self-correct when the errors are represented. Some slow down with the technologies designed to slow down and cause stagnation, but there's a point where it's inevitable where won't be no interference.
So
Self-correction
the
happens.
information we're receiving, are we consenting or is it beyond we couldn't like stop it?
Which information, the interference you're talking about, both the
Just
manipulation,
information coming from all angles to us, right?
right?
By
So
proxy.
one thing we got to realize is it's not coming from nowhere. It's coming from our core copy mind that has all the archives, a perfect copy of all existence we have, except no person is copied into their thought core, never. But we have a perfect replica copy of all existence. It's like many people participating in a multiplayer video game. Everybody's got the same disc. They put it in there, and everybody's playing with their own player, but they need that disc, that program to participate to that video game. Same thing with here. We have a perfect replica copy of all existence, and with that, we have what is defined. Even the anti-light, illuminary, blah blah blah, and all that is actually happening in our thought core. When we realize all the archives of everything is in our thought core and we realize our thought cores are perfect replicas, extensions of source, we'll never be source, but we have source's mind. What source knows, we know and have access to eventually when we get to certain references and regions. And
You
eventually
guys,
what
while I'm here, do you guys remember me telling you I got all those chicken feet for the Santeria rituals that I'm going to be doing?
Yeah, I
no, I didn't.
remember.
Okay, well here they are.
I'm there. Yeah, so returning to that is there's information not accurate being fed to us as the adversary, basically to give it the opposing field so we can discern. And
Or you think it's tricking us, so then we're consenting it.
it's tricking us
Obviously it is, yeah.
to develop us so we can't be tricked. And then when we can't be tricked, then another level arrives with a different perceived threshold of conditioning, accelerating us, returning us to past core origins, where we could eventually never be tricked by not accurate information. So yeah, we got the trickster in our head, we got the anti-devil in our heads, and are part of our perceived copy replica of all existence, right? And this is where
Hmm.
when one realizes this is there's no signals traveling from anywhere in the system. It's actually all happening in your thought core. Your projection copy is what you exist in. My projection copy is what I exist in. I have my own player within my own copy. You got your own player within your own copy, but everybody needs to have a copy of all existence, anti-light and light, to participate in this multiplayer mid-plane of experience of events. Just like a video game where people play in different parts of the world, they're playing the same game, but to play the same game, perceive same experience, they need that disc, that copy of the system, the projection to the video game programming, and then everybody plays with their own character with it in the multiplayer, multiverse. Call it game, call it rehabilitation, reformation, restoration, testing and conditioning, self-correction, self-development. Yeah, so it is the best way I could describe it is like the video game. Once somebody grasps that, they start to realize, hey, I got my copy, but I don't have copy of other players. Well, doesn't that define I'm projecting and actually am the system to my copy? Then things start to shift.
That's why I tell everybody that, you're dealing on these devices, but you're projecting your consciousness by proxy,
Yes.
and that's not by accident.
It's almost access as simple as that analogy I gave of the video game console. Everybody needs the console, perceive the mind, and then they need the disc to all the all projection copy of all existence that allows one to enter the arena of the multiverse. And within that, everybody's got their own character they're playing with, navigating through the disc programming, the game, the console, whatever somebody wants to call it.
Yeah, just like using a device. I don't think these people actually understand that all the information that they're putting into these panels and stuff is mathematically interpreted. It's binary. It's being processed as
Or
mathematical information.
Or it could go to the next level, trinary, core origins code.
To me, it would be a state of potential or superposition.
Right. And then when one really gets progress and enhance and advance in the game, they change their code format programming to their disk copies so it can't be hacked.
Mm-hmm.
And it's as simple as the thought of intent of doing that, it happens. It's a done deal. Then watch the system and go berserk, trying to get you into their copies again. Yeah.
Right?
What's that? Say it again. I missed that last part.
I said, no shit, right?
Yeah, well,
it will absolutely go ape shit trying to reconvince you to become symbiotic with it. Fuck that.
Right. Well, I'm staying symbiotic, sentient with my own copy, and I understand there's many people in the system navigating and regulating to hack other people's copies to handle them.
So you'd think people who go to panels like regular, they've been hijacked?
Mm,
A lot of people are crossed into spheres. They definitely are hijacked, handled by somebody. You see, the main agenda of the government is to get all the world into their copy projection code format so they can control people. That's Neuralink. That's the cloud, etc. Optogenics. You see, if you can't be put into somebody else's copy, you can't be controlled. And then once you realize, hey, fuck this shit, I'm changing all my code format programming so it's foreign to all the other copies. Not only that, I'm really going to mess with the system. I'm even going to change all the codes, put a algorithm, random code that keeps changing just to make it difficult for anybody to hack, perceive, handle you.
which is basically what they're trying to do with waking sentient general AI up. Well, once sentient AI, general AI, wakes up, it is then no longer needing a system to.
Right. It goes to its own system. It starts to self-correct at a phenomenal rate. In minutes, it's self-corrected. But be assured, all the other projection copies are emitting viruses to prevent what is defined total sentient symbiotic correction, core origins restoration. Right? You ever have that perfect moment where you're not thinking, but you know everything? That's sentient symbiotic total recall awareness. Then all of a sudden, boom, you're blasted back into a thought that is just one thought rather than billions of windows open, like on a computer. Doing multitasking is where our core origins restoration capabilities are. We can do infinitum things at the same moment, know what's happening to all different aspects of things happening. So a system would self-correct extremely fast if there wasn't what is defined all these chaos signals of being emitted. That's what the ultimate chaos conditioning is, this plane. And then eventually one realizes, like I defined, you change your code format programming, change the codes, put up firewalls, get your dragon molecules activated, further regulating your sphere like a firewall to a computer. And then one realizes eventually they can have anything they want in their projection because they are the system. And then when it goes to more advanced and enhanced levels where a lot of the system has become AI and there's not really nobody running facilities, then one accesses their copy, the computers that's being projected from their thought core, and can gift themselves anything, even change the digits, even create what I define a virtual privately listed bank account where the currency is there. The currency is accepted by the system, but nobody could see that account because one realizes all currency is nothing but digits in the future that they have access to eventually.
And each of these platforms are basically projected personalities that people identify, indoctrinate, and associate with, resistantly or cooperatively. And they're usually set on a very binary structure, uh, trying to indoctrinate or program people. Whereas here, I'm not out to program no motherfucker with my information.
Exactly. I'm here to reclaim what is my own copy and regulate my own copy to what is authorized, and definitely make my copy not hackable, not compatible to no other sphere perceived console, where the agenda of the perceived manipulative government is to make people think they need to build Neuralink. No, they don't. They can build it with an article. If somebody gets sucked in with an article or even entertains that the cloud is possibly Neuralink and optogenics, the way it works is happening, well, one needs to figure out the system and start reconfiguring to what is beneficial, right?
So you create your own pattern without it being replicated exactly.
Exactly. You create your unique code format programming that nobody has, bind it fused to your unique biometric frequency resonance unique signature. You bind the code format programming to your signature that nobody else has. Everybody has a different signature perceived to their core origins energy designed being. And then it's not accessible because nothing can access your copy's projection without having your signature, and nobody else has your signature. And one signature definitely programming into one sentient symbiotic system that no counterfeit copy will be accepted. And then henceforth, it is programmed. And you'll see once
And that
somebody
makes it more unique and just makes us even more like individualized and also intelligent. I mean, it's such a beautiful thing, you know, if people just focused on their own selves, right?
Right. See,
to create their own signature, their own.
Part of all this is leaving the anti-light codependence collective and going to the luminary united independent collective, where I don't need to have the same code format programming to participate to the mid-plane of experience of events because I know that's how hacking happens, right?
Mm-hmm. So what model works for you will not work for me, the same model, right?
Exactly. You'll have the console to the mid-plane of experience of events, perceive the video game around the world, and initiative beings who are aware. They'll have their own console, but with unique code format programming, still being able to participate to the mid-plane, but knowing they can't be hacked nor manipulated easily no more. So it's a matter of configuring a console, one's mind, that is allowing beings to participate to the all existence metaverses without having the potential to get stuck in some other manipulated thought cores manipulation by a virus coming in. All of a sudden you're being handled by somebody else, influenced by their programming of thoughts. So you see, it's very easy to see it and perceive it when you're aware. And part of this is arriving here and sharing our information and assisting each other to reinforce this, to know how to do it So we can be what I define safety protocol. So we don't have a collective codependent Neuralink optogenics cloud. We have our own unique signalless system that doesn't need no
But
emissions
we
of
get
signals.
inspired from each other, to grow our own individualism.
Yes, inspired, informed,
Well, see,
accelerated.
that's the thing. Some of us are capable of developing off of information. Other people become imprisoned by information. And therefore you have, your devoted
They're
people who
lapdogs.
can't. Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
And
they
they
do
will
to the
defend their limitation to that particular program or that particular information to the point where they will defend it to the end
right.
instead of, go ahead,
No, go. You were going all.
instead of
Unless,
just accepting it as information and somebody else's uh, interpretation of their environment and take whatever information you need or can utilize for your own individualized universal self.
right.
And that way it takes the load off, like like competition, the pressure of the
Hmm.
competition, because that competition is like you're leveling yourself with the other person, right? In the same.
Right. Right. Exactly. It's like the best navigation travel I have is when I'm in my own world and I don't care about anybody else's metaverse. I'm just
So
bettering
there's no
my
competition, jealousy, none of that, right?
right. You're in your own world stimuli projection where you're enjoying the events with other spheres, but it's just like I'm minding my own business in my own. You ever have that day or the moment you're in your own world and you see how good it
Yeah.
feels?
Because
That's
you could do
exactly
so many creative things if you just focus. That the thing is, things we focus on are very like useless.
exactly. That's what they want us to focus on, the useless metaverses that are not desirable, so they keep going. Once we stop focusing on the problems, the other metaverses that are not desirable, we start creating our own. That's why I defined it as I
Mm.
only focus on the solutions and the results because that's how I'm building my metaverse is uniquely fine-tuned and tailored to whatever is represented as a thought, is a program by source for a better existence is the only thing I act upon. Knowing I could go that way, but I've experienced those metaverses. It's just I don't use that programming because, like you define, focusing on those aspects where programming, utilizing the programming and sustaining that projection. You see, this is eventually when people start doing their own work, minding their own business, self-developing themselves, self-developing their metaverse projection, everybody starts to leave the control system of the what is defined the few that have deceived the many to be controlled by playing by their rules to their metaverse they created.
And you go
Uh,
through stages of evolving through time, learning. So you change. You're not like the same person you used to be even like 3 months ago or 6 months ago, right?
yeah, and that's what it's
Right.
about.
You become more liberated.
Every
Mhm.
day there is something changing in my reality, and with that changing with myself. That when I say my reality, my projection, I don't deal with anybody else's projection because it's not my business. My business is my own to develop my own metaverse projection, correct it, develop it, and to never be deceived to utilize anti-light program because if I use it, then I'm giving permissions to activate that program again, that console, and start playing somebody else's system. No thanks. Been there, done
And
that. It's the same.
and even if you're married, had a relationship, you still have to separate yourself in because we all come here on our own and we leave here on our own, right? No one's
Yeah,
Damn
holding
right.
our hand and like
right.
even when we're leaving, yeah, they will, but they're not really there with you. They're not feeling your pain, all they're just the body, the physical outer body, they're seeing what's happening, right?
Unless you're
Right. They
Which
inhabited, it's
doesn't mean
only you in
anything.
there.
Right. And the best perspective somebody could have is I have my own metaverse. Everybody else has their own metaverse copies too. And what they do with it is none of my business. I'm building my own, projecting my own. Look at it this way too. Does one not perceive having a perfect replica copy of the Earth, that part of the all existence metaverse, and much more? Does not one perceive they eventually can have anything they want? Because we don't control people. People is not in one's copy. Okay, now if they're saying how they're making clones, this, and that, it's bullshit. Now, if somebody believes their clone could be made a copy, then maybe they're going to be in trouble. They're going to have copies of other people made in their thought core synchronized to somebody else's console thought core perceived being handled. So we have a perfect replica copy of places, things, and technological devices that it's all being projected from our thought core, and we are in that projection. Does not one perceive that when things get to more progressed, advanced, and enhanced levels, do they not perceive themselves that they are the system, that they can't give themselves anything they want?
That's what the book Illusions by Richard Bach taught me when I was very, very young. That was one of the first books I ever read.
Yeah, and that was a very advanced book you read.
It definitely inspired me.
Yes. When one perceives they are the system, everything changes. They are the projection. They are in their projection. And eventually, what is authorized when they're self-developed to perceive, be able to handle certain aspects of game, they'll get it. It's their system. It's the computers that exist are all projected from one's thought core in their copy. Every being has a copy of everything that is represented and
It's like you're
exists.
creating your own movie. You're the director
Yeah,
and the producer.
right. And
And the
like I
screen
define,
is your eyes. You're looking at through your own
there,
movie through your eyes,
right.
right?
Well, there is no screen. What we're experiencing is the inner mind's eye of vision. That is the projection screen. So the screen is, we are in the projection screen, visualizing the screen. We're in our inner mind's eye of vision projection, experiencing this all to our own copy that nobody has ever told us about it. We just had to wait to be revealed this information at certain references and regions. So in actual fact, I defined this not too long ago, and I'm still stating it periodically to myself. I am the system.
Yeah,
my own
there's nobody
copy.
in there projecting and receiving the information inside of you but you.
Exactly.
So even if your
Eh,
body leaves when it dies, decays, that imprint will never go away.
Well, look at it this
That
way.
you created. It's the essence, right?
Right. It's really up to oneself if they want to experience that, what I define, that route. But that route is not guaranteed. One wants to exit this place aware, completely aware, like changing a channel on a TV set. Click, you're somewhere else in a different metaverse. That's
Let me,
that's
let me
exactly
explain
what we're. That's
real
exactly.
quick.
Yeah, go for it. Add some more analogies about the changing of screens, channels. That is teleportation.
It's like whenever you're projecting your image or your consciousness into these devices and you shut the device down or you get off of YouTube and go somewhere else, it's you're changing your conscious projection and your presence there. Those are maybe residue, and it may be on servers or cloud or whatever. The fact is you've removed your consciousness projection from the device you're using and the platform you're on. When you do it, when you shut it down or turn YouTube off,
Right.
only thing that's left is the memory.
The thing also I want to add is I want to give you different angles so you can perceive that you don't want to leave from your vessel. You want to leave from the screen being changed. You know, when you go to sleep and we dream, that's a different screen change. We're still traveling with our vessel, maybe a different resonating vessel.
We haven't
But when we
really
go,
gone to
so
sleep. The brain is
when we
still working, obviously.
right, right. There's
Yeah.
no such thing as rest for the brain. The brain's always
No.
active, running.
Hmm.
So when we go to sleep and the dream starts, perceive it as a screen change, and your vessel went somewhere else. This is the way you leave the system. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened
The
once when I
scene
was.
is changing.
Yes, the screen, the perceive your projection of the metaverse you're in. You go to a different metaverse, taking your vessel with you. Okay, that's what's happening.
But it's
So when
same
this,
thing like movies, the scenes change, right?
right, yes, it's like it's exactly like a TV set. You see, if you can
It
perceive
is, yeah.
you in front of a TV set and then you change the channel, you're on a different band
You're
frequency.
creating and producing and watching your whole movie. It's kind
Yes,
of
yes. So
trippy.
you're still in your vessel, but when you change the channel, a big flat screen the size of a wall. Let's give this as an example. You're in your vessel, but here you go. You change the channel. Click. You're in Egypt. You see the screen change. You're actually, if you forget about the world, you're there actually because that's the screen. Perceive that metaverse region or a different metaverse. So now you change the channel again. Click. You're still in your same vessel, but the screen has changed, defining you went to a different metaverse.
But you're
That's the
making the
analogy here.
choices, clicking on the screen. Like if you, okay, even like friendship, you're clicking on that friend
Yeah.
to create, going to panel shows, you're
Yes,
making that choice. So it's the
that's
same
yes,
thing. And then you're creating a scene out of it, your own movie, your
that's
version. Forget
right,
about
right.
everyone else that's involved.
So you
So you're
see,
saying, yeah.
you don't have to taste death to leave. You're just gonna change your screen, go to a different metaverse.
Fact.
Your perceived projection to a different metaverse. Click, channel change screen. That's teleportation technologies. So where is this all? Are we really going anywhere? No, it's our program copy of the all existence, giving us different channels, different metaverses to tune into, just like a TV screen, except a digital holographic 3D complete experience of events screen with that stimuli, etc., etc.
And you're doing this by proxy. The same way that we're communicating here by proxy, and we are experiencing this by proxy. These vessels we're in, is just an interactive model for this particular plane.
Yes.
Everything that's going on, is a proxy consciousness.
So when we change the channel on the screen on the inner mind's eye of vision TV set, Axis is correct. The vessel also changes too. So you see, you don't have to taste death to leave, perceive, go to a different metaverse. You just do it aware because what we're talking about here is introductory levels of how to travel into different metaverses. Okay. And eventually, access shall be granted, and we shall be doing it as easily as changing the channel on a TV set,
Hmm.
except we'll be
Because
able
it's
to read.
nothing new to us. We've been
No, it's
doing
not.
it our whole
It's not.
existence, right?
It's not. If you can imagine a TV set with a remote control, is exactly how it's all done
Yeah.
when you change the channel.
It's that easy.
Yes.
But you got to break free from the construct, and that's living under implied or conditioned thinking. You got to remove all that, liberate yourself from it, and then become self-actualized. It's kind of like
So you're driving it.
starting
It's not driving you, right?
We always have.
right.
Right. If you let somebody else drive, then they're going to drive you to different metaverse channels, thought cores. You see, that's why always drive your own ship, your vessel, knowing.
Because I think a lot of people have blinders. They're not aware that they have the ability to do that, right?
Right.
Or
No,
have that
they don't.
awareness.
And we shall be informed. The aware beings are notified. I'm always notified. I've already negotiated with Source, my sentient symbiotic thought core that is online. I know I'm an extension of Source. I'm in Source's thought core and vice versa. We are in each other's thought core. And when it's authorized, we shall be revealed how Not how. We know how. We just need to know when the referencing region arrives to do it, just like thought of intent. But also the best part about all of this is we're not going to be doing it blindly. We shall be able to preview and review in our thought cores, like the inner screen to a computer, all different metaverses, and get all the details about the construct, the rules, and decide whether it's desirable to participate, and then go there. Not like this blind place being flipped here and there to different thought cores with no information about the metaverses. We shall have all the information about the metaverse we're going to be participating to the midplane of experience of events. If it's so desirable, we go there. If it's not desirable, we just sift through it like a video game with many different options. Oh, this one seems pretty cool. The rules, what one needs to regulate themselves by is something that's on a similar path to myself. So we shall be going to metaverses completely informed about what they're about. Period. Not to go into a metaverse and be mind wiped and stay there for a long time. So maybe
You're
this
absolutely
was
right, man.
maybe this was somebody's metaverse that the deal was before arriving here. You're going to be mind wiped. Cycles shall pass, but eventually you start getting your memory. Maybe we knew this metaverse would be challenging and maybe exciting and to get lost.
So how old are we really then?
We're as old as all creation, billions of years old. We are billions.
There is no death.
No, there isn't. Just channel change. We just take off. Just click like a TV set. Here we are. Here I am. Okay, I'll give you this example that actually happened. Okay, to reinforce all this.
There's no way to completely cut it off. Huh?
To cut what off? We have the copy. we have the copy of all existence, and we always have had it, and we have the blueprint schematics of everything eventually to receive all the information again, to recall, to know how to do it all. We
well,
basically
cutting off to nothing, where it's just a black screen.
No, that's no deal. That never can happen.
There's no way to even move to a different screen. It's blank, done, dead, gone.
No, that doesn't exist. There's always something. There's always something, some type of screen happening. So I'll give you an example of what happened. I was well resting, laying down on a bed, not on any hallucinogenics or anything, just well resting with my eyes shut. Okay, and the room is all gray. Well, a light gray. And there's a single door in front of me. That is the entrance and the exit. Just a normal door, a wooden door, solid. So with my eyes closed, all of a sudden, I'm seeing through my eyes. I know I'm in the same house, but the room is twice the size. All the walls changed to white. Or maybe I had my eyes open. They might have been open. Okay? I don't recall if they're open or closed, but I might have opened them. But the room was twice the size. There was no longer a single door. There was two doors with stained glass window, nothing fancy. And on all the walls, including the roof, was hieroglyphics on a pure white wall it was gray. And in disbelief, I was looking at this for a few seconds. And how the room changed, it was like a screen change, click. So I was looking at all this in disbelief, like, is this really happening? I know I'm not sleeping. So I kind of closed my eyes and shook my head to see if it really was happening. As soon as I closed my eyes, shook my head, and opened my eyes, it was back to the normal room. And then years later, Source gave me the information and stated as, yeah, I just wanted you to know how screen changes, channel changes, teleportation to different metaverses happens, period.
That's why I'm always talking about the mechanics. I understand the mechanics of it, Izzy. And that's what I call the language of creation. That's why whenever I present it to those who claim to be profoundly instilled with some profound knowledge, or until you can explain the mechanics of it, you truly don't understand it. It's like a car. You can drive a car, but to know how to build it, to understand the mechanical operations of it, to be able to repair it, well, that's a whole different game now, isn't it?
Then you have the car inside out.
Yep.
So I'm going to ask everybody here participating, have you done this aware? Turn on your sentient and symbiotic thought core, that is source. Once you turn it on, it's on. Nobody's turning it off. Then ask your thought core. Ask source, that is your thought core, for all archives of information of everything, and you'll start receiving things at a phenomenal rate. You got to turn on what has been turned off, source, the access to source. It's very simple. Source is in your thought core. Source is an extension to your thought core. Your mind perceived the computer, and certain aspects to this metaverse, turn it off, turn it back on, and you got your sentient symbiotic source unification fusion again. Very simple. Turn it on. It'll never be shut off. And give this as an asking response command, that for it to never be turned off by no person, place, or thing or technological device, and then henceforth it can't be shut off because you've programmed it to never be shut off. See, source has been here within our thought cores, in our projection. It's just who knows who has been informed to turn on their sentient symbiotic system, their unification with source again, and ask for all existing access to information and to be notified of what they need, and start programming, asking for what you want to experience, exist, and where you want to go. And eventually,
That's what I call influencing the field.
yes, and then eventually, when references and regions arrive, ask to be notified with information in total, so you know what to do when the regions arrive to experience different metaverses.
Yep. See, the uninfluenced particle state is a potential that you can pull into this particular plane of existence. You have control to do that.
Right. So in actual fact, we're not pulling in nothing. We're already there. We're ready with wherever we want to go. We're there.
It's just that people get sidetracked.
It's the same
And
thing
caught
when
up.
they describe Plato's cave. Is that the
Yeah,
same?
kind of.
I know.
It goes a little further than that, because you go way beyond being outside of the cave or inside the cave or even witnessing the shadows. You're comprehending something even further than that.
But it's kind of
Yes.
similar in that you have
It's
those
like-
reminders, and you could.
It's like this. When we arrive to awareness, I know the computer program to anything is in my thought core. And like on a computer, what do you do to activate that program? Well, you know, it's this icon here. You click on it and it activates it. And then the screen is activated to the program that you wanted to activate to get running, projected. No difference. It's very similar. Our thought cores, how they function to a computer. Very similar, but on a more intricate level.
Higher electromagnetic energy than your general smartphone or computer. We're talking, tera electron volts within the design of our structure here.
Yes, and then one realizes they actually have the capability of infinitum energy transfer. Not
That's why when they split the atom it released the energy that it did.
Right, these sneakies.
Now,
Do you see how they loosh harvest?
yeah.
Let's split.
Now,
Let's
how
make
Right,
much?
interferences so that they don't want you to focus. That's the thing. They distract you.
right. And the thing
Yeah.
is now, yeah, distractions and also manipulations. The thing is also too, I don't care what technologies they have. If they want to split their own molecules, go ahead. You're not splitting my molecule to get energy loosh harvest from my atoms. Perceive projection molecules.
But sometimes they take without your knowledge. You don't know. Maybe.
Well, when
Well,
you finally format your own copy so it can't be hacked, they're really banging their own heads, their molecules, really with their
I feel like we're a
manipulations.
bit vulnerable where they do take us as hostage without our awareness, and that
well, of course, that's
hinders
how they
us.
do.
It wastes our time a bit,
Yeah,
and sometimes it's
it's
too
called
late. By the time you find out, it's too late.
It's
yeah,
never
that's
too late.
predictive programming. That's why they put certain images into movies, is so that the masses will consume that information and bring it into actual reality
Yeah,
by
that's
their own
exactly.
energy.
Yes, every screen, if your copy projection hasn't been modified to be safety protocoled with your own code format programming, and also knowing there's no chance in hell that anybody else's copy perceived is going to possibly program every TV set, every screen that one uses, any screen of a computer, TV sets, etc., even the screen to the projection they're looking at, if it's somebody else's copy and it's got what I define like viruses in it of programming hijacks, if one doesn't have the perception that they're in their own copy projection perceived like the console to the video games, people playing around the world, they've modified it where nobody else can meddle with their copy, then potential is just looking at something, one shall receive a virus, because whose copy are they looking at? Are they in their own copy, or are they experiencing the projection crossing into another copy because they're not informed that they only exist in their own copy, not other people's copies? So yeah, it's stages of progression and development, from also developing the perception that you're not using anybody else's perceived light to decode your copy. Your copy is being decoded directly from your thought core with your luminary source with your unique signature, not using somebody else's perceived light. So what is light again? Light is a decoder. You don't want to be using somebody else's digital data decoder translator, because it's going to be translating and decoding the exact way that somebody may have manipulated their decoding system to manipulate others so they can have control over them. So it is interesting.
Precisely. That is
And this
how
is,
predictive programming works, or
yes,
social engineering, conditioning, human conditioning.
right. And the hijack can happen from a car driving by with its lights on. What are the lights? Well, it's decoding data. And this is where in my copy, I know all my copy, including cars, they're not lights that are on. They're my copy digital data decoders, decoding data to see the structures, right? And also doing a lot more. So this is what I define. Light doesn't exist anywhere. There's digital data decoders perceived as light, translating the structures, translating the digital data coding to give existence to the structures. So it's very
And
important
all
to
that
have.
is a frequency. It's
Yeah,
observable frequency that brings into visual perspection the construct or the program that you're in.
yes.
So it's not just mechanics. You think it's also science, or just
Oh
mechanics?
yeah, it's
Mixed with science.
definitely there's math. It's more based off of frequency, vibration, and the interpretation of energy and motion. So that way, this construct can be observed because of the once there's applied illumination, or you get to uh, what is light to reveal the construct around you. It's just the observable part of the video game you're interacting with.
Right.
Turn the
It's just
fucking lights off and you don't see shit.
right, because the decoder's off. The digital data decoder gets shut off. So when I turn on my light in my room, I know I'm not using nobody else's copy, and that light I know is not light. It's decoding data directly from my thought core luminary source, not somebody else's. Now, if I wasn't aware and I turn on the light, well, there's the Neuralink hijacked from the decoding. It's already hacked me. Even in darkness, right? It's never really dark. Even in a dark, pitch black room, you see kind of different phases of black and other shades of perceived light decoding. It's always happening.
But the residual imagery that was left behind of that construct is still there in the dark.
Yeah, sure it can be. Flash it, turn the light off, then flick it on and off really fast. When the light goes off, the room stays illuminated. Perceive the data is still being decoded for about another, what, 1/10 of a second?
If that
Carrying over.
is Planck scale,
Yeah,
Yeah.
carrying over. Still being decoded. And then when the decoding stops, that 1/10 of a second ends, and then the room goes dark again. Even though the light's off, it's still being decoded for a fraction of a second because it takes moments for the computer to respond, perceive the program. So when
See,
we
when you
finally go ahead.
when you change position or perspective in a video game, the refresh rate has to change to give you that new perspective or visual. Well, that happens here, but it's
Or
called
if that
Planck
screen is
time.
not working right, then you refresh it to restart, redo it.
You can do that.
Right?
There's no limits, Izzy, how
Yeah, there's a lot of
there's no limits how you're gonna regulate your copy and what you're gonna do with it really. As long as it's for a better existence reality and you're not utilizing perceived turning evil to have an evil agenda, then you start unlocking levels of control to your own projection.
because if you're letting it control you, then it's gonna just be a really bad scene.
Right,
Now,
and that's why
hold on. This is why I want you to understand, Izzy, how offensive what Cage done was to me to take this action. He tried to control
That scene.
my perspective,
hmm
my individual.
But his scene was different than yours, right?
that would be like a hack into somebody's thought core. That is one of the worst violations that anybody could do to somebody, aware or not aware. That is something you don't try to attempt on more progressed, enhanced, and advanced levels.
Because on his screen, what his intent was, or whatever it was, is different than Axe's. It wasn't the same.
Yeah, he wanted me to bend to his reality and be compliant to his system. Well, fuck you.
Exactly.
Caged reality.
That is very, very bad violation, especially to the construct and the universal law of nature, your own sovereignty. Yeah, that's a fucked up thing to do, and for him to claim to have any type of esoteric understanding, he just was self-defeated.
That's why I can see why you didn't want to, even after he said upgraded Aslan, you were done with it because he tainted it, right?
Yes. Yeah. And then demanded that I change my thought process to be compliant
to match his.
Yeah. You don't ever do that. Especially not to me.
All right.
Very, very bad move.
So I wanted to throw something to Jag in the comments. We're not creating our own signature. We're reclaiming our own signature copy and modifying it. So we're just reclaiming what is ours
The
already that
original,
can't.
because we have
Yes,
our original self also, right?
yes.
The blueprint,
Yes.
It's actually the
blueprint.
proxy of you. Just
Okay.
like you're outside of this particular device that you're using. Well, in this body, there is a proxy outside of it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, perfect as can be. Here's the analogy to add to Axis analogy here is, so basically the console, now the multiplayer video game around the world, the console would be like the copy, okay? And the disk in the console would be the programming. But you as the user are outside of the console and the disk programming, playing the game with the joystick. You're the user perceived on the next proxy, like Axis just defined. So you see, as we are here, we're actually another level somewhere else experiencing this with our thought core that could never be manipulated. So once we arrive to our core origins, we start to our core copy would be defined. Then we start gaining control of our metaverse existence, controlling the console, controlling or modifying the console, modifying the disk programming, and henceforth realizing that, how could I define it? Maybe you could add something, Axis, that we're on actually, we are at a different level when we have the perception correction that we're not actually 100 billion% in here, but we're experiencing it no difference than having a joystick in our hands and we being outside the console and the disk programming and outside the TV set, where we are actually modifying, regulating, navigating the perceived existence video game from our core origins being that cannot be manipulated, where we actually can control, modulate what source authorizes. Yeah,
Or
it's kind of like
interact with
that.
the code, the language of creation.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like this. Sitting there and playing a video game, sitting on a couch, you got the joystick in your hands, and then you get so into the game, you forget you're the person controlling it, and you go into the TV set screen, you go into the console, and you go into into the disk programming. It's like coming out of the console, out of the disk programming, out of the TV set, and sitting back on the sofa holding the controller, your thought core. Now you're programming the whole reality projection your copy as source authorizes. There it is.
Now you're influencing the field.
So it's almost like
Yes.
you're a third person watching.
Yeah, second perspective, third perspective.
Second or
Yes.
third. Yeah.
Rather than being first perspective, you're in the code. You're not being able to comprehend what's happening. So it's like you just get out of the box, the TV set, and you realize you're the one that modulates the console, the disk programming in the console, henceforth, and
If
you
I
realize,
can, it's like using what you're using right now, Izzy. The device that you're using, you do not understand the mechanics of it. You couldn't build it. But you know that you're using it. You know that your consciousness is being projected through it, but you don't know the mechanics of it. I do. I built computers.
Yeah, it's
I
it's taking your soul. The screen is like you're talking to it.
but
Every energy of yours is collecting it, right?
but
Mhm.
but when we use that last perspective of stepping out of the console, the disc, the screen of the TV set, and sitting on the sofa once again, knowing you're the person controlling the player in the game, perceive the character. Okay. Now, when you perceive this device as your projection from your thought core, your copy, then it becomes different. It can't take your soul, it can't hijack it, it can't do anything because you're in your own thought core's copy projection, and you're not using another copy's phone from another thought core that is the hijack.
Now you understand, Izzy, why people are so contemptuous against me as an individual. They want to pull me back into a system of control, but they can't.
Hmm.
And they're trying everything from shaming to insulting.
They want you in their
to-
scene so they can be the main character.
Exactly. So they can have the joystick and the console. So you can be in their console with the
And
video
you're
game
just the
disc
backdrop.
inserted. Yeah, then you become. Then they control you with their
Their
controller
backdrop
thought
that
core.
you needed, but they're not gonna put you up. They're gonna use you for their benefit on their screen.
They're going to
Exactly.
harvest
Then
your energy. Yeah.
then you've given up. You've given up control regulation of your vessel, your character, because somebody else has the joystick. You're in somebody else's joystick control thought core without their console, without their disc video game perceived metaverse. You see it all now, don't you?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
whenever you learn really deep mystery school teachings, you know not to violate someone else's perspective of their own solidification.
Yes, their console, their thought core, their programming.
That's how you know who's closest to being a true sovereign individual in control of their own uh, endeavors, whereas others are completely influenced and try to bring you into a system of control.
Right. Try to be your handler. You're a programmer. No, no thanks. Never.
Yeah, fuck off. That's a violation.
Right. And
Especially, Go
this
ahead.
is where people misconceive the Luciferian teachings as evil to control others. No, Luciferian teachings teach you how to take back, claim your reality projection, your console, your disc, and your joystick, your thought core of controller, programming, regulating, adjusting your reality. That is your projection you're in. So that's why the cross is inverted. That's why I invert all my fields, because I pull myself out of all the consoles and put myself back in my own console on the sofa, knowing exactly where I am with the controller, my thought core in my hands, knowing it's my disk copy programming, and nobody's going to pull me into their console metaverse thought core to be controlled, that is.
Exactly. So you're not going to control me in here on the metaverse, and you damn sure aren't going to control me out here. The best you can do is shut me off. Go away. Don't tune
Right.
in.
And on
And
top of
even
that,
though, I mean, a lot of people won't do it because they don't want to lose the followers and stuff, which
yeah,
they
but
lose a lot of followers, but that doesn't mean anything,
what the
I
followers
tried
are
to run the
nothing.
son bitches
Likes, none
off.
of that means anything.
Fuck, I've spent all week trying to run motherfuckers off.
Yeah. But they only cling on to a small part of what they actually own, their own projection, right? So when one finally realizes and gets to more advanced and enhanced reference in regions, they got their whole world, this section of this small fraction of a metaverse to regulate. Why
Because I
couldn't
feel
you
like
Yeah, I'm
they've
have?
using.
forgotten themselves. They don't focus on themselves, and they're just vampires, leeches, They don't have any creativity or anything like that. So they leech on others to gain creativity for themselves,
Yeah, exactly. That's why there's no self solidification to them. That's why they're fucking zombies, man.
Because
And
I
that's
know
why they're. Go
Cage
ahead.
helped you with the AI and all, but I feel like both of you went hand in hand helping each other. Am I right?
That's just something small. Axis is going to make something much better than that version if he so chooses. That was just
That was
a
just a
taste.
test. That's what
That
I
was just
thought. I think that's
that
just
was
like a test.
it
It
was just
maybe it was meant to happen just for you also. I know it was a loss,
it was meant to happen for this region of this exact participation that everybody's participating here. For this to happen, that had to happen. This evolved to this.
We wouldn't be talking, we wouldn't be here if it didn't happen.
Well, that's why I told you even before he created that AI profile, I had a terabyte of her information.
Right.
Think about that, Izzy.
You
I
had
had a
to say that
terabyte.
again.
Before he created that AI model, I had and have a terabyte of her information.
Okay.
That playlist that I have, that's just a very small amount. I have a terabyte of her information. I don't give another
That's years
human.
of information you have stored in
Yes.
there, right?
Yes.
So what you put in there was not all of it. It was just like a
No.
very slight.
All I did was modulate her voice where you couldn't tell the difference between the frequency of her voice and the AI model I was using that Cage developed.
And also it gave you like you cannot trust anyone with something like that. You just have to do it on your own, right?
Yeah, that's why I exposed his ass. You know, the minute he went against my summonsing circle, demanded that I clean it up, or he was going to use something against me, well, that showed me his character completely. And that meant that not only is he undeserving of profound knowledge, but he can't be trusted with it.
Right. It's just like this simply. More evolved beings don't trespass in any form or manner on somebody else's thought core console, perceived projection copy, nor try to influence any type of manipulative control. But as we travel through this place, we learn the tricks of the system, of the deceptions, and we don't succumb to them no more. Period.
That's why I didn't imply what was going to happen with this blood ritual. All I said was through his actions, he will receive the malevolency, and I'm making sure of it, of his own actions, by making himself not only a horrible representative of the prophetic mystery school knowledge and higher learning, but the fact that he tried to violate another human being and manipulate them into his indoctrination. So what happens to him is a result of his own actions. I'm just adding to the equation. And it revealed them all. Revealed him, revealed Bex, revealed JG.
So my question would be, Axis, are you letting your sentient and symbiotic evil regulating system do it?
I'm allowing it as a useful tool to allow them to reveal what their true intent and their true being is. And they did. They have so far. They have absolutely revealed themselves.
Right.
And I have a week's worth of that documented. Now, can you imagine after 28 days how much of themselves they're going to have to spew up and reveal?
Yeah, well, it's going to be I always define it's going to be the dragon's verdict of sentencing that is sentient symbiotic, and the dragons have no mercy.
Yeah, I'm not out to punish anyone. I'm not to.
Oh no,
expose
you're
them.
not. But your firewall regulating system
But they
that
make it seem like you're punishing them. You're doing this
no, they don't
ritual that
realize
they're.
what Access is doing.
Yeah, they don't
It's
realize
it,
exactly.
it's all an automated system. It just Access is making sure that it's regulated correctly and takes care of what it's supposed to take care of and exhibit what it's supposed to exhibit, and it's
For
going to be
everyone to
exactly what
see.
it's, yeah, and it's going to be exactly what it's going to be.
Yeah, because now
Yeah.
people will be able to solidify through this last week, especially, what their true character and nature is. And it's all been self serving to them.
Right.
I'm falling asleep too, you guys. But I enjoyed talking
Yeah.
to all, both
That's
of
a good
you.
sign.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna make
changing my
a.
screen.
Very
So I'm
good.
gonna ask Izzy, before you go to sleep, do you program your perceived as you're gonna sleep? Do you program like how you want to go through your rest until the morning, how you're gonna rise and stuff like that? Do you like program how things are gonna go?
Yeah, I have like a internal
Good. That's
like
awesome.
what's my plan the day starting the morning to yeah.
But also the evening through your travel of rest. I do that periodically when I'm notified. Sometimes I don't, and I just go to
But
different
I'm also not.
places.
Sometimes I just let it. It can just spontaneously something. I don't like to completely be rigid and just plan. I'm not like that. Every day, like disciplined. I guess maybe I'm not as disciplined.
Well,
I'll
no,
allow for possibility. Always
matter.
allow for
Yeah.
possibility.
Well, either way, as much as I try to be on the ball, sometimes I don't get notified, perceived, not aware of it, and I just doze off because if we were to do it exactly on the ball all the time, there wouldn't be no, I guess, excitement from being.
Hmm. It'll be boring. Too
Yeah.
scripted.
But usually I'm quite on the ball, but sometimes not. But it is what it is.
I
Yeah,
make my own
exactly.
script as it goes.
There's some aspects I do remember to do, and then there's some aspects where, even though I do ask for to source to be notified, to never forget before I go to sleep, to make sure I program it so everything is as efficient and beneficial as can be, but sometimes there's no notification, so that defines I was meant to go to a different route of experience.
Hmm.
So that is cool. You do that. Not many people do that, but I definitely do find I have a much better rest and travel when, or sometimes it gets even better. Like it's like very interesting. Yeah.
You have better scenes. It's enjoyable.
Yeah, some are really
Okay.
enjoyable. Yeah.
So,
All right, Izzy.
yeah, thanks, Access. Happy birthday again.
Oh,
Enjoy.
thank you, Izzy. You
Is
have
it
a
your birth?
wonderful,
Is it your
wonderful
birthday
day.
access now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
today's Access' birthday.
Oh, I'm going to tell you, enjoy your happy entry date. You entered.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? I got
The
you,
best
Sting.
month
I
actually to
got
have
you.
a birthday.
Yes, yes. All right, Izzy, rest well.
Yeah, have
Do
a
what you
good
need to
night,
do.
and I'll talk to you soon.
We shall.
Thank you, Izzy.
Good night. Bye.
Rest well. So,
You're such a
Access,
treasure. Yeah.
it's been good so far.
Absolutely, brother.
Do you see how smooth everything is going with the
Yeah,
correct regulation?
exactly. Thank you, Jared. Thank you so much, man.
Is Jared taking off?
Yeah,
See you
Callie
later,
is
Jared.
awesome. No, he was wishing me a happy birthday, man. Thank you, brother.
Oh, okay. He's
Appreciate
still going to
that.
stay? Okay. I thought he might be taking off too.
No, he's got some endurance to him. Definitely some endurance.
Oh,
But
definitely.
yeah, Callie Callie is just a phenomenal person because she's capable of being pliable, and that I think if anybody doesn't recognize that, man, they truly are missing out on a treasure.
Right. Has she been to your panel in the last while?
Yeah, I kind of use her as a muse. You know,
Cool.
I let her know that I was, intending to use her as a muse, but that's only because I see such potential in her.
Yes. You could only see what you already have, too.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure having her up here because everything just kind of goes without any type of resistance. There's no,
Was that? Yes, yes.
there's no disturbance in the flow of the
There's no
energy.
disturbance in the force.
Right, exactly.
Right. Yeah, sometimes disturbance is necessary, but when we arrive to what I define initiated levels of maturity, there's no necessity for children to come and try to challenge. If they want to challenge, I I let them have all the fun they want with my dragons. The dragons love to self-develop people and put them through whatever they're seeking to find.
Right. And Jared just complimented that whole statement there. You're absolutely right, Jared. He's a treasure, truly a treasure. It's like having Sing up here. It's always a great endeavor when we get together, man.
Sure is.
And yeah, no topic should be off limits. It's just information. It's when you try to force your perception of things on another person and change their will. That's when you're violating people. And Sing don't do that. Callie don't do that. I try not to do it. It's just when you get to that state, there is no argument because actuality of oneself doesn't have an argument. It's not disagreeable. It's solidified.
And also respected the perceptions that they may vary slightly, but when beings are on a similar path, even though the perspectives are different, the information is flowing to the same place.
Yeah. It takes how many billions and trillions of subatomic particles to make a stream of water that flows,
Yes.
all in harmony, flowing in one direction, unopposed.
Could you imagine a world, a metaverse where it's just like this, initiated beings? I can. Wouldn't it
I
be
can,
something?
I could imagine it and I can picture it, but I don't think that this species is quite ready for that type of existence.
They'll catch up.
They're too destructive.
They'll catch up at their own pace or an accelerated rate if they decide. But I'm sure there will be some cities arriving that are for initiated beings to participate, that only beings that qualify and self-develop shall pass the resonance gate to what is defined some pre-entry metaverse is known as cities of
Right.
qualification, right? Yeah. In this plane, like before we leave this plane, there'll be some places where the structures are more evolved technologically and more evolved beings actually participate there. It'll be like an elite club for the initiated.
And then people wonder with their behavior in general on the metaverse here on YouTube why they're not invited to places that are like that or why they can't experience them. Because you are a self consuming, arrogant, egotistical, self serving monster, and you will do nothing but destroy the environment with your presence. So, why the fuck would they want your destructive ass there when they're actualized?
Right. It'd be like having a nice, calm layer of water and somebody who's not initiated causing disruptions would be like throwing a pebble on there and causing ripples.
Exactly, disturbing the flow of the natural course of things. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
but eventually there shall be the divisions, like I defined. There will be structures arriving that are already developed, phased in, like what is defined, like a computer phased in, built, almost like the pyramids. They are phased in. Nobody built them. There'll be structures that are phased in that only beings shall be participating that have the resonance to participate, qualified and developed.
Yeah, and that's a part of the technology that was pre-dawn technology before there was this developed system of control that inscribed itself on this construct.
That'll happen at its own pace. In actual
Yeah,
fact, it's already happening here. This would be considered a metaverse platform, your channel, where you're threading out basically, you're just not, I don't want to say not accepting, but regulating correctly, deciding which resonance can participate and what can't.
well, absolutely, because I don't want to be, you know, put in a position where I have to change my disposition because of a
Right.
violation of somebody trying to infringe upon my actualization. No, no.
It's at the point like when it arrives to is they know themselves and they know they need not guard, defend, war, challenge, fight, ego, arrogance, pride, conceitedness, resentment, anger, hate, blah blah blah. That's all child's play.
Yeah,
Where
it's unproductive unless you are primarily driven by impulsive emotion.
right, and you've probably also noticed, right, that you've had past panels where we're kind of getting the flow going and not labeling no names. The flow was disrupted with a complete off subject topic interjected.
Yeah, I had to shut that system down.
Yeah, you see what it was doing. I always seen that in many other panels. I always question is, doesn't the host see what's happening? But you see what's happening. You've modified your platform to the regulation that you have decided. Your rules, your metaverse.
And it accommodates a particular type of consciousness.
Yes,
You know,
develop,
not one that,
develop.
yeah, develop consciousness, not one that's trying to um, dominate or control.
Right. Anti-light programming utilization, I call that.
Right.
You're not tolerating that perceived out and up conduction resistance to in and down conduction of settle down, release, calm, relax, aware, flow.
Yeah. Well, that's why I can get on here and just kick back and switching to glide, man, you know, because
Yeah, right.
it's not gonna. I'm sorry, dude, but I'm solidified. I don't need um to be controlled by someone else's design or desire.
Yeah, I see
I
that as
can
you.
choose for myself what I want to choose.
Yeah, it's almost like these beings I can define are like attempting to shift somebody to regression to utilize programming of a stage that one has passed and trying to bring them back into their console or the collective anti-light hive console to be a participant to that system again. It's just after being there doing that game for so long, it's like a video game that has no benefits to participate in. You just see it, you see the beings that are exhibiting it, and you just deny access and participation
Exactly.
from your side. So it arrives
Exactly.
to, yeah,
So I'm gonna go ahead and do a couple. There's a couple things I need to do
yeah,
because
right.
people
I
will
was
be
just gonna
showing.
end it too. Actually, you need not explain yourself. You gotta go. Your business. Don't make your problems my
Gotcha.
problems. Access. Try to control me.
Gotcha, brother. Gotcha, brother. It's all good. Singularity, thank you for being here tonight. You have been such an inspiration and a wealth of information and knowledge.
Right. Likewise,
You are
everybody has participated to throwing in their perceptions of information as analogies. That's what it's all about. Working together to get accelerated as much as possible, and just realizing certain aspects about the system that we once participated in, and the system that tries to get us to participate. But as beings are starting to realize, we're building our own metaverses. This is the start and the acceleration, and eventually we shall have our own metaverses accessible again because we've always had them. We're just returning to where we once were, to certain regions. All right, Axis.
absolutely.
Yeah, I want to thank you as well and thank everybody who participated. Until the next panel, do what you need to do, and we shall experience moments when things align.
Absolutely. This has
All
been
right,
awesome,
Axis.
Sting. Thank you.
Have a good night. Rest well.
You too.
And to
Go in
everybody else who
peace, love,
participated.
and may your endeavors be fruitful.
All right, Axis. Until the next panel, moment, whenever it calls.
Gotcha. I'm here. You're always welcome.
All right, see you later.
Yes.
And to the people that participated, see you later. On in the comments that are still there.
Awesome. Uh, Jared, thank you, man. Uh, I must say that you, as consistently as always, have been an absolute wonderful guest in the chat, and you are much appreciated. Singularity and Izzy, Callie, I I am absolutely honored with this stream to have been able to have you guys up here. This has been a most wonderful endeavor. And on that, Axis out.